starting right now. Like, you guys probably see this.
He's literally talking right now. What is up, everybody? It's Colin from Creator Industries.
Okay.
Who else we got here? That's you.
Oh, that's me. This is Chris from Creator Industries.
Man, I can't believe we have BuildCon officially finally starting. I know you guys have been waiting. We got on a little bit late. We just wanted to make sure that we had Instagram Live set up as well if you want to see it there, and that we had all of our other peripherals set up. If you guys could please leave a comment in the chat if the audio volumes are fine right now, or if they need to be turned up or turned down, so that we can know. It's just a little bit hard for us to tell. And if you do have any other questions or anything like that, again, please let us know in the Twitch chat. I will have it open right here so that you guys can ask us stuff directly, and we can make sure it's fixed so that the stream goes perfectly. Chris, what do we have going on in terms of the days? Let people know who are on what we're doing for BuildCon virtual. There might be a bit of confusion what's been going on, but what do we have going on for today?
So everything is starting as of right now, but we will have our first guest at 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. That will be Robin Sather. He's going to be kicking us off. He's Canada's first Lego certified professional. He's the very first one. So we're very excited to talk to him. Now we have 4 other guests lined up. We have Henry Pinto ending it off. We have
Let's get our actual roster so we can show everybody. If you guys are curious actually about the roster, go to New Horizon Mall's Facebook page.
Yep.
Maybe I'll send the link in the chat, or maybe someone could send the link in the chat for everybody. But the roster for today is Robin Sather's, Canada's first LCP, Lego Certified Professional.
Christian Creations,
an amazing Alberta builder. He builds a lot of monochromatic all white. You guys are going to be blown away by what he can build. We have Adrian Piqueras.
He's from Spain, and he is our animations master. He's going to be showing us some of this behind the scenes, talking about how he does his stop animation, and we're going to be showing some of his demo reels for everyone to see. So
yeah,
we're excited for that.
If you guys like Lego animations or have tried your hand at stop motion, this guy takes it to the next level, and you guys will find out why he's so good at it when we interview him in a little bit. Right. Then we have Josh Woodard, Josh Woodard coming on. Woodard, sorry. And another amazing builder. He's a great bio builder. He makes a lot of like biological shapes, really organic shapes.
Yep.
So if you guys are struggling in terms of making things that aren't blocky, because Lego is very blocky,
correct,
you should stay and watch him, because you're going to be able to ask him questions. He's going to give you some of the best advice you could possibly learn about for making things that are organic.
I mean, also too, like, where does he get his inspiration from? Like, a lot of these builders, you guys are more than welcome to chat with us on the Twitch. Feel free to ask as many questions. There is a bit of a delay between us and Twitch, so keep that in mind. But we will make sure that most of your questions are answered.
We will definitely do our best. And last but not least, who we're going to have on today is Henry Pinto. If you guys don't know who Henry is, he was on Lego Masters Australia.
The first season?
The very first season of Lego Masters ever. You guys have probably watched the American version or the UK version. But Henry, what place did Henry come in?
First place.
He
took the championship.
Very first Lego Masters champion ever, and he will be able to talk to you guys all about the process of being on, going through step by step with you guys, like what it's like to be on the show, what it's like to win afterwards. So that's an amazing guest. He's going to be really fun, and he's super energetic and really fun to talk to. So you guys are really going to like having him on the stream, I promise.
And he loves mech. I love mechs. Oh, it's going to be a great time. I'm excited.
Yeah, he's going to be the mech main for today. We have a few other mech builders, but for today, he's going to be the main person. Ooh, I got some sunlight coming. Hello, hi. So if I turn into a ghost, my apologies. So that's awesome. That's going to be the roster for today. It's going to be about 30 to 45 minutes, which with each person. Chris and I will be on. You'll see their face and their stream as well, and we're going to have a large video rolling with some pre-recorded and pre-edited video that they had submitted to us, so you guys can see in detail the actual builds that they have done in their career.
I mean, most of the time you don't get a chance to see these builds in person anyways, but we're going to put it all together for you guys. We've asked them to send us some of their stuff for us to feature, and some of our builders do have some whips that they've never posted before, especially like some of these builders just don't like showing off their whips. Now you guys get a chance to see it in our video reel.
Yeah, or there's stuff that they've been working on. We know with the conventions throughout Canada, United States, and the world being canceled or postponed or changed some of these. People haven't been able to display some of these whips.
Correct.
Also, that's one of the reasons why we did a physical version within BuildCon. That's not something you're going to be able to see specifically during the live stream, but we will make sure that we have post-produced content with all of those great builds. There are a ton of amazing Alberta builders. There are like, some of the largest builds are like 16 feet long, 14 feet, a Helm's Deep that is like massive scale. You guys are going to want to see that. 12 feet
wide, something
12
like
feet
that.
for that one also.
But yes, shout out to all the builders that have come out to display. There is a physical aspect to BuildCon, so if you guys are in Alberta, come down, check out all the storefronts that we have. It's all safe, it's behind glass, and yeah, like we just wanted to show off like that feel of a con as well, if you guys are in the area.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, New Horizon Mall is making this entire thing possible. If you guys haven't, please go check out New Horizon Mall's Facebook page, their Instagram, or check out their website. It's a really cool mall. It's not your typical mall where it's focused on big box retailers. You're not going to find a Nike store here. You're not going to find a Lululemon. What you're going to find is local stuff. There's some cool like hype stores, hype beast stores. There's awesome like locally produced merch. A lot of really cool things that are based in the Airdrie area or the northern Calgary area, which is really cool. So again, thank you so much to New Horizon Mall for making this entire thing possible. That they've been a huge help, and just again, without them, it wouldn't have been possible.
It's true. I mean, we pitched them the idea, and they really saw the value that it brought to the community, and especially during the timing, like during a pandemic, we wanted to create these contests, season 1 to all the way to season 3. All these contests were made with you guys in mind, something to do during the pandemic, something positive. And for us, like the whole point of Creator Industries is to create a platform for everyone to connect, thrive, and just compete against each other in like friendly, of course, competition. But it's all about community. It's all about creators connecting together in a community.
Yeah, and maybe just to give people, if you guys haven't been around for the entire ride, it's been a long ride leading up to day 1 of BuildCon. Maybe before we get into our first guest, which will be on in about 30 minutes or so.
Yep.
And I think we'll go to our first sort of commercially break in about 20 minutes, I would say, give you guys a bit of time for us to set up. But if you guys haven't been around for the entirety of this ride, it started months ago. How many months ago? 3
months.
3 months ago
3
now.
or 4.
Yeah, almost 4. And it started with 8 weeks of BuildCon. Chris, what was 8 weeks of BuildCon?
8 weeks of BuildCon, we did contests every week, starting with Spaceship. And those of you who have been through the entire ride with us, it's been a heck of an 8 week. Like the competition totally grew as the 8 weeks progressed, and you guys became such awesome builders. Now season 3, we threw you guys for a loop because we gave you free raids. Whatever you guys want, build whatever, anything, surprise us. And you guys did it. I mean, we pretty much gave you guys themes to inspire you guys. That was the whole point of season 1 and 2. And season 3, you guys totally blew us out of the water. Now, a lot of you guys are asking, when is season 3 winners going to be announced? BuildCon. Right now. Actually,
Not right
now. But BuildCon. Just
it'll be announced
keep you guys waiting.
probably on the Sunday, we would assume. So keep an eye out throughout the next couple of days. We'll probably throw some teasers, some spoilers in terms of like some of the builds or maybe some of the choices we might choose. But Sunday is probably when we'll announce it. But again, keep an eye on it just in case we decide to change that. So what else?
It's BuildCon. Anything can happen. We're really excited. And you never know. We're going to be doing some giveaways too as well.
We're definitely going to be doing some giveaways. Before that, Chris, what else did we do during the 8 weeks? We didn't just let them build. We also built as well.
That's right. We also did From Box to Mox, where we took on the challenge. Everything from Box to Mox we did was with the theme. We got a Lego set, and we built separately, and we had mocks that we displayed in public.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys can check that out. We have an entire YouTube series now for the 8 weeks called From Box to Mox, basically BuildCon 2020. Please go check that out. We have it here. We haven't displayed it yet.
No.
So maybe over the weekend we can set it up, or maybe we can bring some of them at the beginning of each of these streams. We can talk about it a little bit. We haven't sat down and had too much discussion on the line.
Yeah, that's true. From Box to Mox is one of our favorite series, basically taking a Lego set and modifying it with a theme, but it's a friendly competition between us, and we wanted to include you guys in it. the whole point of it was to encourage you guys to use what you have. I know for us, we bought Lego sets to, like, you know, just for fun.
Yeah.
But at the same time, with us, we limited ourselves with the parts that was in front of us, and it was just quite challenging. It was great.
Yeah, it was really nice to be able to build with such constraints on. It really pushes the envelope of your creativity. That was one of the reasons why we did that themed challenges for you guys as well. We didn't do it too extreme. It was just a theme, so you guys had to force yourselves to build outside of your comfort zones. We saw some really incredible transformations. I think one of the big ones we've talked about before was Jordan.
That's right. Shout out to Jordan.
Shout out to Jordan. He came from being like a typical just black and trans blue spaceship builder into an amazing builder of all types of themes and ended up winning twice, including one that had nothing to do with spaceships, and it was very different from what we saw beforehand. So it was really cool to see the change in people's building techniques.
Well, you guys can find all those reactions in our Creators React series on our YouTube. We went through all the winners, so be sure to check out the winners too. Like, a lot of the winners that took part in our contest were phenomenal. Like, their builds were unreal. Like, it was great what you guys can do in 1 week's time.
Yeah.
We had people from Germany that won, like Ty won. There's everybody from all over the world participated, and we had so many different styles of builds from different countries. It was just such a pleasure to see everybody come together, and you know, like, it was 1 week is not easy to do, like, for contests.
I mean, some of them were even done in less. I think Jordan's last build was done in a single day because he just didn't have time. So I'm sure there was a lot more constraints that were put on you guys than we knew about. So again, it was really awesome to be able to see that. So,
speaking of Creators React, for season 3, we will be doing Creators React. So stay tuned. It'll be on our YouTube channel. But for now, we'll announce the winners. We'll do Creators React at a later time. But BuildCon doesn't just end on Sunday. It will continue on. We'll have like commentaries. There's lots of content on our YouTube, and it'll just be like, just stay tuned.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you guys are new here, please consider subscribing, like our page.
Yeah, if you guys are new to if you guys are just on the Twitch, just seeing us for the first time, wondering who the heck we are. Again, Chris and Colin from Creator Industries. Creator Industries was our business that we wanted to try and decide to make so that we could make a platform basically for creators. Chris, I think, already mentioned that. But how are we utilizing that in BuildCon, Chris? What are we doing? How are we flipping the narrative for cons, basically? So you guys are probably on right now just wondering, like, what the heck is BuildCon going to be about? Like, are you going to walk around and just show the builds that are around New Horizon? No, we're going to be talking to the creators. We're going to be putting the creators of those creations at the forefront. Why are we doing that, Chris?
Well, the whole point of Creator Industry is to flip the narrative, as Colin said, and we're going to talk about and listen to the stories of these creators. We don't often get a chance to talk to these artists about their creations and about their inspirations, and we're trying to put them in front of you guys as just normal people, somebody that you guys can relate to and be inspired by. So all these creators are coming to BuildCon to talk about, you know, about themselves, about their inspirations, and what's their story. So we're here to create a platform to allow these creators to tell their story.
Yeah, and as Chris mentioned, like, you can relate to a lot of these people as well. They weren't just they're not just like master professionals. We do have some people who are on, like Robin Sather. He's an actual professional who works for Lego. Yeah. We have winners like Henry Pinto is coming on, who's like made something out of his Lego career. But there's a lot of builders who are just prolific in the community that you guys can really relate to them. So it's going to be really fun to talk to them and see their inspiration and hear the stories of motivation behind why they do what they do. Because everyone has a story, and we want to hear it, and that's exactly what BuildCon is for.
And Creator Industries as well. Like, I mean, for us, it's all about the creators. We're putting not the emphasis on the creation, because a lot of the things that we've noticed in the Lego world, it's always about the Lego. But we want to put the focus on you guys, the creators. So that being said, like, all these people, like we said, we have a Twitch that you can ask questions. We'll relay that info to the creators that are joining us, and it's just all about creating this community of creators. So there's lots of Lego creations out there, but for us, we're making this for you guys.
Yeah, most definitely. I saw a comment in the Twitch just now, and it also said, shout out to all the lady builders out there. I think that's a really awesome point. I don't like the stigma of people thinking that, you know, Lego has to be gendered or aged or anything.
Yes.
One of the major things we talked about. Chris and I actually just had an interview this morning with CBC Radio, and we were talking a little bit about like why Lego. Like why did we decide Lego was one of the big things? It transcends age, transcends time, transcends gender, it transcends everything. It's literally just a simple building tool, a simple building medium for people, anyone, to express their creativity.
Any age.
Yeah, we've seen builders from as young as, we saw a 2.5-year-old builder last week at our last event, and we've seen builders upwards of what, like, what? Yeah, I mean, there's builders that come up that are like 70s, 80s, like Legos doesn't stop with age or anything like that.
Creativity doesn't have an age.
No, and it doesn't have a limit, so like, we'd love to showcase a lot of unique builds to inspire you guys to push your limits. We'd like to give you guys themed competitions to inspire you to push your creativity. So hopefully you guys enjoy things like that, because that's really what Creator Industries has been about and will continue to be about moving forward after BuildCon.
The one thing I really wanted to say too is all these contests that we've done, we really wanted to emphasize the positivity that came out of it. Like for us, the positive things were the messages that you guys sent to us in the email saying how some of you guys were affected tremendously with this pandemic, but because we created these contests, for us, like our intention was always to be positive. So we hope that these contests have affected you guys positively. Thank you for letting us know, and we really appreciate all the kind words that you guys have shared to us. At the end of the day, like we're really in it to help the community, help people grow as creators, and at the same time, like we want to grow as well by listening to you guys, by sharing your story. We want to learn from everybody else that's out there doing these kind of things.
Yeah, as Chris mentioned, it's so important for you guys to voice your opinions. If you guys have them, we've had a lot of really great people message us on Instagram, through YouTube, through email, just to say positive things.
Thank you.
Oh, we really like this. If you guys have suggestions, though, please let us know. I mean, we're still fresh in terms of creating a YouTube channel. We're fresh in terms of creating conventions. We're fresh in terms of our Instagram page. So we want to make sure what we're providing for you guys is valuable, as much as possible. So again, seeing the comments right now on Twitch is awesome. I love that people are actually participating. So again, if you guys have ideas, inspirations, anything that you guys want to share, throw it up there, throw it on Twitch, throw it on Instagram, throw it anywhere that we can see it, and that way we can mold Creator Industries with the community as well, instead of just what we think might be right.
We're always looking for opportunities to add value to the community, especially this Lego community. There are lots of people doing lots of amazing things, lots of positive things. We want to add to that, and we want you guys to join us in creating such a positive and amazing community. And I mean, we're just starting out. So more of you guys start and letting us know your feedback and your thoughts. We want to build a really strong community of creators.
Yeah, absolutely. Another thing is, what is something that you would want to see from us, like in terms of, we had a few things like,
That's right.
I don't know,
From Box to Box?
from box to box, or
I don't know. Well,
what about shirts?
I like your shirt.
You like my shirts?
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but we have brand new shirts on, which is actually posting the.
Are we announcing that today?
Well, it's the brand new Creator logo. They got to see it. It's on
I
there
should have
now.
posted that. That's okay.
Well,
This
tell
is
them now. They're live. They get to
This
see it
is
before anyone else.
a new logo designed by one of our silent heroes, Vincent Aseo. He's the one who originally designed the Creator logo years ago, and he was like, you know what, you guys need an upgrade. So thank you for doing this. We got Creator Industries' new logo. It's officially announced in BuildCon. Wow, you guys are getting an exclusive. And
I mean, that's the point of being live.
Create,
It says just create on the back. It's a little bit hard to see right now,
Yeah.
obviously, but so if you guys notice, I know some people had mentioned it. We've been ignoring you guys.
Yeah.
If you mentioned it, we've been not replying on purpose. We don't want you. We didn't want to spoil it before BuildCon. We wanted you guys to be able to see it live. So again, the new logo is what we're going to be going forward with. So anything that you've seen with the old logo, like the old YouTube intros, that'll all be revamped into
Yes.
something more current, something a little bit more creator for the future.
Yeah.
I know, like we just started, but Creator Industries as a whole has been around for a while. We just
Right.
haven't really been out in the public as much. So it feels
We're
nice to
picking
have.
up things.
Yeah, it feels nice to have fresh everything for like our kind of debut, especially for this convention. So
We hope you guys like it. I mean, this is something that Vincent really thought about, like how can he make Creator better, like bring it to a more of a whole view.
Yep.
And it's just, there's so many things that we want to roll out. We got so many new logos. We want to release some things for the community to kind of rally behind.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we definitely have some stuff in the works for you guys to get excited about. Also, if you can take a look on the screen right now, just above our heads, you're going to see a BuildCon logo. That logo was actually also designed
By Vincent
by
Aseo.
Vincent Aseo. He's an amazing, amazing artist. Did you tell him like who he's worked for in the past as well? Like,
He's worked for Disney. He's worked for Marvel. He's worked for like a lot of
Sony,
different.
I see.
Yeah, Sony,
Or Huawei.
Huawei. Yeah, exactly.
Huawei was-
Vincent is from the Philippines. He is an amazing Filipino artist, pretty much one of the best out there. And I've met him like years ago, and thankfully he he managed to just be inspired by everything that we're trying to do and bring him to the fold. So we're very thankful for Vincent. He hasn't really shown himself because he's not from here, but we really just wanted to give a shout out to Vincent. Show him some love. Check out his stuff, Vincent Aseo, and yeah, his work is incredible.
Yeah, if you just Google Vincent Aseo, it'll easily come up. He does awesome posters.
Yes.
He does a lot of really, really amazing art that you guys can purchase as well. So if you really like his art, we do recommend that you guys go out and support him if you like it. He's been working behind the scenes on creator industries with us for as long as creator's been around, really. He's just not one of those people who's in the forefront. He just works on it project based, but man, he's so awesome, and we're so blessed that we've had someone like him to be able to push forward. So.
And like we said earlier, we need creators like you to help us get better. And Vincent, we didn't have to ask him. He just said, hey, you guys need an upgrade, and Vincent just makes us look cool. But you guys can let us know and how we can make a better community and add value. So we're always looking for opportunities. So just let us know.
I just want to make sure that the stream is still running live. Okay, perfect. It just froze on my other computer, but it looks like it is still running smooth. If it goes down, let us know in caps in the chat so that we can make sure it's fixed. I also see some Filipino flags flying in the chat. It's awesome. Thank you guys so much for the support. Chris is also Filipino, if you didn't know that. So, always great support for the Filipino community. We've got a few minutes here. We've got about 20 minutes. Anything else you want to talk about, Chris, before we start rolling into our first interview, which is going to be coming up very shortly? I see Robin is now online, which is great, which just means we can start getting that set up.
No, I mean, the last thing is, like, the most important thing is for the people that are local here, shout out to SALA, Saskatchewan Lego Users Group, as well as CLTC. Those are the two main groups that have reached out to us, wanted to participate, so excited about the community. And the fact that they brought their passion and work to BuildCon really added to the energy and positivity. Like, we are here to connect families and communities together with the help of Lego, and SALUG and CLTC came through. We did have some other BuildCon contestants locally come out and join us, like the Aiden and Hudson, Loic, Noah, Loic and Erwin. Just fantastic group of people, and they've just shown us what they can do with Lego, and it's just great having them here. So thank you. Once again, if you guys are in the Alberta area, check out these stores. They're scattered all over the mall, and there's just so much cool things to see.
Yeah, you can also check them out if you can just look up SALUG.
SALUG.
See how awesome lugs are run. Like, if you guys are part of a lug, if you guys wanted to start a lug, if you guys are thinking about joining one and just want to see what it's like to be in an awesome one, they're one of the best. They're awesome. They've done so much for the Lego community, especially in southern Alberta.
Yeah.
And again, the physical aspect of BuildCon, which you guys will see after the streams, would not have been possible.
You know what? Also, too, like a little spoiler, in our commercial breaks, we did interview some of these Lego local builders, and you guys get to hear their story. Once again, we're trying to flip the narrative and share their story with you. So we're going to share some local builders from Calgary, their stories, and in an interview form.
Thank you, Shepherd Brick. You went ahead and posted Vincent Aseo's link. So if you guys click on that link, go check it out. It's safe. Don't worry.
All good.
But no, that's awesome.
Shepherd Bricks, appreciate it.
So I think what we're going to do is Chris and I are going to just hop off. We're going to change screens really quick. You guys know that Robin Sather is coming next. So the screen that you see isn't going to show Robin Sather's name next. It's going to show the person afterwards, just so you guys know. Just don't get confused. Robin Sather's is Canada's only and first Lego certified professional. If you guys want to know what it's like to work for Lego, you guys want to know how to get into working for Lego, if you guys want to know what it's like to be doing large, massive builds, this is going to be the interview for you guys. In the meantime, if you could do us the biggest favor in the world, if you could take the link to this Twitch stream and share it on all your social platforms, we want to spread the word. We want people to be able to view and see these interviews because it's going to be very valuable for a lot of people, especially the ones with the professionals like Robin, Henry, Cornel, and stuff like that. So,
well, I mean, the whole point of
everyone,
this is like, I'm sure most of our viewers inspired to be doing something with Lego at some point.
Yeah.
And this is, how often do we have the opportunity to share to you guys their experience and how to create a roadmap of how to become a Lego designer, even, or working with Lego somehow like us. It's just listening to their story is going to make a positive impact in your guys' lives. So we just wanted to be the channel and platform to do that.
And something interesting maybe that I just thought about that we could have talked about this stream, but maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow's intro. So we're going to be doing like an intro like this each day where we get to talk and just maybe talk about the previous day, talk about some things. Maybe Chris and I can talk about the story of creating a company based around Lego, because I think a lot of people might be interested in like how that works, like how that's formed, because there might be some inspired people that might want to do something like that for themselves.
Yeah, if you guys want to hear that, let us know in the comments below what kind of questions you guys want us to talk about. For me and Colin, we pretty much started Creator full-time during the pandemic, which is insane, but it's all for doing something positive.
Thank you to my wife for supporting that. I know it's a crazy time.
It's
Thank
crazy.
you for Colleen as well for the support. It's so good.
Yeah,
so
Colleen.
we're going. Are we hiring? Someone asked, "Are we hiring?" Currently, we are not hiring.
Are we hiring? Where are you
However,
from?
We will let you guys know as soon as there is.
Colleen might need a sidekick.
Yeah.
But Colleen is our third person. Just shout out to her. She has been our third and strongest pillar, because none of these assets, some of these posters, some of the things that make us cool, as well like as things that Vincent Aseo made, she made us cool. So like, I mean, if you guys haven't had a chance to meet Colleen, or Coolleen as what the Instagram community have called her, she's awesome. And we just owe a lot to her. Thank you for your sacrifice, Colleen, and thank you for making Creator Industries what it is.
For sure. Well, we're going to let you guys go for just a second. Hang tight. You're going to watch an interview with two builders, twin builders. They were here physically at BuildCon, and you guys can learn a little bit more about them. And as soon as we get back, we're going to have Robin Sather on the line.
How's it going?
We're going to have Robin Sather's online, so you guys can hear about being a LEGO certified professional. So we'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
Are you guys relaxed?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
So relaxed.
You're so relaxed.
You're freaking out.
I'm nervous for them. I don't know why. I'm in front of good builders. I usually get giddy when I'm like around like really good creators. So that's good. Anyways, but can you guys introduce yourself?
Well, I'm Aiden. I'm Hudson.
And you guys are brothers.
Yep.
Twins.
Yes.
Obvious.
It was a guess, but I don't know. You never know.
And you guys won what category in BuildCon?
Dark Ages.
Dark Ages.
For the, what was the build called again?
Return to Port.
I knew. I just wanted to hear it again because it's one of my favorite builds.
So who came up with the idea?
Well, it was kind of based off of, I had a pre-existing mock, which I made for an ideas contest and Lego Ideas. There was the two characters who you can see on the mock. They're like in the smaller boat and they have the gold and all that. They actually got that from one of my previous mocks, which was like a scene where they're searching for like a lost giant who was was in an island, and they found the treasure, and now they're returning to port.
Oh,
That's the name, Return to Port.
That makes sense then. There's a little bit more story behind the name. Because I wasn't sure. I thought maybe Return to Port was just like a very general name for everybody at the port. I guess it kind of works that way too.
Yeah.
Like everyone kind of returns to the port at some point, but the actual like deep stories that it's those people returning from that specific mock group. That's actually pretty cool.
There's so much.
There's a lot of layers, a lot of depth to it. I mean, just the depth in the build itself that was really cool. So, did you guys plan out pieces of it like separately? Like, did you come up with a specific idea and then build that, or did you come up with a specific idea, or how did you guys plan it out? Because collaborating is never easy. Like, if you guys saw the From Box to Box Yummy build that Chris and I did, yeah, our collaboration is terrible. Your collaboration is way cooler than ours.
So yeah, when we start out, we usually just talk about what we want. Say like, start out, we have a port, medieval port, we'll have some shops on the outside and the outskirts of like a town wall, and then we'll just thinking, just to show that this is a castle in the Dark Ages, we should have a castle.
Makes sense.
At least to show there's a castle there, so that's why we added the wall.
Yeah.
And then we kind of just got a piece of paper, kind of planned it out, get a general shape. That's usually what we do with these mocks, but it kind of just progresses. it'll eventually look different to what our original blueprint looks like. Yeah.
So how do you guys plan it out? Like who does what? Like who coordinates the whole thing?
Well, we kind of just work together. We throw ideas.
Okay.
Say
Twin
like,
tandem.
like the terrain and stuff, we'll just work on together, and then we'll kind of just move on. I build one dock, he's working on another. I'm working on a boat, he's working on another. Or I start on the wall, he's working on the shops. That's kind of how that one went.
So have you guys both been building at the same time, like, or who got into Lego first?
Well, we got into Lego since we were like 3, because our dad had his own Lego, which he got from like his uncle and stuff.
Right.
So
Similar story. Usually, most builders usually have some sort of story like that.
so we eventually just was handed down to us, and we got into it and never gave it up. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, but
What? So you guys have a couple different styles of builders. We have a medieval. We have some sort of like fantasy style. We have sci-fi as well. Like, what is your favorite build? What is your favorite genre of build for each of you? So you can start however you want. But I'm just curious, like, because you guys have so many different themes. Like, what is your favorite? If you had to pick one.
So when I first started building Lego MOCs, we wanted to build a Lego city. Every kid wanted to do that. So typically just started building cars, houses, stuff like that. Then moved on to building just sort of other stuff. So
Okay, well, continue.
yeah.
started building other stuff, kind of randomness, and then inspired by other stuff like Ninjago and other stuff we liked at the time. Video games, try to build stuff from video games like Zelda. I always like building MOCs from the Zelda games. And
What was
then
the first Legend of Zelda game you played?
Wind Waker for the GameCube.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Wind Waker, nice.
And then I got into space roughly like 3 years ago. Started building some spaceships and stuff. And then we started working more together on MOCs. Started with like a school project. We built like a war scene for one of our social projects. And then I started getting more into building just kind of whatever.
Yeah, whatever comes to your mind. That makes sense. One of your favorite theme.
Oh, it was probably now I'm most experienced with just Bionicle MOCs because there's 2 of them there. And it wasn't really until 2016 I kind of got back into Bionicle, and there was a whole reboot of it and stuff. And like we were interested in Bionicle before, but like we were younger then, and it kind of just went away and just lost interest. And the pieces just got all lost in our big collection. So once 2016 came, I got interested into it, and I kind of just dumped out all of our Lego and just sorted through it and found all the Bionicle parts I could find, and would just make basic MOCs from there. And then over the years, just got inspiration from other builders and kind of made my own style. And that's what I do, make Bionicle MOCs usually.
So, Chris, what was your question you were going to ask?
Oh, I was gonna say, like, what's the best part of Lego so far that you guys have enjoyed building with? Like,
I mean, sort of like endless possibilities, really. You can do whatever you want with it. You can display, you can build with it.
is it something like when you guys go home from school? Is it something that you guys look forward to doing? Is that like what gets you guys excited with Lego? Like, what is it about it that, other than the endless possibility, is there something more that you guys like about it?
I don't know. Well, I mean, there's the sets as well. Lego, as it makes their themes, new pieces, new sets come out, minifigures to collect, and all that.
Oh, you guys collect minifigures too. What sets do you guys like?
Well, we like the Harry Potter theme.
Nice.
We're trying to collect all the sets so that we can. Ninjago as well. Yeah.
What do you guys think about sets? We talked about this previously before with some people. Do you guys like to go out, buy a set, build that set, and enjoy it as its actual set first? And then how long do you keep it? Do you usually end up tearing it apart for pieces? Like, how does that process work for you guys?
Well, yeah, we usually, like, with set themes like Harry Potter, we keep them. We keep the sets and stuff. Sometimes we'll take apart sets, like in our previous entries, like the underwater theme. That was mostly parts from the Saturn V set. But we kind of take apart sets and then mill them off, and then rebuild the set afterwards. But like usually now, a lot of, if I get a city set or like some Ninjago sets. Seems like a lot of Ninjago sets are kind of just vehicles and stuff like that.
Right.
They might eventually just, what we used to say, decompose.
Yeah.
Where they kind of like, especially when we were younger, we'd get sets and we'd want to build mods. We were too lazy just to dig in the endless part bins. We just kind of pick pieces from sets, and eventually you just kind of have a husk of a set.
Yeah,
And
that makes sense.
just decompose. I don't know what happened to it.
So, question for you, Hudson. What is the very first set that you remember building?
Okay, it was between two. There was a Lego mail van from I think 2007 from Lego City, or there was a Lego Bionicle set from 2007 called Dekar. It was just a smaller Matoran set. So yeah.
And Aiden, how about you? How about a Harry Potter set, the first Harry Potter set that you've ever built?
That was, let me think. So that came out in 2018. So it was either the Great Hall at Christmas.
The first one.
I'm pretty sure that was it. There was, you got the Crimes of Grindelwald. Oh yeah. I bought the Crimes of Grindelwald carriage, if that counts. It's fantastic.
It's a
Same universe.
For sure. Yeah, same universe.
So we never really got any of the Harry Potter sets from earlier, because
Like the original stuff.
yeah, we were just into Ninjago, and yeah, at that time I hated Harry Potter. I didn't like it until like in school we kind of watched it and it was like interesting. So I'm like, it's cool.
Which Harry Potter did you watch? Was it the first one, or did you jump into a whole?
Our teacher had like the full set, and she just played it all at lunchtime.
So from that point, you never watched a movie.
So
Oh.
Okay. How old were you when you ended up watching that movie for the first time?
we were 11.
11. Okay. Oh, that's a good age.
Yeah, it's a good age.
By the time you get your
So
letter from Hogwarts, right?
Yeah.
with Ninjago specifically, is it because of the television show that you guys watch that you like the sets?
Yeah, well, yeah. From the start, I don't really watch the TV series anymore. I just kind of like the sets. They come with new pieces, good minifigures, and that's really. I definitely don't get as much Ninjago as I used to. Like when you're younger, you're definitely involved with the TV show and all that.
Right.
It always evolves your taste and stuff like that.
How about you, Hudson?
Yeah, for Ninjago, it's because when we were younger, we were always excited for the newest themes and stuff. So every day we would check Lego.com. We didn't really know that there would be waves coming out at specific times.
Yeah.
So we just checked Lego.com on the products to see if there's anything new. So one day there was just Lego Ninjago, but it didn't show any of the sets. It was just a game. And we're like, playing this game really confused. This mysterious Lego theme came out of nowhere. The sets came out, we're like, well, this is cool. We had a friend who also got the sets. He got it before we did. We're like, well, this is really cool. So we just started collecting them. We first wanted to get all just the original 4 ninjas, and then kind of moved on from there. Watched the TV show when we could.
Speaking of friends that influence your friends who also build Lego, have you found that a lot of your friends that you had that building before still build now? Or like, in terms of like your friend circle, are you guys the most serious about Lego probably versus everyone else?
Definitely. Everyone, they obviously appreciate Lego and like kind of reminisce back onto it, but like, yeah, no one really is involved in the community or is following collecting Lego anymore. Or they're just dropped away from that.
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
Do you guys think you guys will ever stop not liking Lego? Like, do you guys think you will have your own Dark Ages? What do you think?
It's hard to say. I mean, you don't really know until you graduate, go to college and stuff. That's probably at the time where most people kind of drop out because there's other priorities.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think you guys have such a good start and a foundation, so much more so than Chris and I had when we were younger. I mean, we built Bionicles, we built stuff together, but it was never in the community when we were your age. Like, there was no real community that I can remember until we were much older. So I think it's lucky for you guys to have something, and like, even if you go through, quote unquote Dark Ages or anything like that, I think you guys have already established yourself so well in the community that you can at least continue to appreciate it. Whether you like have the time to actually build for the conventions or just at least go and appreciate it, at least I think you guys have that opportunity. So
Did you guys talk about like you guys being in a different category? Because there's an AFOL community and there's a TFOL category. You guys obviously fall in the TFOL category. Do you feel that there's a community like for TFOLs? Like, what do you think of the Lego community when we we talk about our side, AFOL, and then you guys being TFOs.
Well, I noticed that there's a lot on YouTube, especially. There's a lot of YouTube channels, younger builders around our age, trying to get a start on YouTube. Especially in around 2016, there was a sort of mass influx of a lot of people getting into Boundable. There were a lot of people our age, so we have met some people just through that and have connected through them online through games and stuff. So yeah, I was kind of a part of a Boundable group a few years ago. There were just some people online. They all had YouTube channels. I don't know, that kind of fell apart. So.
It's interesting because Bionicle 2016 they had a new style, like they had new sets coming out, but I've noticed that because there's no support, the community kind of dies down a little bit because if there's no community, there's no new sets, there seems to be no conversation. Yeah. So yeah, that's definitely a major factor. Sorry. Yeah, we'll have to move this. We'll have to move this. But any final thoughts?
How did you guys find out about BuildCon? What was the first piece of BuildCon that you ever saw?
Just Instagram. Yeah, we were on Instagram. There was one of our friends from our old town kind of just like sent a post to me that said, "Oh, this reminded me of you." And I'm like, okay. I didn't really know what it was. I'm like, just some random contest. And then I remember one day Hudson just showed me this other contest. He's like, build someone with sharp teeth. And I'm just like, well, the deadline's in like half an hour.
No.
So I didn't have any mocks built. Yeah. And I didn't really read the rules. I didn't know how to build a new mock. So I just like, well, I have this old mock. I'll just kind of throw it in there.
That was a really good mock. I was really hoping to see that here.
I didn't really have time to like, I didn't think of a name, so I just like reused the name from that mock right there.
Oh really? Yeah. Okay, good story.
So I just kind of like, then from there I seen there was other contests. I'm like, you know, I noticed that it's in Calgary and it wasn't just a worldwide thing. I'm like, should get involved with this.
Are you guys planning on entering for season 3? Are you guys working on anything for season 3?
I probably will. Yeah, like recently, last 3 weeks we've been gone. We've been visiting our hometown, so we didn't have time to build anything then.
Well, you guys have 6 days as of today.
Yeah.
Oh, so
half an hour.
Yeah, that mock right there, that other Bountiful one, I built today.
Oh, really?
Whoa. This is a fresh mock?
Just to come display it?
Awesome.
Wow, that's crazy. That's sneaky building.
That's fast.
Yeah.
All right.
The difference between a pro like them and me, it like takes forever to build anything.
A lot of our from box to mocks is like overnight.
It's true.
So,
it's very last minute.
But it's not as impressive as this. So you guys are fantastic builders. Okay.
Well, anything you guys just want to say, like as a final note to the community or anything like that?
Tell them your channels. I mean, where we can find you guys.
Yeah. Do you have any social media?
Yeah, social media. Plug in.
Sure to post it as well.
But go ahead, Hudson. Where can they find all your Lego builds?
Oh, I have a YouTube channel called HBBlue72. I don't really post to it anymore, but we're planning on making a new YouTube channel, starting a new sort of.
All right, guys, we are back really quick. We are now
different change in setup.
Yeah, a little bit of setup. We got some headphones on now so that we can hear our Discord calls. We have Robin Sathers right now live on the stream, but we are going to switch over to that so you guys can see it and hear it in just a moment. So what we're going to do is we now have Robin Sathers live with us. Robin, could you go ahead and just say hello, say your name, say what your title is, and we will make sure that everybody listening can actually hear you, because that is something I need to test. Yes. Yeah. So we currently haven't. They currently can't hear you, so we need to fix that really quick. I can see the audio is coming through, so I'm just not sure why. So I can hear that I can see that your audio is coming through and it's being pushed to the stream, so I'm just curious why they can't hear it. So
Minor technical difficulties, but you can hear us, right? Can you guys give us a thumbs up if you guys can hear us?
if you guys can hear us, that's great.
So far, the Twitch is saying they can't hear you.
Okay. I reloaded the audio.
Thank you,
Can
guys.
Say testing really quick, Rob, just so we can see.
It's not. If anybody can hear what Robin's saying, the secret word.
He just said something, so
Oh, some people are giving thumbs up.
we got a thumbs up. Hopefully that's a good sign. I don't know if that's
What's the secret word, guys? Robin, can you say the secret word one more time? It's not. Wait, that's. Oh, I just said it.
Chris.
Sorry. Can you guys hear Robin?
No sound from Robinson. Okay, so we had tested this yesterday and everything was working perfectly. And now, of course, because we're live, anything that can go wrong will. So we are going to take 2 moments here and try and fix this for you guys.
Give us a moment. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm just going to turn our audio off real quick.
I see his.
All right, guys, we're going to try this one more time. Robin, could you just give us a quick introduction to yourself, or just a test, guys?
All right, testing. Chocolate, vanilla, strawberry. Can you guys hear me now? Anyone hearing me?
Give it a bit. It's a bit delayed. Guys, if you guys are still tuning in, let us know if you guys can hear Robin. One more time, Robin.
All right, we got it.
All right, let's try this. We're in. You guys can hear me?
We are in.
Thumbs up.
We see yays, we see yeses, we see high fives.
Fantastic.
Everybody, give us a thumbs up if you guys hear Mr. Robin Sather.
Thumbs up, please. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up!
All right, we got thumbs up.
Let's do this. Okay,
Right,
we're so excited.
Let us know if we need the volume for Robin to be louder or quieter. I just corrected the audio levels right now. They look like they should be okay. I didn't see any clipping happening. But Robin, if you get too excited and start screaming, I might have to turn it down a little bit. But guys, just let us know. What we're going to do is we're going to start.
Sounds good.
What we just did, we're only 8 minutes behind, so it wasn't even too bad. So thank you guys for that patience. This is the first one. Again, we had it working last night, but what is a live stream without some sort of technical difficulty?
And you guys get to see that firsthand, us making a mistake.
But Robin Sather is an amazing human being, and he was kind enough to work with it. Robin, let us know what your name is, who you are, what do you do. Just give him the rundown.
Hey guys, once again, this deja vu, huh? Welcome to BuildCon. I'm super excited to be here. My name is Robin Sather. I am Canada's currently only Lego certified professional builder, licensed by Lego Canada and Lego the mothership back in Denmark. And so I'm super happy to be here. Thank you to Colin and Chris for inviting me here. Happy to answer questions and tell you a little bit about what it's like to be an LCP.
Yeah, what was your journey like? You're not streaming from home right now. We were gonna potentially have you in person. We were gonna have you from Vancouver. Now we have you in Edmonton. What happened?
Man.
What's going on? Like, where are you set up right now?
Well, the most recent journey is I ended up being in Edmonton. Just how it all happened. I'm actually up here to celebrate my father's 80th birthday, so that's his birthday today. So happy birthday, Dad! But I would love to have been, on site in person and building something huge out of Duplo bricks and seeing all the crazy creations that the kids would bring in and AFOLs from Calgary and surrounding area would have been very cool. So I'm glad at least you got part of that happening. I've been watching Dave Ware's mosaics and watching a lot of the club's pieces going in. I've been watching your posts about your guests. Fabulous guests, amazing builds. So super exciting to have this all happen. So kudos for getting it all going, and awesome.
We're very honored that you're our very first guest to kick BuildCon off officially. And it's great to just be able to ask you questions and kind of really dive deep into what it's like to be a Lego certified professional, like especially the only one and the first one to do the whole thing. Like, it's just mind-blowing, the fact that you're Canadian, you're from Vancouver, we're so close to
I mean, 20 years ago, the Lego company was kind of like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. It was, you'd have sets come out, but you really didn't know what happened behind closed doors and how things worked. And if the Lego company didn't bring a big show in a truck or something to your town, you didn't ever see anything other than sets on the shelf. And so, there were big shows that came back then, but really nothing happened. So I thought, that's when the Lego clubs started to develop. People started to get together, internet connected people from all over the place, and all these little lugs would start to develop, Lego users groups, and start to do shows, train shows, or building stuff and showing it in a library or a shopping mall or museum or whatever. Well, this developed, and for a long time there, for a few years, I was doing a lot for the Vancouver Club. I was one of the founding members there. And I was designing the layouts and arranging with people and, working with Lego Canada, out of the blue saying, can you just give us some stuff we could give away or even signs or whatever? And it's all new for them. After a few years of that, I realized I was spending even up to 2 days a week doing this, totally volunteer. We don't get a dime for it. And I realized I've got to make a choice here. I've got to cut back on the Lego hobby, or I got to find a way to make money doing it. So that was the drawing. So around 2004, I thought, I know when we did an event at a mall or something, people would be lined up out the door, to come and see the display. So they'd have a huge bump in their traffic. And I'm thinking the malls would pay for this, as you guys well know, right?
Yeah.
So there's a market there. People love to come and see a Lego event. The mall loves to have the traffic. Everyone loves to see Lego. The public has a great time. You get a career, and the Lego company's happy. So I mean, they get exposure. So everybody wins. So I pitched this to Lego in 2004. This whole idea of having certified, trained, vetted people that would do this on their behalf and go to places like, Lego would, when they take their big tours, they'll go to Toronto, Montreal, Edmonton, Calgary, and Vancouver. That's where they always went. They're not going to go to Medicine Hat. They're not going to go to Saskatoon. They're not going to go even to Winnipeg, even sort of the slightly smaller cities. So I knew that there was thousands and thousands of people that would be clamoring to do this. So that's what I started. I started with a couple of events in the Vancouver area, worked out the kinks, kind of got proof of concept, and then I wrote a white paper for Lego and pitched it to two guys, two higher ups that came to Brickfest PDX in Portland in 2005, and so that's when it actually started. And if you know your Lego history, the Lego company was just coming out of a really rough period. They almost went bankrupt, back in the 2002, 2003. They're putting out, frankly, horrible sets. Jack Stone, all his juniorized sets and stuff. It's really quite bad. And they were trying to sell everything. They were making their own video games, investing millions of dollars in capital instead of licensing it to a video game company. They're making bed sheets and backpacks and everything else and doing it all in-house. Right? I mean, they're investing in all this capital. So they were almost bankrupt. So they were desperate for new revenue streams. We got to make money some other way. So I came along and said, hey, I can give you free promotion. You don't have to pay a dime. The mall will pay, the museum will pay, the science center will pay. You like this? They were jumped all over it. So I was of course I had myself in as number one. Yeah. And then brought in three other guys in that first wave. One was Dan Parker from Seattle, and then the other two are names that you probably know. Nathan Soea, of course, was awesome. One of those. Of course, he took it and ran with it and has created many exhibits, and he's probably the poster boy for the whole program. Yes. Has done the most, has the most exposure by far. And then Sean Kenny. So Sean Kenny also from New York.
Lego architecture.
No, he came later. That was Adam Reed Tucker.
Okay.
So he came on around, I would say maybe 2009. He became an LCP. So all these different kinds of businesses. I mean, I've always focused on doing live events, bringing a truckload of bricks to a site and building from the ground up. Dinosaur, castle, robot, house, dog, giant teepee in Rockets. Medicine Hat, rockets, exactly. So whatever happens to be, barbecues. I mean, it could be anything, right? So that's kind of what I like to do. I love working with people and building contests and stuff on site. Other guys created exhibits. So you have Nathan with his Art of the Brick. Sean did the same thing. Ryan McNaught from Australia, many exhibits, one of which is in Vancouver right now, Towers of Tomorrow. Finally reopened after 6 months collecting dust. And other ones went the other route of doing a lot of customs. So you have a lot of big custom creations. So these are companies and organizations and even Lego commissioning the LCP to create giant glued, internal metal support, giant builds. So I never really went that route either. I did a lot of small stuff for Lego Canada, but most of the big stuff came from either the Enfield, U.S. headquarters, or Kladno in the Czech Republic. Big shops there, so it just wasn't a need for it for here. But Australia has nobody within 10,000 miles, and so Ryan's shop down there, they did a lot of stuff for Lego.
Yeah,
and now it's happening in Asia.
A lot of crazy things over there for sure.
Right. So now we have it in Asia. They're opening what are called Lego certified stores, LCS stores in China. They opened. I think they've got 200 now. They got plans for another 150. but all of those stores have lots of models in them. And so there's a couple of LCPs that are building models in large Lego shops over there. But they don't do many public events. It's all about doing big models and customs. So a lot of different flavors of LCP. But over the years, that's just how it's evolved. It's now 16 years for me. So yeah, and we've just coming on stream in the East. We've got Graham Diamond, who was the first master builder at the Legoland Discovery Center in Vaughan Mills, near Toronto, and he did that for a couple of years, and I knew him obviously through that, and then he decided he wanted to go out on his own, so he did that. So again, we worked together doing events there and whatnot. I actually have a whole warehouse of bricks out there that he keeps, so I don't have to ship bricks across the country. So when I go out there, it's use his bricks, and vice versa. So I bought them, he can use them. So it's a nice relationship. Anyway, last year he applied to be an LCP. And nice. I supported that. And so he is coming on stream. So next year he will be a full-fledged LCP. So then we'll have 2 and 3.
Sure. Now, just to take things back, we're going to rewind the clock. We got to know, what's your background? Like, what did you used to do before all of this Lego stuff?
So, like every 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11-year-old, I wanted to be a Lego designer or a Lego builder, master builder as a kid. But for most kids, that's unrealistic. Now it's a bit more attainable because you can actually be connected and see the Lego company, and there are quite a few Canadians that are in those roles. But for, like I said, it was like Willy Wonka. It was this massive, crazy, amazing company that would squirt out Lego sets, but we didn't know how do you contact them. I mean, what do you even do? So, and they're in Denmark, a different language, different continent, no internet back when I was a kid. So
no internet?
How do you get your golden ticket then?
Exactly. So, it was unattainable. So I went into my next favorite love, which at the time was IT. So I got in college, I got a business admin IT degree, and that was my first career. So I did that for many years. But, as many people in IT can attest, you're going to burn out. Because it's frantic, it's busy, technology is always changing. You'll get certified in something, but it's obsolete in 6 months, yada, yada. So I just kind of burnt out. But at that time, that was when things were ramping up as far as the clubs, and my Lego hobby had kind of been reinvigorated. And I realized, what I really want to do is I want to revisit this thing, and if I can be a professional Lego person, it's somehow. So
you're
for me, it was
the dark ages then, if that's.
I never really had a true dark age, but I call it a dim age. I had a dim age. So I mean,
that's a Robin Sather verse.
Is that an original?
It's an original. Dim age.
Like ever since, I have a perfect record going. Since I was 4 years old. For every birthday and every Christmas, I got Lego. So I have it for every Christmas, and that's over 50 years now.
Wow!
So
you got awesome
and even this last birthday, a couple months ago, I got Lego.
Nice.
So even all through my late teens, college, young adulthood, I was still getting Lego and I'd build stuff. But I literally thought I was one of maybe 7 people in the world that was an adult fan of Lego, because you didn't ever run into anybody. The internet comes along and boom, there's like 15 in Vancouver all of a sudden. They're like, what? So so the possibility of being some sort of Lego career quickly became again a possibility, and I could explore it. So I considered, applying and doing all the same things, that going to Denmark and going through a master builder showdown and seeing what happened. I would happily have moved to Denmark.
Master Builder Showdown. What is that?
Well, some of your viewers probably know how typically master builders are chosen. You basically send a portfolio in when they're looking for master builders or set designers or whatever, and then they'll whittle it down online through a couple of interviews and seeing your stuff, and then they actually invite a whole bunch of people to a Lego headquarters, and you'll have a couple of days of intensive building where it's just essentially whittling down to fewer and fewer people.
So it's like a Lego Masters Showdown Battle Royale. Whoa!
It's exactly right. Yeah, it's just so like you'd see at a con, like they'll have a master builder competition. They might give you a pile of bricks in 45 minutes and say, okay, we need a globe. That was one of the classic ones back in the day. Build a globe, and make it different and unique compared to everything else that's going to be in the room. And and it's not just about the build, it's also about your technique, it's also about how you present it, it's about how you, because you're almost all the set designers and master builders will have a public persona as well. So it's a bit of a package there. And you'll end up going from you'll have 30 people invited to a weekend in Billund or in Enfield or somewhere, and it'll whittle down to 2 or 3 who actually get offered the job. So I could have done that, but I really wanted to stay in Canada, to be honest. I like living on the West Coast. I didn't really want to go to anywhere else, so I thought, well, how else can this happen? And that's how the whole thing.
We're glad you stayed.
I'm in Vancouver. You got the choice to stay in Vancouver. There's very few other places in the world that you'd really want to give that up. So,
and certainly not. I mean, I love my Lego US peeps, but Enfield, you don't want to live in Enfield. It's a little hick town. It's not great. It's right in the middle of everything, but not near anything. Tobacco field. It's just even the ones that live there, they kind of live usually a little ways away.
Right.
Denmark. If you haven't been to Denmark is like Saskatchewan essentially. It's dead flat and it's farms everywhere.
Okay.
So it's dead flat farms. It's little farms everywhere, little farm villages everywhere. And so Billund is a town of 10,000 people. It'd be like, I don't know, Morden, I don't know, somewhere in Saskatchewan, or Swift Current.
Yeah.
And there's this massive airport and a massive Lego facility, and then this little town. I mean, there's 4 restaurants, 1 hotel plus the Legoland hotel. So it's.
Does everyone who lives there, do you think they go through a stage of working for Lego, since that's like one of the major
I think so. But a lot of people that work for Lego don't live in Billund, so they might live in Billund. They'll live closer away. So there's a town called Vila, that's about 20 minutes drive. It's a bit bigger. It'd be like living in Red Deer or something like that.
Okay.
And then if you move to Aarhus, which is on the coast, that's a university town. Very exciting town. 4 universities there. Really, lots of great food, great culture, great shopping. And it's also Vila and Aarhus are connected by train to the rest of Europe nicely. So a lot of people live in Vila and other places that are nearby, and then they just drive, to work every day, kind of a thing. But be that as it may, I still wanted to stay in Canada. My family's here. You'd have to learn Danish, even though they always operate in English. All non-Danish speakers have to learn Danish.
Yeah.
But so I opted for this route, and it's worked out fantastically well.
So how was your transition from IT to Lego? Like, what are some skills that translated over, or was there any?
Yeah, absolutely. A ton of stuff. So I had a good situation. I mean, when I my beginning of my IT career, of course, I worked for other companies as a programmer, as a consultant, was doing all kinds of stuff. And then at some point, I actually went on my own. So this is a long time ago. I'm an old man. So 1991, I actually went on my own. So I'd already been working on my own as a consultant and programmer and developer and application developer and integrator and all that sort of stuff for 10 years before the Lego thing kind of kicked back in. So that's a couple of bonuses to that. One, I was on my own. I could make my own decisions and decide to do whatever I want. I don't have to punch a clock. I don't have to answer to anybody.
You're your own boss.
So gradually, as I started Lego activities, I could shift. I could just kind of change my activity. So it's,
balance.
2 days Lego, 3 days IT, and gradually shift. It took me about 2 years, actually, from when I sort of started being Brickville to fully engage with that and basically drop 99% of my clients or transition them off into other areas or other consultants and stuff. So
when did you know?
That was number one. I had the freedom to not have to quit my job and try this totally, and you guys know what this is like, that aspect of it. So it's complicated. You got to somehow put bread on the table, and you pay your rent and stuff. So it's tricky, and it's all a big unknown. So secondly, I was running my own business. So I had to do all my own bookkeeping and marketing and all the taxes and government stuff and everything. I had to do all that stuff. So just to do it for another business was not a big deal. So I was well suited to just be able to transition, and it worked out well.
But when did you know that like this is the time? Like the time, was there any like moments that stood out?
Give us
I
an
never
exact
know
date.
if it's going to work for sure. I didn't know that. I didn't really know if it was going to work for sure, right? So,
Oh, really?
it was that I knew I could always fall back. Like I could always just say, it didn't work. I'll just keep being the hobbyist, play with the club, and I'll go back to IT. You know, I knew that I could do that, so it wasn't a massive risk. I had to put some investment in to get bricks and stuff like that, and signage, and you know, it's a few $1,000s, but it wasn't dramatic. But I mean, for me, like at one point, the IT side of it was just becoming such a drag. Like it was soul numbing, as any IT person will tell you. Sometimes you just don't want to be getting at that keyboard, anything but that. So I was just starting to really, really not enjoy doing the work. So I really invested emotionally heavily into the Lego
Into
because I
Lego.
needed.
Isn't that funny how that happens? Like our interest and our passion really stands out when you start doing something you don't like. Like a lot of the advice that we give out there, like you got to do something you hate in order to find something that you love. And of course, like the one tip that you always tell me and remind me is, I believe it was find the joy in what you're doing, right?
Find the joy, find the love. Absolutely. If you can find something you love to do and then get paid for it, I mean, the old adage is that, you know, if you do something you love, if you get paid for something you love to do, you never have to work a day in your life, right?
Absolutely.
Because you're playing, you're having fun, and you're just getting paid for it. So that the Lego aspect that I have that has been that way for me.
And what are some things that like, you know, like some joyful moments that you really just get a kick out of? Like, I know we've worked with you in the past, and is it just the show or is it the people? Like, what is it?
I put myself in, I put myself in the shoes of the people that come to the show. So I can think if I was a 7-year-old kid and I went to a shopping mall and there was a professional Lego builder there and he's building a huge creation and I can actually talk with them and maybe even bring something to show from my own collection, like what I built, and get some comments on it. I would have been over the moon. I mean, I would have talked about that for years. And so I think about that when I'm doing events. So it's those moments, the one-on-ones with the kids that come to the shows, and adults too. These closet AFOLs will come out and nobody knows that they're a Lego fan.
That's right.
But they'll build like
You're right.
giant amusement park rides, or they've built every house they've lived in or whatever, and they may show pictures and they're absolutely excited about it, but nobody knows. And so I can give them great praise and validation and just, I love that. Those moments are my favorite because I know what it would have meant to me. And it's funny because I've been doing it so long now, doing it for 16 years. You can imagine, back in 2004 or 5, I would have had a 6-7-year-old boy or girl come up and we'd have a moment. Well, now it's 16 years later, right? So I'll get people coming up to me at a show, beard, a baby in hand, and they'll say, yeah, you won't remember me, Mr. Sather, but
That's cool.
And it's back in 2005, he was the 7-year-old kid. So now he's bringing his own kid to an event and getting them into the Lego thing, but he still remembers it, and that's meaningful to me. I didn't get any of that from IT.
Oh yeah, no doubt. On that note, Robin, how have you found, now that it's been around for the 16 years, how were the first couple of years received versus how it's received now? What are the shifts? Because, I mean, I'm sure there's pros and cons for both sides of it, from when you started it up until now.
Human nature is the same. People are the same. Kids are the same as far as how they like to be validated and like to be approached and like to talk about what they do. But the Lego scene, both from what you buy in the stores, the company itself, and of course the AFOL community, night and day. They're nothing like each other anymore. It's completely different. And the Lego sets, the designs, and the models that are coming out of the Lego company now across the board, I mean, the bar is 5 times higher than it was. And back in the 80s, and going back even further, like the entire output of the Lego company, all the different products you'd get in an entire year, you might get 80 80 products at most in the entire year. That'd be the entire. That's everything. That's video games. That's collectible little mug thing. It could be anything. Now you'll have sometimes over 1,000 these years. There's been. I mean, there was one. I think it was middle last year. There was one release date. I think it was August 1st. Had 600 new products in one release partway through the year. So I mean, people used to get, well, people would say back in the 90s, well, I'm space complete, or I'm castle complete.
Good luck.
I mean, yeah, you need 10 grand a month just to spend Lego to keep complete. It's crazy. The fan level of like your guests. The stuff your guests create is mind-blowing, and it's absolutely so far beyond anything that was ever built. I mean, I won Best in Show for a Castle at BuildCon in Seattle in 2005. I mean, they wouldn't even display that castle now if I brought it there. It's the bar has been raised so much with incredible creativity, and of course, yes, there's way more color, way more pieces available, way more element. But I mean, the level of building skill now and proficiency and diversity amongst the build styles and the builders themselves, unbelievable. Such an exciting community to watch now. And the Lego company has grown up. I mean, they're embracing new technologies, new part materials. We're experimenting with, of course, with sugarcane plastics, and there's lots of other stuff in the wings that's coming. I've seen a couple of things, and really cool stuff being worked on.
See, that's interesting that you mentioned that, like, because you've been through the transition. Like, let's go with the internet, for example. Like, you've seen the Lego community without internet, and now we've transitioned into this era where everyone seems to be living in the internet. So, like, how do you feel that the Lego community has shifted in that direction, like with the introduction of the internet?
I mean, on the plus side, like back when I was a kid, if you were lucky, and again, we're in Canada, so we didn't exist. Nothing would ship to Canada, so you couldn't get it. But if you were lucky, you could get Brick Kicks magazine, which was this little, I mean, it was almost like stapled together sheets of paper. That would be like the same as your Lego Club magazine now. But that was the only fan interaction that you could get. And I think I got it for maybe 2 years as a kid, and then it just went away. Like, you couldn't renew, and it was gone. And I never was able to get it again. So that was the far extreme. Other than that, you just had what came out the shelves, and then in the boxes they'd have catalogs. So those catalogs were like gold. Like,
yeah, you got to hold on to them. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, little thing. Now there'd be a book like this each year. You download the ones online, and they're massive PDFs, right? Anyway, So the good side is that you can find out intimate things about the bricks, the model designers, the sets themselves, how the parts are made, the company. Anything you want to know, you can find. So from a standpoint of someone who had nothing, years ago, and now can learn anything as a fan, and I even have more access because I'm an LCP. It's fantastic. On the other side of that is people can tend to feel a little entitled. So because it's available, I think the fan community sometimes gets a little whiny, to be honest, and a little bit complaining about, such and such, and some set is, got a little problem, and so, why didn't they get that sorted out? And I have to just kind of bite my lip and keep my mouth shut. It's like, you guys don't understand. You have the golden age of Lego access, and the sets are.
Did we get disconnected from Robin?
We lost a Robin.
Oh,
it's just.
Sorry, guys. We lost Robin. Oh, looks like he's coming back on.
You can rejoin.
Yeah, good.
We may just take a second.
Am I back in?
Yes,
your
sir.
Your video is now connected. Awesome. So the golden age. We're in a golden age here.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but we're back.
That's okay.
Yes, sir.
I have to, a small point there. I got to say, I love Zoom does this too. Discord does it too. That tech that just happened there to pop us back in.
Yeah,
that's crazy. That's unbelievable tech. So
It saved our
kudos to
stream.
my
We didn't have to
IT
reconnect.
pros.
It was
We
good.
don't have to restart. Keep going. So you were
Unbelievable.
talking about the golden age.
Back in the days of PC Anywhere and early Skype, you're pooch. Now
Oh,
you're
yeah.
done. You might have to restart your computer and reschedule your call for half an hour later. Anyway, but yeah, we this is a golden age, and you know, back in the 80s, I think there was 16 model designers, right? So they did everything: Castle, Pirate, Basic, everything. Well, I think there's over 250 right now in Billund alone, and there's other ones that work on stuff.
Yeah.
So I mean, and I know quite a few of designers. A lot of young designers, tons of people that have come from the AFOL community.
Yeah.
You've got Chris Perron from
Edmonton?
Alberta.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. We had him on our brick can calls, and so he's done obviously some amazing designs and having a ball over in Denmark. So he took the route of doing the master builder model designer route and moved to Denmark, right? So he's good to go. We've got Pierre Normandin from Montreal. Again, city designer. Now he's doing creator expert. So he designed the little Fiat, for example, and the Crocodile
that's so
engine.
cool.
That's Canadian design.
That's a Canadian.
Right? So,
That's so sweet.
yeah. So Pierre's a good buddy, and he went that route as well. So he's been in Denmark, I think, now 15 years. Not quite, maybe 12 years. Has a house there, lives there. He lives in Billund, actually. So, so I mean, I think it's a golden age. I think it's, but you know, when you just have experienced that, and that's all you know.
Yeah.
If there's a little drop in the action, or a set doesn't quite come out the week that they were supposed to, or you go, you kind of complain about it. I'm going, oh, guys, please don't complain. It's so good. It's so good.
You don't tend to appreciate like what the Lego company is doing for us, especially since everyone's just seeing it through what it is now. People don't have the time to go back and kind of like look at the history, right?
But
I get that.
The retrospective ability to actually live very deeply in both eras. So yeah,
I have a bit of a unique perspective, and yeah, that's just the old man coming out in me to hear that sort of stuff.
Back in my day.
But I'm just so stoked to watch the new builders and people that are putting stuff out now. I have some plans for some cool mocks that I don't get to build as much for myself without a project as I'd like to. So I have this long list.
Awesome.
And once in a while, I'll go online and see that someone has built my idea. Like, okay, I'll cross that one off.
No,
but
don't.
I still have a very,
But why not? Why not?
still a very long list.
Why
Well, you know what it's
try
like
and
if someone,
improve upon?
like one of the ones for me, like again, growing up in the 70s and 80s as a kid, of course, the sci-fi we have now for TVs, movies, and pop culture is insane. Like it's a golden age for that. But back then, it was pretty few and far between. So the most cheesy show ever, sci-fi show, was I still think was amazing. It was super cheesy, and we all knew it was cheesy. It was cheesy even then. But Space 1999. So that was a TV show back then, and the tech was just really cool, like the Space 1999 Eagles and Moonbase Alpha and all the machines. The spacecraft looked like they were like real, because there were just pipes everywhere, and Apollo era engines. They weren't just sleek, Star Trek ships, right? They looked like they could work. Anyway, I always wanted to make a Space 1999 Eagle. But a couple of Japanese builders have absolutely nailed it. Like it's so epic. It's so perfect. All the wind is out of my sails to build it now. Like I couldn't do it as good as that. So I'm not interested. I'll move on to another project.
Okay, Robin, speaking of moving on, so we've got about 10 minutes left before we're going to, I know you were a little bit cut off today, so before you guys, before we move to the questions, we do want to let you know that Robin is also the only guest on this entire 3 days that is going to be here more than once.
Yes.
So we also have Robin coming in tomorrow to end the stream, which is at 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, so you guys can convert that to whatever time you would need. But it'll be basically tomorrow in 3 hours from now. So,
Yeah, so if we don't collect some questions, if we don't get to them now, we
We'll keep
can
going.
hit them then right off the bat.
So what I was going to say is sorry that we got cut short today, but thankfully Robin will be here tomorrow so we can continue these questions. So what I'm going to do is I pulled some questions and I have them written down, and I'm going to go in order. Some of them, we'll try and keep them relatively short, just as concise as possible. But so for the first one, and you may have answered this one in a roundabout way, but maybe people who aren't as business savvy may not have caught on. How do you actually make money as a Lego certified professional? How did you turn that into a business? Like, where do you get your pay from? Is it from Lego? Is it from the malls? Is it from the community? Like, maybe just concisely tell them how that is.
Yeah, and so it's sometimes as an LCP, you get checked out, you get vetted, if you know what that means. You basically get checked out, and no criminal history, criminal records check. You're not a pedophile, and all that sort of stuff. So you have to be all checked out, and once you're checked out, you're now vetted and a trusted business partner with Lego. So that means Lego can use you for stuff. So occasionally I'll put on a Lego hat and I'll work for Lego. So I think one of the pictures you showed was like the Lego Emmett's House, for example, giant version of Emmett's House from the Lego movie. So that was a thing I did for Lego. I was acting as a Lego builder for them, and I just made a 12 times scale Emmett's House at a Toys R Us in Langley.
Which is actually where I met you the first time, was at that build. You were building it, and we took a selfie together. Anyway, just a fun fact for you guys.
There you go. So that was Lego paying me to essentially be an outside builder for them. But that's a tiny chunk of my revenue. Most what I'm doing is I'm going to a shopping mall, Science World, Spark in Calgary, Odysseum in Edmonton. I mean, they're all over the country. Or a library, or shopping malls, libraries, children's festivals, fairs, Capital X, PNE, Klondike Days, back in the day, Stampede, whatever. They will hire me essentially as a marketing tool. So they know that if there's a Lego aspect, kids are going to come. Kids and families are going to come. So they're trying to build traffic, obviously we know what that's happening because we're in New Horizons. So
that's true.
So what happens there is I have guidelines from the Lego company to maintain a standard of presentation and using the branding right and stuff. So Lego knows that I can do an event, and then the mall or whatever the venue is paying me to be there. Lego doesn't have to pay any money. And they may charge for an event, they may not. It might be a free event that people come to at the shopping mall or whatever. But I make most of my money from being paid to appear to do that. And then if I build something for somebody, like a commission, then obviously I get paid for that. So time and materials, I sell them a sculpture, and it's, X number of dollars. And that's how I get paid.
Okay, that's interesting. I think that'll give a good insight to people. I think a lot of them, because you're employed by Lego, but that's not actually where the revenue comes from for an LCP.
I'm not really I'm certified by Lego. I'm not an employee of Lego.
Not actually.
Yeah.
So you can get hired out by them at times. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool.
What's our next question?
The next one, we'll try and keep this one short because this could go into a really long tangent.
Yeah.
How do you? No, just the question. What does your day look like, or what does your year look like in terms of time spent traveling versus time spent building on site versus doing these events specifically, or just sitting at home and doing whatever you have to do as a business? Like, what does that time actually go like?
So let's just throw 2020 out because it's
typically.
I mean, I hadn't done an event in person. I did an event in person. It was a drive-by build where I did a build and people drove by in cars to see it in August. That was the first event I had done since middle of February.
Yeah.
So usually I would do 2 to 3 events a month. I'd be going somewhere, a lot of times local-ish, so in British Columbia, or else I'd be traveling to Western Canada and once in a while across Canada. So there's traveling. There's just the regular stuff to prepare for an event. So that's planning a design. That's arranging the bricks. If I have to ship the bricks, that's packing them up on a pallet, going to a shipper or having them pick it up, and then sending it off a few weeks before the event. There's marketing. There's all the accounting you have to do. There's media, so you have to arrange to do media, whether it's online like this or going in person at 5:30 a.m. to a CBC radio studio, which we do all the time.
We just did that. We just did 6:45. Yeah.
Exactly.
But it was
so
that hotel.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, it's radio. Can't we do that on the phone? No,
Yeah.
you got to be in the studio.
Exactly.
So yeah. Anyway, so there's a lot of that. I mean, I tell people, yeah, you get to play with Lego all day. In reality, I think if you average it all out, at the very most, I might be actually having my hands on bricks for the purposes of building, not just packing them up. Maybe 15 to 20% of the time.
Oh wow.
That's an
So
interesting
all the
reality, I
rest
think, for people
is
to know.
all the
Yeah.
other stuff, right? So
Yeah.
is
Just like
designing,
businesses are time
and then of
consuming as a
course,
whole.
keeping your own stuff sorted out, your own stuff collection. I mean, when I get Lego,
Oh
I used
man.
to. This has sort of gone away now to some degree, but I used to do a lot of custom kits. Lego has kind of changed the program to not allow those, but either custom kits where I'd make 500 of a kit, might have 250 pieces in it. So that comes on, you'd have a whole pallet, a whole skid of boxes of bricks that you're going to now part out into 500 kits. Or I would do make and takes, which is when you go to a store usually or an event, and there'll be a little instruction thing there, and you'll gather up all the pieces you need to make a Christmas ornament or something like that, and then you take that home. So there might be 2,000 of those. So I would be getting bricks coming in all the time, or I'd be planning for future events like that, and I have to store those bricks. I think the most I ever got, I had 7 skids come at one time for a bunch of stuff that was happening at the same time, and I have to find place for that. So I have storage units and places that I store everything and try and keep it organized. At any given point, I probably have about 2.5 million bricks on hand, maybe 3 million bricks. So, and it's in and out all the time. 2020 has been weird, so there's been none of that happening. But other years, that's definitely that. Yeah, I know it doesn't answer all of that question, but it gives.
I mean,
we can always go
it's
talk
a
about
tough
it
one.
tomorrow.
We can talk about it tomorrow.
But yeah.
I'm going to ask
Yeah.
you one more question because we can do it quick.
Okay.
And everything else, sorry for everyone who's on the stream now who has submitted questions. We have a list of them. I have them written down, so don't worry. We'll ask
talk
them
about them
tomorrow. What set did you get for your birthday this year?
Oh, that's a good
Lego
one.
did you get for your birthday this year?
Ooh, good question. Shoot, what did I get? Because of course I'm always buying sets too.
Yeah.
You have a backlog, I'm
Yeah.
assuming.
It might have been a Fiat. It might have been a Fiat.
That sounds about
It's
right.
funny because I already bought one for my niece, my nephew. But then I think my wife bought me the Fiat for myself. I think that was probably what it was.
That sounds good.
Nice, that's
Good
awesome.
set. Good set.
Well, guys, that was
it.
Robin Sather. That's Canada's current only certified Lego professional, Lego certified professional. Sorry, the godfather of Lego certified professionals. As we mentioned before, he will be on tomorrow again. He'll be the only one that we get to speak to twice. We'll be answering more questions with him. Robin, they got to also watch a bunch of your awesome builds that came off of your portfolio page. A lot of inspirational things were said about them, and a lot of great questions came from them. So tomorrow we'll make sure to ask you those. But for now, we're going to have to let you go as we got to move on to the next schedule, the next builder. We appreciate you so much for being here. Sorry for the slight delay in your start, just due to some technical difficulties, but we appreciate your patience and, of course, having you take some time out of your day to be able to be here.
Not at all. I'm happy to be here. Happy to start it off. I'm glad you got your glitches sorted out. I'm going to try and pop in at some points to check out some of their action.
Please. Yeah,
but I'm happy. I'm looking forward to tomorrow afternoon, and we'll do it again. We'll carry on.
We'll definitely see you then. All right, I'm going to switch you guys.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you so much, Robin.
See you guys.
All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us for that. We're going to switch over to a quick commercial break, and we will let you guys watch another build interview. The next person who's going to be on is going to be live in about 10 minutes from now. His name is Christian, and you are going to see some amazing builds from him. So stay tuned. We will see you guys in 2 seconds.
Are you guys relaxed?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
So relaxed.
They're so relaxed.
You're the only one freaking out.
I'm nervous for them. I don't know why. 'Cause I'm in front of good builders. I usually get giddy when I'm like around like really good creators. So
That's good.
anyways, but can you guys introduce yourself?
Well, I'm Aiden. I'm Hudson.
And you guys are brothers.
Yep.
Twins. Twins.
Yes.
Ah, that's
Obvious.
it was a guess, but I don't know. You never know.
And you guys won what category in BuildCon?
Dark Ages.
Dark Ages.
For the, what was the build called again?
Return to Port.
I knew. I just wanted to hear it again because it's one of my favorite builds.
So who came up with the idea?
Well, it was kind of based off of, I had a pre-existing mock which I made for an ideas contest and Lego Ideas. It was there was the two characters who you can see on the mock. They're like in the smaller boat and they have the gold and all that. They actually got that from one of my previous mocks, which is like a scene where they're searching for like a lost giant who was like was in an island and they found the treasure and now they're returning to port.
Oh,
That's the name, Return to Port.
That makes sense then. There's a little bit more story behind the name. Because I wasn't sure. I thought maybe Return to Port was just like a very general name for everybody at the port. I guess it kind of works that way too.
Yeah.
Like everyone kind of returns to the port at some point, but the actual like deep stories that it's those people returning from that specific mock for That's actually pretty cool.
There's so much.
There's a lot of layers, a lot of depth to it. I mean, just the depth in the build itself, though, is really cool. So, did you guys plan out pieces of it like separately? Like, did you come up with a specific idea and then build that, or did you come up with a specific idea, or how did you guys plan it out? Because collaborating is never easy. Like, if you guys saw the from Box Moss Yummy build that Chris and I did, yeah, our collaboration is terrible. Your collaboration is way cooler than ours.
So yeah, when we start out, we usually just talk about what we want. Say like, start out, we have a port, medieval port. We'll have some shops on the outside and the outskirts of like a town wall. And then we'll just just to show that this is a castle in the Dark Ages, we should have a castle.
Makes sense.
At least show there's a castle there, so that's why we added the wall.
Yeah.
And then we kind of just got a piece of paper, kind of planned it out, get a general shape. That's usually what we do with these mocks, but it kind of just progresses. It'll eventually look different to what our original blueprint looks like. Yeah.
So how do you guys plan it out? Like who does what? Like who coordinates the whole thing?
Well, we kind of just work together. We kind of throw ideas.
Okay.
Say
Twin
like,
tandem.
like the terrain and stuff, we'll just work on together, and then we'll kind of just move on. I build one dock, he's working on another. I'm working on a boat, he's working on another. Or I start on the wall, he's working on the shops. That's kind of how that one went.
So have you guys both been building at the same time? Like, or who got into Lego first?
Well, we got into Lego since we were like 3, because our dad had his own Lego, which he got from like his uncle and stuff.
Right.
So
Similar story. Usually, most builders usually have some sort of story like that.
so we eventually just was handed down to us, and we got into it and never gave it up. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, but
What? So you guys have a couple of different styles of builders. We have a medieval. We have some sort of like fantasy style. We have sci-fi as well. Like, what is your favorite build? What is your favorite genre of build for each of you? So you can start however you want. But I'm just curious, like, you guys have so many different themes. Like, what is your favorite? If you had to pick one.
So when I first started building Lego mocks, we wanted to build a Lego city. Every kid wanted to do that. So typically you just started building cars, houses, stuff like that. Then moved on to building just sort of other stuff. So
well,
Okay, well, continue.
yeah.
started building other stuff, kind of randomness, and then inspired by other stuff like Ninjago and other stuff we liked at the time. Video games, try to build stuff from video games like Zelda. I always like building mocks from the Zelda games.
What was the first Legend of Zelda game you played?
Wind Waker for the GameCube.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Wind Waker, nice.
And then I got into space roughly like 3 years ago. Started building some spaceships and stuff. And then we started working more together on mocks. We started with like a school project. We built like a war scene for one of our social projects. And then I started getting more into building just kind of whatever.
Okay, whatever comes to your mind. Yeah, that makes sense. What of yourself favorite theme?
Oh, it was probably now I'm most experienced with just Bionicle mocks because there's 2 of them there. And it wasn't really until 2016 I kind of got back into Bionicle. There was a whole reboot of it and stuff. And like we were interested in Bionicle before, but like we were younger then, and it kind of just went away and just lost interest. And the pieces just got all lost in our big collection. So once 2016 came, I got interested into it, and I kind of just dumped out all of our Lego and just sorted through it and found all the Bionicle parts I could find, and would just make basic mocks from there. And then over the years, just got inspiration from other builders and kind of made my own style. And that's what I do, make Bionicle mocks usually.
So what was your question you were going to ask?
Oh, I was gonna say, like, what's the best part of Lego so far that you guys have enjoyed building with? Like,
I mean, sort of like endless possibilities, really. You can do whatever you want with it. You can display, you can build with it.
is it something like when you guys go home from school? Is it something that you guys look forward to doing? Is that like what gets you guys excited with Lego? Like, what is it about it that, you know, other than the endless possibility, is there something more that you guys like about it?
I don't know. Well, I mean, there's the sets as well. Lego, as it makes their themes, new pieces, new sets come out, minifigures to collect, and all that.
Oh, you guys collect minifigures too. What sets do you guys like?
Well, we like the Harry Potter theme.
Nice.
We're trying to collect all the sets so that we can. Ninjago as well. Yeah.
What do you guys think about sets? We talked about this previously before with some people. Do you guys like to go out, buy a set, build that set, and enjoy it as its actual set first? And then how long do you keep it? Do you usually end up tearing it apart for pieces? Like, how does that process work for you guys?
Well, yeah, we usually, like, with set themes like Harry Potter, we keep them. We keep the sets and stuff. Sometimes we'll take apart sets, like in our previous entries, like the underwater theme. That was mostly parts from the Saturn V set, but we kind of take apart sets and then mill them off, and then rebuild the set afterwards. But like usually now, a lot of, if I get a city set or like some Ninjago sets, seems like a lot of Ninjago sets are kind of just vehicles and stuff like that.
Right.
They might eventually just, what we used to say, decompose.
Yeah.
Where they kind of like, especially when we were younger, we'd get sets and we'd want to build mocks. We were too lazy just to dig in the endless part bins. We just kind of pick pieces from sets, and eventually you just kind of have a husk of a set.
Yeah,
And
that makes sense.
Just decompose. I don't know what happened to it.
So, question for you, Hudson. What is the very first set that you remember building?
Okay, it was between two. There was a Lego mail van from I think 2007 from Lego City, or there was a Lego Bionicle set from 2007 called Dekar. It was just a smaller Matoran set. So yeah.
And Aiden, how about you? How about a Harry Potter set, the first Harry Potter set that you've ever built?
That was, let me think. So that came out in 2018. So it was either the Great Hall at Christmas.
The first one.
I'm pretty sure that was it. There was, you got the Crimes of Grindelwald.
Oh,
yeah. I bought the Crimes of Grindelwald carriage, if that counts. It's fantastic.
definitely.
It's a
Same universe.
Sure. Yeah, same universe.
So we never really got any of the Harry Potter sets from earlier, because
Like the original set.
yeah, we were just into Ninjago, and yeah, at that time I hated Harry Potter. I didn't like it until like in school we kind of watched it and it was like interesting. So I'm like, it's cool.
Which Harry Potter did you watch? Was it the first one, or did you jump into a whole?
Our teacher had like the full set, and she just played it all at lunchtime.
So from that point, you never watched a movie?
So
Oh.
Okay. How old were you when you ended up watching that movie for the first time?
we were 11.
11. Okay. Oh, that's a good age.
Yeah, it's a good age.
11 when you get your
So
letter from Hogwarts, right?
Yeah.
with Ninjago specifically, is it because of the television show that you guys watch that you like the sets?
Yeah, well, yeah. From the start, I don't really watch the TV series anymore. I just kind of like the sets. They come with new pieces, good minifigures, and that's really. I definitely don't get as much Ninjago as I used to. Like when you're younger, you're definitely involved with the TV show and all that.
Right.
It always evolves your taste and stuff like that.
How about you, Hudson?
Yeah, for Ninjago, it's because when we were younger, we were always excited for the newest themes and stuff. So every day we would check Lego.com. We didn't really know that there would be waves coming out specific times.
Yeah.
So we just checked Lego.com on the products to see if there's anything new. So one one day there was just Lego Ninjago, but it didn't show any of the sets. It was just a game. And we're like playing this game, really confused. This mysterious Lego theme came out of nowhere. The sets came out. We're like, well, this is cool. We had a friend who also got the sets. He got it before we did. We're like, well, this is really cool. So we just started collecting them. We first wanted to get all just the original 4 Ninjas, and then kind of moved on from there. Watched the TV show when we could.
Speaking of friends that influence your friends who also build Lego, have you found that a lot of your friends that you had that build Lego before still build now? Or like, in terms of like your friend circle, are you guys the most serious about Lego probably versus everyone else?
Definitely. Everyone, they obviously appreciate Lego and like kind of reminisce back onto it, but like, yeah, no one really is involved in the community or is following collecting Lego anymore. We're kind of just dropped away from that. Yeah.
Do you guys think you guys will ever stop not liking Lego? Like, do you guys think you will have your own Dark Ages? What do you think?
It's hard to say. I mean, you don't really know until you graduate, go to college and stuff. That's probably at the time where most people kind of drop out because there's other priorities.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I think you guys have such a good start and a foundation, so much more so than Chris and I had when we were younger. I mean, we built Bionicles, we built stuff together, but it was never, we never in the community when we were your age. Like, there was no real community that I can remember until we were much older. So I think it's lucky for you guys to have something, and like, even if you go through, you know, quote unquote Dark Ages or anything like that, I think you guys have already established yourself so well in the community that you can at least continue to appreciate it. Whether you like have the time to actually build for the conventions or just at least go and appreciate it, at least I think you guys have that opportunity. So did you guys talk about like
You guys being in a different category, because there's an AFOL community and there's a TFOL category. You guys obviously fall in the TFOL category. Do you feel that there's a community like for TFOLs? Like, what do you think of the Lego community when we talk about our side, AFOL, and then you guys being TFOLs?
Well, I noticed that there's a lot on YouTube, especially. There's a lot of YouTube channels, younger builders around our age, trying to get a start on YouTube, especially in around 2016. There was a sort of mass influx of a lot of people getting into Bionicle. There were a lot of people our age. So we have met some people just through that and have connected through them online through games and stuff. So yeah, I was kind of a part of a Bionicle group a few years ago. There were just some people online. They all had YouTube channels. That kind of fell apart. So.
It's interesting because Bionicle 2016 they had a new style, like they had new sets coming out, but I've noticed that because there's no support, the community kind of dies down a little bit because if there's no community, there's no new sets, there seems to be no conversation. Yeah. So yeah, that's definitely a major factor. Sorry. Yeah, what happened? It's looking a little. It's so in because the thing about Pixel.
Oh, what's up, everybody? We got Christian here with Christian Creations. Sorry for we had another technical difficulty. We're gonna go through every single possible technical difficulty that is known to mankind and Twitchkind. So that is okay. We figured it out. We are going to turn Christian's audio on. So Christian, just do us a favor, introduce yourself. Who are you? What do you do? What's your handle? They can find you for your Lego creations.
Hi everyone, my name is Christian Lintan. I am the person behind Christian's Creations. I post a lot of my stuff on Instagram, a little bit on Flickr and YouTube. And I guess the best way to describe my style of building is I build primarily in white.
So primarily in white. How did you end up deciding that was going to be your color of choice? I mean, I can see your background in terms of like your house. And you're wearing white chromatic like color scheme. Why did you decide to go with it?
It was kind of almost like an accident, really, because when I first started coming back into it, I was messing around with the Lego Architecture Studio set, and I had all these different ideas of like, okay, I want to try and build this kind of building. I joked with my wife that we should build our dream home blueprint out of Lego. But then somewhere along the way, it just kind of became, oh wait, let me try and build this in white. Oh, could this be done in white? And I think one of the first projects that kind of really helped snowball that into what it is today, I got the idea to just do X-Wing in white. So my Ghost White X-Wing was probably one of the first ones that I did that. And once I completed that, that was kind of an aha moment, and was like, yeah, I actually really, really like this. There wasn't really a deep reason why I did it in white. It was just kind of like, I like the aesthetic, so let's just keep going with it.
So you mentioned that you jumping back into Lego. So obviously you had a dark ages. Was it during like high school, university? Like when was the I got to get back into this moment?
Yeah, so actually, before I get into that, so I know I might have my family or friends watching this, or it might be other people who are just tuning into this. For those of you who don't know, a dark ages, what that means in the Lego community is when you are a huge fan of Lego growing up as a kid, and then all of a sudden you become a teen or you grow up and you stop building with Lego, and then you come back into it. So for me, I stopped maybe around, I must have been around like 13 or 14. I think the last series and theme I was really invested in was Bionicle. And then middle school, junior high, high school, it just stopped there. And I didn't get back into it until about 2015. Mind you, there were still kind of like a few sets that I saw that were kind of like, oh, those are kind of interesting. I should check that out. But I never really like got back into it until like 2015, more so beginning of 2016.
And was it what set in particular? Was there a set, or was there a particular reason that you got back into it?
So at that time, I was working at a university here in Central Alberta, Burman University, and we were doing that. At that time, we were about to go to a work convention, and my boss had this idea to do our university campus out of Lego.
Nice.
And the funny thing is, actually, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't remember this because I'm sure he gets calls all the time. I actually called Robin to try and get him, hey, what would the cost be if you were to actually build our Lego campus? And he was really nice about it. He gave me a few details. And then I went back with my boss, and it was kind of a good thing because he said, you know what, Christian, let's do it ourselves. And I was kind of like, okay, I don't know how we're going to do this because there's so much involved. But see, at that time, I didn't even realize that things like Bricklink existed.
Oh yeah.
Right? So this was all eye-opening for me, right? So he had the idea to go ahead and build it. Our office went and built it, and that kind of pushed it. I'm like, hey, I miss building with Lego, right? So that kind of solidified it for me because I'm like, should I get the architecture studio set or should I try and buy some pieces here and there? That helped it, and I discovered Bricklink, and that kind of just put me back into building.
Unfortunately for your wife, you discovered Bricklink and your
so
wallet.
sorry.
I'm so sorry that your wallet has to go through that.
Did she ever find out about Lego VIP points? Because back then, Lego VIP points, 1 point was $1. Did she ever see the full amount of VIP?
I don't know. I know though, actually, just thinking about how much like I've spent into it. So when you go to the Lego store and you go to the pick a brick wall, and the cup is $20.
Yep.
I have a box. I'm almost too scared to count because that will give me an idea of what I spent alone at the store. So I'm kind of like, no, I don't even want to know.
And that's just the pebble. That's not set. That's not brickling. That's not.
Exactly. It's just the cups, and I'm like, I don't even want to know how much I spent on that. So as far as Lego store and Bricklink, I'd rather not touch that.
So, for the people that are watching at home, can you kind of tell them what's your background, like in terms of what do you do for a living, and how that translates into Lego, like doing Lego on the side?
Yeah. So this is more so recent, but for the last 7 years, I was working at the university I mentioned, at Birmingham University. I was working in the marketing department, and my role was heavily centered on media, so photography,
Creativity.
videography, live streaming, and film. So there's that creative aspect that really helps when it comes to building. Just me as a person, though, I usually get a kick out of any medium, whether it's Lego or if it's photography or painting or whatever the case may be. Any sort of medium where I can just really be creative, that's what I enjoy.
Your audio is cutting out. 1 second. Give us a moment. Let's see if it just needs time to buffer.
Could you disconnect your audio and reconnect your audio?
Just a moment here.
Don't hang up, but just mute and unmute, I guess.
I actually can't hear. Just one moment here.
Sorry, guys.
Should I call back? I actually can't really hear as of now.
Can we hear him? Oh no.
Okay. It's okay. He's going to
Be back. Oh, perfect. Christian, we can hear you again. Thank you for coming back.
Okay.
Awesome. Sorry
No
about
worries.
that.
So where did I cut off?
You were cut off with, just started with the digital stuff. That part of your background was doing digital, and that's where it cut off.
Oh yes. Okay. So as I said, I was working with everything centered on media, so
Yeah.
photography, videography. But even just for myself as a whole, I just like any sort of medium where I get to be creative. So Lego was just it was a perfect fit, and it wasn't like it was completely new. It was something I already understood from my childhood. So that was really nice to get back into. What was nice about it too, though, was coming back at this rate, because I think my dark ages lasted maybe like 10 years worth, or it
Right.
seemed that way.
Nice.
So many new pieces were added to the inventory. So now it was like a whole new exploration of what the Lego world has to offer. So that was really cool in helping my builds.
Well, that's interesting because I'm assuming, yeah, like your dark ages would have been the time when Star Wars came in, like when everything really exploded and all these spaceships. Because Bionicle is very unique. Like it can be incorporated with Lego systems, but in terms of like when you got into dark ages, it's just so different. Like the whole thing exploded.
Yeah.
Right? And Lego was going bankrupt, and that time was kind of like a black period,
It
basically.
was rough. It was rough for a lot of people, including Lego as a company. So, I mean, we're all very thankful for the changes that were made and all the amazing stuff that we get to work with now. So, you've got people are looking at your builds currently. You probably can't see it because you're obviously not watching the stream. They're going through and looking at some of the stuff. There are some themes here. We've got some mechs.
Yep.
We've
Architecture.
got a lot of architectural things. What inspires you when it comes to designing or like creating a new piece? Do you look at something like I want to make this, or you generally like just fall into like that architecture and mech sort of theme, or like is it just random depending on what you want to make?
I would say it's random. There are some times where I'll look at something. So Instagram is great and horrible at the same time for this. So look at something, going, oh wow, that looks really cool. Let me try and see if I can do something similar. Or you look and even just a single component of something, like maybe the corner of a building. and you're kind of like, oh, hey, can I achieve that in Lego? So for me, it's kind of a mix. It's either something totally random or something I saw, or again, just like watching something on YouTube, and it's kind of like, hey, let me try that. Or even other builders, you'll see stuff on their Flickr, on their Instagram, and you get inspired to try and do something. I know a big theme that is prominent in what I do. So again, primarily I do the white monochromatic, but lately I've been doing a lot of more mecha related things.
Yes.
Shout out to Lou. Actually,
All
when I got
right.
back into it, he was one of the ones that I saw his work, and it was to the point where I would actually show my friends, like, look at his suits. These are ridiculous, right? So
Messi Maro is currently
when you have
in the
builders
Twitch
like
live
that,
stream
who-
too.
that you can like feed off of, it's just
Yeah.
like, yeah, you get some sort of inspiration from them. So that was really cool to be able to kind of feed off of other people's creativity and then kind of help foster my own.
Well, it's interesting because like looking at your stuff, it's definitely heavily inspired by like Japanese mecha. I mean, Gundam is very dominant on this. Now the fact that you're adding like different colors now to it, and you have a team, that's very Gundam like esque. Like growing up, like how has Gundam like shaped your I guess your soul?
It's funny. I like Gundam. I don't follow the entire universe because it's so massive.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The funny part is I actually don't even have a kit myself. I just appreciate different builds that you can see out of the Gunpla community. And for me, the nice thing with Lego is you get to tackle it in a way where it's kind of like, can I get a similar shape out of it? Because when people think Lego, there's a very specific DNA look to Lego. When you look at something from afar, if you saw studs in whatever the creation of the mock was, you're gonna think, oh, it's Lego. But for me, I like a challenge where you build it in a way where the shaping is rather unique, and people have to guess. Wait, what is this? Is this Gundam or is it Transformers? What? And when they get closer, and it's like, what? Is that a Lego? I can't believe you achieved that sort of shaping or that sort of. So for me, that's kind of a challenge, especially as of lately, that I really try and go for.
One of my favorite pieces. Sorry to cut you off, Christian. One of my favorite ones,
No, that's
just
right.
just to build on that point, was where you recreated like a Gundam kit, and so you used pieces to make it
that's
look
right.
like the plastic mold
Yeah, the
that
kit-
you would
the
clip.
tree.
Yeah, the tree where you clip it off, and you had like it looks like a tester's like paint canister, and then you have the Gundam actually standing up. It's really cool, just the way that you said, like from afar. Like if you were to actually take that and step back without any previous knowledge, you could really be confused by whether it's Lego or not. And not until you get up close. It's so cool, and the people will see the pictures. It's so cool to see up close that, oh, this is actually just a piece of Lego, just like manipulated to look like another plastic medium. Very creative.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't the first one to do it. I saw a couple of people do it, so I'm like, let me try it. But it works with the mecha theme, right? So
That's very much so.
So let's jumping into this a little bit, like how you see people's work online and Instagram. Like, how have you seen Instagram and social media affect you and your, like, I guess your relationship with Lego, and even in this community? Like, what do you think of it as a whole?
You know, growing up, you probably wouldn't be aware of the types of things that were being built globally, right? Or as Robin mentioned earlier, that there's these many AFOLs around you, right? Because there is this sort of like stigma of like, oh, they're into Lego. Oh, that's so childish. But
That's true.
you know, at the same time, it's like, no, why would you be ashamed of that? You should enjoy that, right? So it's really cool to see that when you have platforms like Flickr and Instagram, the community just comes alive, right? You see people from all over, and it's like, wow, like I can't believe you're putting stuff like this out there, right? Like I can think of a few people in like Hong Kong, Australia, in the States, right? Fellow builders in Canada, and it's kind of like, wow, that's crazy. And that's one of the great things about this community is that you can really feed off one another. Hopefully in a healthy way, and not trying to steal someone's ideas. Obviously, that's like the worst thing ever. But for the most part, I would say the community's really good at that. It's just like we always see someone who's like really good at something, and you kind of want to take and learn from them and apply it to what you know and want to do.
Yeah.
So, I think it's been really great. And for what I've been doing, it's helped a lot. Like I don't think I would have been able to do this if this were like in the 90s, right?
So do you have anybody close to you that is into Lego as well? Or like, are you the only one in your circle that is into Lego just like this?
There are a few people. I've probably taken it to a whole nother realm now. Like I said, my boss with our work project of building our university campus.
Oh, yeah.
He's into Lego. But again, I've probably now I've learned a lot from him, but now I've gone even higher, and I've delved more into the community, right? So much to the point where I'm telling him different tips and tricks, right? Within my family, my nephew, loving Lego, right? He's really getting into it, and like with my sisters and with my family, it's like, oh, you should build with Uncle Christian. He's the builder. So there are people around who appreciate it, but within my circle, I'm definitely the Lego person, right?
Well, I think that's the interesting part about like with the whole community living online now, like especially during this pandemic, it is connecting us. And like you mentioned, like if it wasn't for the community, we wouldn't get better at building. We wouldn't have that sense of appreciation. And it's cool too, like just to kind of relate it back home, finding out that you're here in Alberta, somebody that's like incredible at building, it just takes it onto for us like more of a personal level, because it just gives us like more pride knowing that somebody is close by who's doing this. We have to step our game and we have to meet you. It's kind of like, it's just a really cool connection that way.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about, like I said, is just knowing who's around. Again, when I found out, going back to Robin, when I found out he's a Lego certified professional builder at that time, I'm like, what? He's in like BC? That's so cool, right? So it definitely it helps.
I had a quick question because I'm going to start gathering some questions from the community as well. Perfect. And we'll give you about 10, 15 minutes, maybe 15. So maybe we'll take the next 7 minutes here to be able to ask questions. I wanted to know, just from a personal point of view, you had talked a lot about building in a way where it breaks the mold of what like a prototypical piece of Lego creation might look like. So from afar, you can actually get a different silhouette and people can appreciate it from a different point of view. Do you have any examples? Do you have any builds on hand, or do you have any tips maybe for people who are struggling getting out of the classic like look, stubs on top techniques, so that they can really elevate their builds?
Yeah, there's actually a few ways I can touch on that. So I brought out some stuff here.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
No worries, that's awesome.
So I'll first talk about, I guess, one of the things that I try and incorporate into my builds, especially again going back to the mecha side of things. So for those of you who don't know, there's pretty much three, well, correct me if I'm wrong, there's three levels of building within Lego. So there's the system method, which is what everyone would know, right? So it's you have your bricks on top, right? And then not far along is Technic. Technic is now even more prominent. I know it's been around for a long time, but it's pretty common now, right? So you have your things like your axles and pins and connectors. And then one that's maybe not a favorite as much, unless you're like really into that community, is like the Bionicle or the CCBS. I know that
it's more niche.
It doesn't appeal to everyone.
True.
CCBS, the character creation building system.
Yeah.
That's close to what it is. Anyway, so it'll be pieces like this where it's you just kind of snap on. It's a little more catered to kids, so it's a little more kid friendly. Funny enough, because it's Lego's all kid related. So, yeah, so those are three kind of like main systems, right? I really try and incorporate all those, because I know some people, they work strictly Technic, or they work strictly with CCBS or Bionicle,
or system.
Yeah, true. For me, I try to incorporate everything, especially because I've already limited my building style to one color. So that's
interesting.
one thing
Yeah.
that will really help. And trying, if you're trying to go for that method of not having a typical Lego-esque sort of build, those are one of the things I try and look for. Color blocking, obviously, if you're gonna throw colors in, is knowing where to throw colors in. Are you okay if I move my
Yeah,
Please.
camera?
please.
So
No problem.
Just keep it horizontal and we're good.
So,
Yeah.
okay, sure. So, from here,
Oh, we get to see his studio.
Look
That
at
is-
the studio.
So,
Wow. First hand. Have you posted this yet, Christian? I think I've
Yes,
seen
I
a
have
version of it.
this was the most recent one that I've completed. This one is a little more customized because I actually have some pieces
There it
that
is.
are chromed. I know that's kind of a big no-no if you're a Lego purist, is messing or painting with, but everything on that is all real Lego. Just some of it might have been
Perfect.
chromed out. So
The Lego purists out there would be happy.
I mean, minus the chroming.
Minus the chroming, yeah.
minus the chroming. This is kind of the wall, or I guess the little shelf of all the different like
Wow,
white
those
Lego
are
pieces. So
massive.
again,
Shout out to IKEA for the.
these are kind of what I try to go for in terms of, again, not having a completely obvious Lego build. I try and make it in a way where it's like you have to try and really look at it.
Yeah, no, they look like action figures. They don't look like Lego. We understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like they look like Gundams or like models,
Or
mobile
some,
suits,
some
like
sort
kids.
of model, yeah. Looks like it definitely could be from a kit, not just a studded Lego piece, which is insane.
This was actually just kind of a random fun build. So I grew up watching things like Power Rangers, so
Yeah.
things like Megazords.
Right.
The Transformers lineup, I got into Beast Wars, things like
Yes.
that, right? So all of those sorts of things kind of play into inspiration. I had a bunch of these pieces lying around, so these are the
looks like
CCBS, and I
amazing.
wanted to try and kind of come across it as a kind of like a dinosaur sort of thing, or like
Yeah.
a Mecha Godzilla.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's really, you have to know what pieces are available, especially with how I build. What I do is I try and go on BrickLink or BrickSet, and I look at what pieces exist.
Yep.
Sometimes I will actually buy. I normally don't buy sets. Actually, people might be a little shocked at that. I really don't buy sets. I usually try and buy BrickLink, Pick a Brick Wall, Pick a Brick Online,
It's more cost
bricks and
effective.
pieces, things like that. That's kind of what I do. Just because
Especially for your color.
I feel like it's kind of a disservice if I were to buy things that are like UCS and I part it out. Like I'm sure
I agree.
people would
Yeah.
lift their head. if
That's a
they
cringe
did that.
moment.
I've done it for like maybe a couple sets that weren't really crazy, but I'm like, if anyone ever found out that I'm parting out pieces that are like these creator expert sets or whatever, I think people would just go nuts. So I'm like, let me just not deal with that.
Well, sometimes
but
a
yeah, so
part
I'll
per price
actually-
is good. Sometimes a part, yeah.
You know what? And sometimes going that route is good if majority of the pieces I can use. I'll part it out that way. But like I said, I'll go on BrickLink or BrickSet to try and figure out what pieces I need. I'll experiment. So if I see what pieces are being released, so I was doing this a few months ago. I was saying, okay, what new pieces are coming out this summer, 2020? And so it kind of preps me to know what to look for.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, even though I know I may not use a lot of the pieces, it gives me an idea of how it works. So then that will just help future builds, right? And so sometimes I kind of have to wait. I'm like, okay, this piece exists only in this color, but at least I know, okay, if this comes out in this color later on, I can use it, right? So there's a lot of prepping, I guess.
That's
makes
interesting. It's kind of like you're like an athlete. You're training yourself. You're watching kind of like the upcoming roster of parts, and you're like prepping yourself mentally and creatively. Like, how can I use this to, like to fuse with my techniques? Like, it's really interesting. It's a very different mindset.
It's an interesting technique for sure. Chris, did you have anything else that you wanted to ask Christian before we head over to the community questions?
Yeah, so I wanted to ask, like, in terms of your building style, right? More specifically, choosing all white. you put yourself in a limitation. Do you feel that, like, did you ever regret ever putting yourself in that, I'm not going to say box per se, but you personally given yourself a handicap, saying like, I'm only going to build in white? Is that something that you kind of regret doing, or how has your mind changed about that?
Not at all. No regrets.
Good,
And here's
good,
why.
good.
It's a challenge, right? So
Yes.
you want to try and challenge yourself in a way that will just help you become a better builder. When I first got back into this, it might be on my Instagram still. One of the buildings I built, I had one rule for myself. I think it was one evening, I got a base plate and I said, okay, build a building symmetrically, but that's it. Just build symmetrically. So I legit just didn't have any plans. I just grabbed pieces, and if I had enough, I just, okay, this goes here, this goes here. Let me put this here. Okay, well, let me put it here. And that was my only rule. It had to be symmetrical. And then by the end of the night, I had something completed, and I was like, okay, this is good. So for me, I like the challenge. And especially when you succeed in that challenge, it's kind of like,
Yes.
oh, good, I actually got something done. I know there's kind of this idea that you can build whatever you want with Lego. I don't entirely agree with that. I think you can probably get to like 95% of what you want,
Right.
but it's figuring out within the system, right? Because Lego is an entire system,
Yep.
right? There's all these different measurements where it's like, okay, if you're doing studs not on top, well, how many different plates do you need to put together before you can start putting another plate in a perpendicular manner or whatever,
Yep.
right? There's all these things you have to consider. I know it's a whole nother subject that I won't get into. Legal and illegal building techniques, right?
Yeah.
Things
Oh
that
gosh,
maybe
exactly.
don't stress the pieces, things like that. So I know I try to do that. I try to do it in a way where it's like, okay, if it works and it doesn't stress the piece, good. But again, there's just all these different challenges that will come up in my building. So again, to answer your original question, no regrets at all. I enjoy it.
You enjoy the challenge. Oh, that's great. I mean, it's that sense of accomplishment is that's what makes us better, right? At the end of the day, once you push yourself through that challenge, you learn something, and it's cool what you said too. Like, there's always new parts coming out, and it's always exciting because you get to challenge yourself and step up your next build.
Yeah, most definitely. So, Christian, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop down into the questions that we had collected so far.
By the community?
By the community. So, hopefully you're ready for these. I know the first question here, I know that you had mentioned this a little bit in terms of like not really buying sets. But what is your favorite set? If you had one, what would your favorite set be?
I have a theory, but I wonder if he's going to say it.
Okay, if I've had this question, and I always think right now, where I am in my mind, what would be my favorite set? I think I'm gonna have to go with the Architecture Studio set, just
Cool.
because that is like...
That encompasses you very well.
It encompasses what I do, but the reason why I loved it so much is because there's no instructions. There's nothing in there that says you have to build this. Because even growing up, like, I have like the different space themes, like the UFO theme, or like Wild Wild West, or Fright Nights, or all the different sets, right? I'd build it, but then I would end up destroying it and make something new. I don't think anything that I collected as a kid with my sets, I don't think anything stayed as it was supposed to. I think I even took apart the first Lego soccer set, the one with the rods. So, and you would, the spring action. Yeah, I don't think I even kept that. I pretty much destroyed everything that I had. So that was just how I was. I always wanted to build something I own. Like I built the set, and then I would just do whatever I thought was of interest to me.
Cool. Next question is, what do you do for work? How does that affect your creations? And have you ever done anything that actually pays using Lego? Like, have you ever used Lego as a way to generate revenue or income for yourself?
So right now, technically, I am a stay-at-home dad.
Oh, right. Hey, congrats.
So I don't know if I'm as active right now as much as I was before. You know, when you got this little bundle of joy running around, yeah, it's a little harder. It's a little harder, but I'll speak previously. So
Yeah,
again,
for
I
sure.
was in the media realm. So I was a digital media coordinator. So I focused heavily on photography and videography and web and social media. That was what I did. Um, and again, just because that job kind of requires you to be creative, I would say that's probably what helped in my building process. That was the question, right?
Yep.
Right. And the other part of it was,
Okay.
is there any, have you ever used Lego as a way to generate income for yourself at all, or has it always just been passive?
I've been asked whether I'll do commissions. To be honest, nothing has ever really taken place, either just with timing or depending on what I've been inquired about, or just what I'm offering at the time. Because like I've had people request instructions for certain mocks, and I feel a little personal to my to things I've built, so I'm kind of hesitant to give out the method. I'll sometimes kind of help give out pointers and tips, and I've told people multiple times, like, if I ever decide to do instructions, I will let the community know.
That's awesome.
But as far as actually making money, I haven't done anything yet. So
Okay, interesting. In your opinion, and this is very opinion based, like, what is your best build? The question was, what is your best build? But I think it's like, what is your favorite build, or what is your most accomplished build, or what do you feel like is your quote unquote best in whatever aspect it might be?
oh man, that's a hard one, because anything that I've kind of kept, and most of the stuff I try and keep whenever I build. It's very rare that I'll destroy something unless I think I can easily build it again. But there's always certain ones that you're kind of like, oh, this is my favorite because it helped me get into this realm. This build helped me get into this realm. Yeah, it's like I treat my builds kind of like stepping stones, almost. If I were to pick it now,
Right over
yeah,
your right shoulder.
right here. Okay, should I show it? I guess. Okay, so let's. Well, let me go to the original first. So this is the original Mecha Dragon that I did what 2 years ago. My time is a little blurry right now. I want to say roughly 2 years ago. This one was definitely a favorite because I saw an image on Instagram, and I kept thinking, okay, I need to do a dragon, and I started messing around with like the body structure and kind of thinking, okay, what can I actually do that can actually hold its weight, that I can get the curves and look that I want. And so this one for sure is a definite favorite. And then probably just because it's so recent and because it's like probably the first major one that I've done is the Ultimate Mecha Dragon. So I would say this is roughly, I almost want to say like 40 or 60 inches in length, maybe a little bit longer. I'd say maybe closer to 50 or 60 inches in length. And again, it was just double scale of what my Mecha Dragon was, right? So
I think this is your biggest mock so far.
Sorry, what was that?
Is this your biggest mock so far? Like in terms of scale, this is huge.
Yeah. This is the biggest one that I've done so far. Obviously, there's a few different ideas that I have that I'd like to try and tackle. But everyone knows if you're in this hobby, Lego is not cheap.
No, that's true.
Definitely not.
We won't ask you how much that is for your sake, and yeah.
We'll do quickly this one. What's your favorite Bionicle set that you have?
Oh, that's true. Which one? Or who's your favorite Bionicle?
True.
If you remember.
If you have one.
Oh man, see, it's funny because the Bionicle realm is so massive. I probably only focused on the first series and the second series. I don't know if I have a favorite. it's funny, I always try and defended my first one because it was the only one that you could find everywhere because no one wanted him, was Pohatsu.
Oh, me
It was
too.
the very first one that I
Yes.
got. It was because at that time, Bionicle, I in my personal opinion, I almost think Bionicle helped Lego because
I say
that
so.
created this whole new fandom for the company, whether people like to realize it or not. Like, I kid you not, I would go to all the different stores and try and complete my set.
All six.
You had such a hard time finding Leiwa, Kopaka, Tao, like all the guys that had the massive weapons. Those are the ones that were the hardest to find. So I remember I always tried to defend my first one. It's like, hey, Plattu's cool. He can kick a rock. So, but
I like his
yeah, I don't know if
the
I have a
best.
favorite, but I know like that was my first one.
No, I would definitely 100% agree with you. Pohatu is needs some love. I think he's definitely the underdog on that series.
That's nice that was your first, so you can defend him even after all these years. Next question: have you done any media projects that were mixed media that included Lego in it?
That's a good one.
I don't know if I've done any mixed media, but I've done builds where it was used around the house. So actually right now my phone is being held up by a Lego phone stand.
Oh, that's
Nice.
so cool.
That's awesome.
Practical Lego.
So things like that. The baby monitor in our room, because the type of monitor that we have, we need to angle it. So I actually had to build a platform to angle it down. Yeah, I don't think I have anything that is mixed media as of right now. Would I ever do it in the future? Maybe. But as of right now, nothing really mixed media. Usually it's just strictly Lego.
Fair enough. That's interesting to like use it in real life for yourself.
I mean, he has a Lego. Might as well.
We've got 2 minutes, so we've got about time for one more question. And the one that I'm going to choose is, what theme have you not built, but you really enjoy and want to?
Something that you like, that you want to do it justice, but you're not there yet. That's a good.
Just haven't got around to.
Yeah. Everything that you wanted.
Well, it's hard because I'm in a very specific niche of the building community, right?
Yeah.
So part of me would like to say I've done it, but right now I can't justify it, and I think it would take forever. And I actually want to do my own version of it in white. You might be kind of like, oh, okay, that makes sense. It is the UCS Millennium Falcon.
Oh, that's
Okay.
cool. That's definitely
The most recent one. I wanted to do one in all white, and hopefully at that scale, or at least something closer to that scale.
Or twice as
I
big.
obviously try and do something that again, same scale as the previous builds that I've done. So, for example, big enough where this scale makes sense. For obviously, it's in different time periods, right?
Yeah.
But like, it would make sense. But yeah, I just when I see posts of people building that set, I'm just like, how much did you spend? How long did it take you to save up? How long did it take you to build? Like, it's very cool to see, but it's very intimidating. So.
Well, in terms of space, man, like, where are you gonna even put something that massive in your place? Like, that's a huge investment in space.
Make it so you can do it as a wall mount, so it's hanging sideways on the wall.
Oh, that'd be even cool, for sure.
Oh man, that would scare me. That would scare me. But who knows? I mean, things could change in a few years, and I'll be like, "Hey guys, look what I did."
Yeah, who knows,
So-
right? Like,
He's cooking up something for sure. I mean, I would be like, if that was my target, or I would just amass parts
Just slowly.
year after year, slowly just move it into that. I mean, because that's the holy grail. That's awesome.
it is. Well, Christian, we really appreciate you taking the time
Thank you
to
so much.
talk to us, talk to the community, to answer our questions, to give an insight into yourself as a builder and as a creator, really. It's been awesome to hear from you. Hopefully you had fun talking to us. Hopefully it wasn't too stressful, but yeah, it was great.
No, I had a lot of fun. Thank you guys for having me. I hope I was interesting enough for everyone who's watching. I know I'm not someone like Robin, and there's all these other amazing builders, so I hope you all tune in to listen to them. But yeah, thanks again for having me. I appreciate it.
Everyone's enjoyed it, so thank you so much. We're going to let Christian go now, guys, and we'll switch over to the intermission screen, and we'll be back on the hour with our next builders, so hopefully to see you guys there.
All right.
I'm clapping in a second here, it's just for my audio cues. Hello and welcome back. We have ourselves another builder. Who do we have? Introduce yourself.
Well, my name is Calvin. I'm old, I guess.
No, don't say that.
One of the old builders.
No, you're just an experienced Lego builder.
Oh, that's
what
nice
we call them.
That's a nice way to say it.
Thank you. So yeah, Calvin, what is your Instagram handle? What do normally people look for if you have like an Instagram or like a...
Oh, my Instagram is, the username is SuperESC, so SuperESC.
Okay, perfect. So
yeah.
Is that where you post like Lego stuff?
Yeah,
or?
yeah,
Okay.
pretty
So
much.
people wanted to find you that way.
Yeah, that would be
Cool.
place.
So make sure you guys look at that and go check out Calvin. Calvin, what were you guys doing here today? Here with your wife, what did you guys come and do today with BuildCon?
Well, we brought some of our marks and set them up, and yeah, it was great to even just check around like all the different builders and marks that we have here, and so.
Sorry, Calvin, give you some lighting.
collection of bricks from BrickLink as well as wherever I can
The
find.
poor credit card when we come back. Right?
Yeah, pretty much that. I do not share with my wife. Know that she does not know. Actually, well, now she knows. But
Now she knows. But we'll keep the numbers.
Yeah. So yeah, like it's totally from that, and then looking at what do I want to build, and getting inspiration from Flickr and Instagram, and I think that really like I really love to like build something that I know that I can't build big things. So what kind of things I can build, max and cause. Right?
Yeah. I mean, big doesn't necessarily mean better, right? Like in Lego, the micro scale all the way up to like the mega scale, like, it's all relevant. So when you came back to the Lego scene, so mech is like a huge category. Like there's a lot of mech builders, but it's no real like Lego mech theme. Like it's not a major theme. It's just something that people love to do. So when you came back to Lego, were you like, I'm coming back and I want to build mechs? Or was there a catalyst? Like, was there like a certain set that you saw? Or what was like the point that pushed you to come back? And like, how did you enter back into it?
I think Star Wars is definitely a theme that really kind of started the mass purchases. Yeah, so that's something I had at home. Like, when I started, we buying, Star Wars set was the one that I started acquiring. And then start to like place them all together, and then that's probably why I also have a lot of gray pieces. Like,
okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then gray pieces. Well, what do you do with gray pieces? Well, max future themes are kind of where it fits for sure.
Or a lot of concrete.
Yeah, a lot of concrete.
That's cool. So Star Wars is definitely a big catalyst. I think for a lot of people, the Star Wars theme was a really good one for Lego in terms of really bringing up the fan base and really helping support themselves. In terms of being a solid, legitimate company after they were almost not through bankruptcy. So it's really great to see that the Star Wars theme is so prominent and so bringing a lot of people back. Is there any major projects that you're working on right now that we haven't seen or haven't heard about?
Well, I had probably my larger build was actually a kind of a recreation of Jerusalem. That was actually interesting, for school. That I used that as part of my project.
Cool.
And so I took it apart recently, and I kind of want to work on developing, like finding a new skill set of like doing landscape better. Okay. That's something that I haven't mastered yet. So that's something that I'm kind of playing with. And I was hoping for the last 2 weeks to be able to do something, but I'm like, I've only gone so far. It's like reshaping with all those plates to make a decent like size of a landscape to do something on. And so
I mean, landscaping is deceiving. There's a lot of mass that goes into it to get height and volume and stuff, so that's tough. But also something that we mentioned off camera, but you worked in what sort of industry as well?
I am a pastoral intern, so some people call me Pastor Calvin, but at a church.
Yeah, but you worked with
design?
Design, yeah.
Yes.
In animation before.
Yes.
Do you feel like that aids you in terms of like your Lego creations?
Yeah, I think it goes both ways. Like creative work and the creative process, it's the same in that sense. How you begin an idea and build upon it. I think it flows in both ways. So that's why the playing with Legos is not just play, but it actually helps. In a lot of the way that I problem solve with my work.
There's a lot of problem solving that goes into mocks.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
I've asked some people this, so maybe you might have an interesting answer. What is your creative process, if you have one? So let's say you want to build a specific block, or even like the Mr. Chomp one. Mm-hmm. Like, how did you go from an idea in your head to a finished mock to winning, a BuildCon contest?
I think for me, like. I guess it's not a preferred method, but it's just what I'm comfortable with. It's just, think with my hands. It's probably the way that I go about it. I don't do a lot of planning, and it's not because I don't like it, but it's just something that maybe I'm not so great at yet in terms of Lego building. But I just like to have some pieces on the table, and oftentimes that's where it starts. Yeah. Sometimes there's something that if I'm playing with something and like fingers and hands, and I'm like, what would happen if I keep building on it and then developing on that? And so like with Mr. Chomp is is I've always been have this square kind of platform that I like to use.
Okay.
So that's where it all started. So, okay, here's a square block. Okay, where do I go from here? And then that's where the tread and the wheels start going on, and then this tank kind of feeding to it, and then okay, well, it's our tank. What about face? And then and that's kind of play and develop through that. Yeah.
Sure. I think a lot of Lego builders can probably relate to thinking with their hands.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know Chris and I have talked about it before. We have a lot of admiration for people who can build on the virtual Lego platforms because we feel it's a bit harder because you really have to know the pieces well. You have to know what to look for, and it's not as easy to just drop a piece and try another one and just keep doing that. So I think that's really cool, and but definitely learning with your hands is so interesting. And as you mentioned, it really pushes creative problem solving, which is really great, which is why we think it's also great for children, like as a medium for learning, not even just adults, but like kids who are like developing their brains. So great. So that's super cool. What sort of sets, just to go off on a different sort of tangent, I guess, what sort of sets are you most excited about, like recently? Like Star Wars kind of brought you back into it. Have you thought about sets as much, or are you more on the mock side now?
I'm more on the mock side, but the Speed Champion series is definitely my current favorite in terms of just, and whenever I see them on sale, I'm like, I'm just gonna pick up some, because at the end of the day, I want the wheels, I want the platform, and they just have the kind of piece that I want to build different vehicles with.
So a lot of good angles just to use for the vehicles.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's awesome. Have you done a lot of? I don't think you did. You drop off any car mocks here?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I haven't gone through and said that you set it up while I was doing other interviews. So, do you do? How often do you build a car? Like, have you done any mocks like a specific car you really like, or like?
I like to. I guess I don't replicate too much. I just like to okay, what is a Mad Max version, or
cool.
a hot rod, or like something that is maybe not real, but it's kind of like sci-fi-ish or
A bit
something.
more fantastical.
Yeah, exactly. I enjoy that.
Nice.
To break out of that. Yeah.
Oh, that's really exciting.
Yeah.
What about? I've asked this to a few people. I just like the reaction because it's kind of funny. What do you think about the current Mario theme?
Oh.
Pure candor. Don't worry, Lego is not sponsoring this.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No. Like I think it will attract a certain audience for sure. Like, I think there's a lot of audience that enjoy that nostalgic Nintendo and Mario, and I imagine kids can use it and play it. But I think for me, maybe it's not fully my cup of jam, like that type of a theme. I guess I can imagine. I think if I do ever buy it, it would just be like, what kind of parts can I get out of it? Is it the shape of the pipe or something that I can get out of it? But
Certainly new things. Okay, interesting. I just know it's a really interesting theme.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's really different from some of the other stuff that has come up recently.
Mm-hmm.
So just really curious to see what everyone thinks about it. Anything in terms of themes that you're excited for that potentially is coming up that you have seen? I know again you like to be champions, but like anything else in the pipeline that you've seen that you're like, yeah, like I wanna tinker with that.
Oh, that's a tough one. I don't know. I think I enjoy a lot of the idea set for sure. They sometimes give a little different. They kind of show a different kind of technique and different things. Whether it's a storybook or or and I think there's an aspect of that I enjoy. The collectors Ultimate Series for Star Wars. Those are definitely ones that I do buy, but I have a hard time opening the box. Even same with the Batmobile. Like my wife bought the Batmobile for me for Christmas, and I'm like, but I don't know when I would be able to open it. But I know there's some great stuff, technique in there as well. Yeah.
That's so funny. That's actually really funny. How long do you normally keep a build built before you put it into the mock pile of bricks?
I think a long time. Like the Jerusalem set, I think I had it for definitely 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
Yeah, at least. To really take it apart, I think I would really want to move on from it, or I see that I want to build something else from it.
Yeah.
Or that I can mod it in some way, and then I will play with it again. But in terms of taking it apart, I have a hard time dismantling it, unless That's one day I just like.
So do you have a pretty good display of Lego then, like on display at home?
Yeah, like I
Enjoy.
have a room that I have a table and some shelves, and then so I just slot everything in there. But again, nobody will ever see it. It's just in my house.
I mean, that's like a lot of collectors. Like, I'm a collector, I always have been. It's like most, the 99.999 repeating will never see it, but I'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny that way, right?
Yeah.
Most people just end up seeing your box and like actual collection.
Yeah.
So when you do have needs, you just normally just like brickling stuff then? If you like need certain parts, like it's just easier than trying to tear them off, like sets apart.
Yeah, if I have very specific things, then it's Bricklink. But then like we're very thankful that we have a Lego store in town, and so I often just before COVID go to the pick a brick wall and pick the interesting parts from there, and oftentimes that's I use a lot of ice cream parts, and so I think like that's because I stocked up one day when I saw it.
Who doesn't? You
Yeah.
use it for so many things. You
Yeah.
got ice cream, smoke, you got
Yeah.
like balls, whatever. That's awesome. Is the calendar pick a brick wall open now, or I don't know, or is
Actually-
does the staff have to do it for you?
I don't know. I heard it was open, but I think it might be staff picked.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but I haven't gone back. Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay. Curious.
Yeah.
We'll find out on the video. I'm just curious. I didn't know. I haven't checked notes since I've been down here.
Oh,
There's
okay.
No time.
Yeah.
It's been busy.
You should definitely go and check it out.
No time. We're gonna go back to Edmonton, Calvin. Check it out for us. Relay the information. Any plans, or what are you most excited about 2020, man? 2020 has been a heck of a year. Like, what do you hope 2021 has to offer?
I think in terms of Lego, definitely like I'm sure everyone's itching to come back to different conventions. Finding different places to build together. I think that's something that we all are looking forward to. I think a lot of people are missing that, the community aspect, right? I think that is an important part of it. We consume all we want, but I think a lot of times people, you get Zoom fatigue.
For sure.
Eventually, yeah. So it's nice to be in socially in the present.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, humans are pretty social people,
Yeah.
so we can only stare at the screen for so
Mhm.
long, which makes sense. But anything else that you want to shout out to the community for, or let them know, or anything else that you have on the go that you want to say before we wrap this up?
Yeah, no, like do come to BuildCon. Like it's awesome to have a convention in Calgary and to have the space to have it this big. And so I think if you're listening, like definitely come on down and check things out, and go home and build something yourself and play. Yeah.
Definitely. This is the during COVID convention, so obviously and of course that's not there.
There you go.
There's always a something.
There's always something in the first live stream. Adrian, hang tight. We're just correcting your camera. It's got a bit of a black bar.
It does. It moved. It got squished.
Hey guys, looking online, give us a moment.
Perfect.
We have our guest here.
What is going on, everybody? It's Colin and Chris back with Creator Industries. We have our next guest. Please let us know if you can hear us as well as if you can hear our guest once he starts talking. But without further ado, could you please introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and what you're doing. What you're doing here today?
Are we live now, right? Okay.
We are live.
So, hello
We're
everyone.
live.
Sorry. Well, hello everyone. My name is Adrian, or Adri, up to you, Piqueras, and I'm a stop motion animator and Lego geek, obviously. And I've been working lately in Arman Animation Studios in Bristol, working on some amazing stuff like Early Man, Armageddon, the last Shaun the Sheep movies, and last Netflix Shaun the Sheep TV show, Series 6.
Oh, cool.
So if you have Netflix and you can check it out, there are some little shots I have the honor of animate, like tomato, pizza sauce, close-ups, and stuff like that. And Super Sean running with a cape on the wind. So I'm super, super happy of being part of all that. stop motion magic.
Could you do us a favor? And I know that most people will know what stop motion is, but in terms of an animation style, could you just explain really quickly what a stop motion animation is for the people who just may not know what it is?
Your voice.
Oh.
Can I?
Are you able to hear me now, Adrian?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll talk a little bit slower for the connection as well. I'm not sure if that's what it is. What I was asking was if you could just give a quick introduction or explanation of what stop motion is and that type of animation that you do.
Cool, perfect. So stop motion, it's a kind of weird word because it's in one side stop, that means stop, no motion, but in the other side you have motion. So what it means? So it's a combination of kind of fake motion, because mostly what you do is just your you grab a picture, just move slightly apart of your puppet, grab another picture, do it again, grab another picture, do it again, grab another picture, and do it again, and grab another picture. So at the end, when you put all together, you have the feeling of movement, but it's all a sequence of frames. It's because of that the name of stop motion is just the illusion of movement through the whole pictures.
So it's a really interesting technique. It's obviously very time consuming. Like any animation, animation is just time consuming in general. How did you find that you enjoyed it? Because it's something that I have gone through as well, and I don't enjoy the tediousness of animation.
It requires a lot of patience.
Very tedious, you need to be very patient. How did you find that was something that you were interested in?
Well, I think at least for me is a kind of mindfulness, I think is the word nowadays. So it's just the whole world and your all your issues and your stress and other things just disappear for a couple of hours, weeks, days, months, because it depends on the shot. So it's a really, really good way to focus on and develop a really deep focus on something, because you have to analyze the movement, even yourself. For example, many times we need like video ref. So you most of the time just record yourself and analyze how you drink water, or how you pull up your arm, or how do you just dance, so how you move your shoulders, your joints, and all the stuff. So it's just a really, for me at least, is a mindfulness activity. And yeah, you just disconnect from anything else. Also the phone, I highly recommend not having a phone nearby you when you're animating, because if not you're gonna take ages.
Yeah.
Anything, yeah, definitely.
It already takes ages.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Very fascinating. So it's
And also to see your creations bringing alive. So it's just step by step you see, like, and you feel that, okay, this is becoming alive. So great.
It's very true. Now, does storytelling play a big role in animation? Like in terms of making things move, yes, that's very cool to bring things to life. But do you find that you have to also be a good storyteller to do animation?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've done fine art, so also I'm able to draw and make my own storyboarding, and I have also I'm lucky enough to have a couple of siblings that also make screenplay. So I have the help, so we make a kind of cool team together. But yeah, definitely you need to focus also on storytelling, because in the other way you're gonna spend like hours or even months just shooting something that at the end of the day is not gonna be understandable, because you didn't place the camera in the right place, or you didn't give it the enough space or time, or just guiding the eye of the audience. So it's super important to have a storyline quite clear. But in the other hand, also just for practicing, because many people just get stressed with the idea of I have to tell something incredible, amazing, stunning, and it's just, well, you can do just little tests or practicing just different moves without any screenplay or plot or just for fun. So that's also pretty good.
You just mentioned some people may have these stresses. Could you tell everybody really quick, like, what do you do as a profession outside of like just that animation studios? You also teach, correct?
Yeah. Some also as a sculpture, character design teacher. So it's something different, but yeah, definitely. It took me almost like 30 years to get into real animation. I mean, in terms of professional animation to work with. So it's something you have to really feel and really to love it and be committed to do every day, just even a little bit. So yeah.
Are you able to kind of?
I mean, there's.
Yeah, are you able to kind of give us like a backstory of like what does a 30-year journey take like or look like in terms of like you coming from, you know, like your origin story basically? Like I don't want to unpack everything, but 30 years is a long time to do something, right? That's masterful, right?
Well, it is called procrastination or just being lazy. But
yes.
So really, it was only like one or two.
No, people, no. I mean, no, people who knows me doesn't say, no, you procrastinating a lot. I also do a lot, but I also hardworking. No, animation is a really small place, and especially here in Spain, there's not loads of companies that dedicates 100% all their efforts on stop motion specialization. There's no loads of schools, or they are normally like private schools or something like that. So it's not really easy profession in terms of teaching yourself. So mostly I teach myself for many years with my siblings at home, just working on my own stuff. But yeah, back in 2015, I made this 3-month intensive course in Valencia. So Valencia here in Spain is the big place for stop motion. So yeah, and I met like other 9 wonderful animators I developed a short film in a house, literally like a Big Brother animation contest or something like that. So we just locked down ourselves for like 3 months in that house in the middle of nowhere and developed this like 3 minutes characters animation just for 3 minutes, like 3 months. So you can figure it out. And yeah, it was amazing. So after that, I decided to do myself a puppet. Do I have myself? Yes. So, sorry. So my friend Alicia was one of the incredible animators who helped me do my own portrait, animated portrait.
Cool.
So I did the story of my life as an animaholic. You can find out on email.
Well, can you explain what an animaholic is?
Well, that's myself, or any person that decides to invest all their efforts and energy on stop motion or any other kind of traditional animation. So this is, well, sorry, this is a
so cool.
children. Sorry for the creepiness.
Oh, there's no mouth.
So
So the mouth is digital.
So yeah. Oh no digital. This is all handmade. So they are. Give me a sec. So these are all hand. So you place.
Right, different mouth for different vowels or consonants or whatever you might be saying.
Well,
Emotions.
that's a perfect portrait right now. So.
Somebody screenshot that, please.
What's that made of?
Also, watch the animation on screen right now.
Yeah, guys, we have an exclusive from him, Mocky Kid. Mocky Kid is playing right now on our
Oh,
live stream, so it's really cool.
Okay.
Continue.
Yeah,
It looks
thank
awesome.
you.
Though.
So this is the magic. So this is resin, hard resin, double composite resin. This is just the structure, like this one. So it's like a Terminator inside. So he has metallic guts, and this is silicone filled with wire. So you can see the wire there. Well, it's quite broken now. My hand is quite broken, but so you can see my.
How old is this one again, Adri?
This puppet. Yeah. This is from 2015.
2015. So do they have like a lifeline, like, or shelf life? Like how long do they last?
Yes. Yeah, normally we use like replacement for feet and for hands because they are the most flexible parts and the most fragile. So you normally have like several replacements. Probably the structure is just good enough to have a long life if you take care of it. Also, it has joints you can adjust with Allen keys. So it's just a matter of get ready for the shot. So it depends of. Also, clothes are all handmade, and it's just foam underneath. So stretch this time. So it's just foam.
So, Adria, I have a question, and this is going to be a little bit more, I guess, like on a technical side of things, and maybe you can use your puppet or something as a prop to demonstrate. Now, with stop motion, you do each motion in sequential order. So, if a hand is moving upwards, start from the bottom, and you move upwards. So in traditional 2D animation, you can do it by keyframes, though. You can start with a keyframe at the beginning, end with a keyframe, and then you can build in keyframes in between that. So then you can start like halving those and then creating animation. So that makes sense to me. I've done that before. For stop motion, how do you know how far you have to move something? Because there's no going back. So how do you know, like, this arm needs to move like half an inch for this scene, but it has to move faster for the next one? Like, how do you know? Because you're doing the sequential order. That makes sense to me. Or did our audio cut out?
Is he still there? I have to ask him to.
I think.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's okay. Well,
Adrian, were you able to hear Colin's full question?
I'll ask again.
No, I think I got the main idea because many times people ask this. So, in terms of comparison with traditional 2D animation, do you hear me, guys?
Yeah, hear you perfect. Absolutely. We can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have. Okay, so we make it is called a block animation. So that means you grab your puppet. So you have your director and say, okay, the puppet is gonna walk through the stage and just grab a glass of water. Okay, so you shot a block. So you just grab frames in a rate of 8 frames. It depends of how rough the keyframes you want to shot, and you have like a second little screen, like screen on screen. And with the software, we use Dragon Frame. It's a stop motion software for professional stuff. So you place your keyframe reference and just make your shot. So that means if you do something wrong during the shooting, you have to make a cutback. So imagine from the frame 2000 to the frame 2050, there's a mistake, you have to cut back and just replace the puppet backwards, like Michael Jackson style, place it again in position, and when you're happy with that, carry on from there. So in terms of, in comparison with CGI or just 2D animation, is a bit more tricky in that sense because you have to make a cutback, or sometimes you just repeat the whole thing. So.
Is animation unforgiving? Like the moment you make a mistake, like you said, 50 shots could be hours of work, and then you have to go all the way back?
Well, it depends. It depends of the editing at the end. So if it's a really specific shot, or if it's a really emotional moment, or something like, you need that timing, you need that frame, you need that specific light, you need that. You probably have to make a cutback. So many times it's quite painful in terms of, but it's also a really good teaching. So yeah, so you have to be quite confident of what you're doing, or sometimes you just call if you have the director nearby is like, oh, I have a question. Will you check it out and see if it's going well? Or so yeah.
Are they? Well, yeah. Go ahead.
No. Another question that I had is yours related because mine's going to go a little bit. No. So another question I had in terms of like technical aspect. So in traditional 2D or 3D animation, it's pretty easy to have things fly through the air, do whatever you want, special effects, anything that you might need. How do you achieve things like floating in your animations, especially when you're just doing it like at home? Like your Lego ones, certain things will be like in the air, but it's physical. So how do you slowly? So do you edit it out, or what's the process?
It's green, so I'm assuming it's green.
This is the black magic behind the stop motion. This is one of the biggest secrets on
That's what we want to know.
stop motion. No, this is
All the secrets.
no, this is just a rig.
Yeah.
So you have, well, this is a fancy one made by one of my friends. He worked in Isle of Dogs, so I just customized this one because this is for others. So what I did is just put a Lego transparent piece, so you can just attach to your rigging.
That tool is specifically for Lego, I'm assuming.
Yeah, so I did it just for these guys, so you can just place it and attach it properly if you need it.
Tell them what you're attaching.
Or
A stud or sticky tack. Special
yeah,
animator tack.
definitely.
There you go.
This is
sticky
your
tack.
best friend. Yeah. Well, it depends on how fancy or just whatever. So you put a bit on the back and attach.
Oh, that's
So now my friend is flying around.
there you go.
Cool. So that makes sense.
So that's a rig.
Have
Is
to
there a
do
specific
before-
name for that?
Rig. R-A-G.
Yes.
Rigging is a rig.
Oh,
Sorry for the spelling and my
That's okay. No
pronunciation.
worries. No.
So what you have to do when you have to do something flying, you have to take a shot. It's called a plate or a clean background. Okay, so you take
Plate
at the beginning of your shot and at the end. So after that, you make your animation. Imagine like bang, 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 and you just crop with any software like, I don't know, Photoshop or whatever, face or whatever. So you just remove the rig
All
because
that.
you have a clean plate
Yeah.
in your background, so that has the feeling of floating or jumping or whatever.
So what do you do in the sense when you have an animated background? So if the background is moving also, does that make it extra complicated?
Yeah, well, that's that. Yeah, that's these are complicated backgrounds. So what you have to do is several plates. So you have to do different passes. So like a multiplane. So you animate first the background and do a shot, 50 frames, for example, the background. Next, the middle part, animation, blah, 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 and the foreground at the end, la, 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 la. And you have a clean plate for all of them.
okay, wow. So that's, and then in
So-
post-editing, you layer them on afterwards.
Yeah.
Very.
In the other hand, what you can do also to avoid any post-production stuff, especially with really complicated or massive backgrounds, characters, you have to remember that you work to your camera site. So, for example, if I have the rig here, I just place the rig in an invisible position, for example.
Okay.
So I just hide the rig behind my puppet, so I avoided to a bit of post-production or a complicated one. So if you have a crowd here, don't place the rig in the middle of the crowd because it's going to be painful to remove it later. So just, once again, storytelling and storyboarding and
The planning that goes into
it's important.
I really want to know the process now, because like so far we've gotten bits and pieces.
Okay, I think our audio is back.
Sorry, what did you say, guys?
No, sorry. What we were saying is like so far we've gotten bits and pieces of the process, like storyboarding and like the different things that come together for animation to come to life. Now, I know that we played it on the feature creations reel here, but you made an animation called Mocky Kid. And maybe you can take us through the process of like from beginning to end, like how you came up with the idea, the storyboarding. Just tell the audience, like, if they were to do something similar, what did you do?
Okay, now is real life. I did nothing, no pre-production.
Okay.
I had just a spare week, and I said, okay, this thing has to be done. So I just kind of improvised. So
Okay.
I only knew I wanted a big shot at the beginning, just placing the background, the city and stuff, and a big shot at the end with the big neck and the comparison scale. So I know, and the rest was kind of coming through. So honestly, it was. So don't do that, guys, because you're gonna spend loads of time.
What's your traditional
So after
process?
all my explanation about you have to make pre-production, storyboarding, I didn't have any reference. I didn't.
Adrian, I think that's
sorry.
I think that's the point though of becoming like a master at something.
Yes.
There are shortcuts that you can take. Like a student, you would never tell them to be like go in blind and just make it up on the spot. But as someone who's been doing it for so many years, you now have that liberty. So that's something that people have to understand.
Well, in the other hand, to be totally honest, I have my limitations here in my place. So I have just a couple of lenses and a couple of stuff. So I'm not a really fancy animator. So for example, you can have this really cheap rig made of just aluminum wire. So this is the same thing. So just put a piece of clay here and here. So it's really, really good, especially for these super light guys.
Yeah, the plastic's really
so
light.
just
for Lego, so I guess
DNY, always DNY. And also I made these fake camera moves. So if I could call myself a mastering technique, is in create fake camera moves, because I have no budget for motion control or something like that. So I just put all my scenarios in a plate. So I just place the camera and make so I move the background. So because they are so small and they are light, so you can just play around with them. So
wow, that's good.
So you move, instead of making things move, you just basically like fake it by moving it already.
Yeah. So if you check one of my videos, this Ninjago chase I did with Zane and all the backgrounds
They're all
are
blurred.
just photocopies. Just photocopies. And you just place and move the photocopy. So it's a really cheap way to afford huge backgrounds and save space, because obviously this Ninjago prototype would take like this amount of space, and I have not that space. I have a teeny tiny place to work with. So I just saving money, saving the space.
So you're literally like, that's so cool for everyone to see at home, like, because everyone always thinks that you need all this space to do things, but you're making it work. Like this is the second workspace that we've seen, and yeah, wow, what would you say? That's like a 4x4 space, 4 feet by 4 feet space.
It's like 50 centimeters plus 50 centimeters. So the whole monkey kit animation was done there.
Oh, we see something he's working on. What is that
What are
one?
you working on? What's that sword?
You should be more tidy than me. Also, guys, if anyone is listening, don't be that mess. Don't do
So
try to.
this is
yeah,
what we've learned so far.
a really important.
Adri has lots of really great masterful advice and follows none of it. That's what we've learned.
If
But yeah,
you're
definitely you have to.
you're a teacher, so like, what is the best piece of advice you tell your students, like, as a number one rule as an animator? Like, do you have like a specific thing that you always tell them?
First of all, I'm not a teacher. I'm a cheater. It's upside down. No, sorry. But yeah, no, it's like in terms of animation, it's just keep your eyes hungry. So everywhere you go, every time you get out, especially out of the cave, please, when you go to the real world, keep looking at it with curiosity and checking out all the details, all the different characters, all the teeny tiny stories. Many times we lost just because we're on our phones all the time.
True.
So just keep wide open eyes and minds. So you probably are going to find many teeny tiny details, interesting ones to put on your stories. And you're going to connect with them because it's your reality. And probably because it's your reality, you're going to put it correctly on the framing, and you're going to understand how it works. And also practice. Did I say practice? Practice. So yeah, loads of practice. Loads of practice.
Who would have thought?
Yep.
But I mean, like, especially doing the same thing over and over again, like, and as an animator, that's literally what you're doing. You're practicing as you go.
Yeah, always.
Wow. But
And
no,
failure. Failure is the best teacher you can ever have. Because most of my animation, sometimes I'm in the middle of something and suddenly my puppet fall off or something like that. Oh, I didn't rig it because I thought, I'm gonna do this quick. So I didn't put the proper rig in or something like that. So sometimes it's like, oh, I did this wrong. So I have to make a plate or change the camera angle or just trying to put it back in position. So it depends. So you're gonna learn a really good lesson every time you make a failure. So
Do it right the first time.
failure is your friend. Don't be afraid.
it's going to, doing something like this, especially just understanding a little bit more about animation, just don't give up. Basically, like, even though you encounter a failure, what you're saying is just keep practicing. Give up. It's okay. I mean, you've been doing it for 30 years, so you haven't given up yet. So that's definitely a testimony right there.
Okay, I have another question just to bring it back into our into the realm of BuildCon, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Because we went on an animation tangent, which I think is really important and really great because there is a lot of Lego stop motion animators.
Well, there's not that many, actually.
I mean, there are people though who do it.
Yeah.
How did you decide that you wanted to stop motion Lego? Like, where did Lego come in your life?
Good question.
Like, how did that become part of your life? And then obviously you're an animator, so that makes sense. But why Lego? Like why did you have a fascination with it at all, ever?
Well, in my case, everything begins when I was, I don't remember, 10, 9, 8, I don't remember what. So my first sets were these Spirius, do you remember Spirius? These big mech, black, red, and that's it. So Lego was this, no?
Oh my God.
Okay, check it out later.
We are gonna have to look this. Hey guys, in the chat there, have you guys heard of that one? Spheres?
Spirius, so it's spelled Spirus or something like that.
Yeah, okay. I think.
How do you say that? Sorry, my spelling is really bad in English.
No,
so that was my the beginning of everything. So I've always been playing with my siblings at home, like making like versions of movies. Like, for example, I have a plus 18 rate version of Harry Potter with Playmobil and Legos also. So yeah, kind of scary movie, but in Harry Potter theme. So for me, it was kind of really easy way to approach to articulated pieces, and because of the scale is quite small, so you can put it wherever. So you don't need a huge space, or even when you're making like live action movies or short films, it's quite a big challenge in terms of production. So this for me was always a thing. But yeah, I disconnected from Lego many years after that. But once again, the problem came with these little.
Oh, sorry.
Remember, but I just watched the trailer and I thought like, oh, did they do stop motion Lego feature film? And I was like, oh, no, it's CGI, but it was really well done, like to capturing the stop motion essence, like double, like shooting doubles and this kind of brick moving instead of flexible elbows or just unlocking the thingy. So I was so trapped for that magic again. I was now older, and I was a bit more in animation stuff. So I just decided to I'm going to go back to my childhood toys and just try to animate them. So yeah, for me it was like a punch on my addiction because this is just an addiction. So it's like,
For sure.
guys,
Everyone
don't go
keeps
to the
saying
dark
it's an
side
addiction.
of the brick. Lego, yes, for me, yes. I mean, I have loads of boxes, not even open sets, and I still keep buying new stuff because of, all these new cool pieces could be great for, poof
look at
puff and
cards.
vanishing, or just, these for the whoosh, like a kamehameha, whoosh, so I just can't stop buying some sets because of the special features or pieces like, this is nice life, or just whoosh stuff. So I start analyzing the fighting sequence on Ninjago movie or the Lego movie. They do this stuff frame by frame.
So I wanted to talk about that a little bit, and I think I'm going to wait for the
Yeah,
picture to
all
come
these
back.
little
No, you can hear me.
cool pieces.
Your video stopped, so we can still hear you, but the
We're
video
just
stopped.
waiting for it to catch up.
But you can still hear us, okay, right?
Oh, sorry.
No worries. No worries. Okay. As
Okay.
long as you can hear me. So what I wanted to do was implore everybody who's on the stream right now, or anyone who watches this later, to go and watch your stop motions frame by frame, because I did. I went and watched.
you did?
I went and watched Maki frame by frame, and the amount that I learned,
Oh my god, I feel naked.
the amount that I learned in just that short amount of time watching frame by frame, you picked up a really interesting piece. And the reason why I wanted to go and watch Maki Kid in frame by frame was because I wanted to know how you made the Ninjago staff bend when he's whipping it behind his back.
Ooh.
And I didn't realize how you did it until I watched it frame by frame. And there's that, and then you used the curved piece. Show the curved red piece again. That's the one.
Whoa.
So it goes from that shape, and then he flips it around, and so
Yeah.
it makes that boing look, and it's from solid pieces. It's so interesting to see how you can use those to animate things. And it's that curved piece that really got me to want to watch it, and that's where I learned a ton. And then I just went through all of it and was able to start seeing, like, okay, if you really watch it in slow motion, you guys can learn a ton of movie magic secrets.
Oh, and what's that? What's that piece for?
Yeah, did you do that? Did you
It's
use
like
that
a
one?
fang. Yeah,
Nice.
so
Such smart
just
ways to use
loads of whoosh.
whoosh, whoosh.
effects.
Oh, it's all about
So-
Movement. A lot of like the curves give the arcing roll.
Or for example, explosions or laser stuff, you just make like replacements with different tails. So you just one frame, shot the small one, the next one you replace the big one, and at the end you place like the bubble one or something like that. So you can just use replacements. It depends on the action.
You just keep making it bigger. Oh, that's so cool. And that's where the motion takes place.
That's super
Or a
smart.
blowing just a little like. So this is like, I don't remember which set I got this.
It's an interesting piece for sure.
Well, that looks like a what do you call it? I think I've seen that in the Chima sets or animal stuff.
I don't have any Chima sets, so
Oh,
probably
okay.
it's Nexonites or something like that. I don't know.
Nexonites, yeah, that's a good one too.
That's awesome. So, Adri, I know we've talked a lot. We've learned a lot.
I completely miss.
It's okay. Sorry, we're just a bit of noise. We're gonna wait to dissipate. What I'm gonna say is we've got about 5 minutes left, and I want to make sure we can get to the couple questions that were asked before we have to go. So the first one, I'll do it in reverse order because it makes more sense to do the last one after. So, what is your favorite stop motion movie? And who is your favorite anime?
My favorite
Stop motion movie.
and
Director.
Your favorite anime?
Oh, animator, sorry.
Okay. So favorite stop motion movie. Well, one of the one who touched my heart, I think deepest was Chicken Run. So Chicken Run, yeah, that's because also before Lego I started with clay, animating with clay. So even before Lego, it's even easier to just have fun with the clay and make morphing and stretching and stuff. So when I think it was my first big feature film on cinema, and I thought like, oh, it's all plasticine and puppets, and it's kind of the thing I do at home. So I was like, okay, that's brilliant. And in terms of, you said directors or?
Oh, animator.
Your favorite animator? Someone who's who you looked up to their work, or maybe helped teach you or inspired you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, any kind of art book. I loved any art book. If you want to start a really good book, I always recommend is the Survival Animators Kit. Animator Survival Kit. It's from Richard Williams, who used to work with us in Arman. So he passed away last year, I think. So that's a really good guide. So it's like just to, even if you do 2D animation, CG, or stop motion, because all the basics are there. And also I think you have already all the tutorials animated on YouTube, so you can easily go there. So that's a brilliant guide. Apart from that, any kind of art book. Yeah, YouTube University. Yeah, in terms of, also I have several books like in terms of art books. So if you can go to that art books and see how the puppets are made, like I have also a Chicken Run art book. I have also signed by the animators who made it. So because I was working with them last year, and it was my best gift ever. So it's just amazing. So, but yeah, and definitely art books and stuff. There's specifically for Lego, I have this one. So it was done by David Pagano and David Piquet. So if you want to start with stop motion animation for break films, this is a really good one. It's just really good tips and all you need to know to keep moving. So yeah, definitely.
So speaking of university, the next question, sorry to cut you there. Where can people find your animations? Is there anywhere that they can go? That's the question. They want to know, where can they find your animations? Is it on YouTube? Is it on somewhere else? Like, if they want to look at your stuff or analyze it frame by frame like I did, where can they go?
Well, I have my YouTube channel. Where do I have the chat here? No. So you can find me by Adrian Piqueras on YouTube. So the avatar is like a rabbit.
Okay.
So just check it out. It's Adrian Piqueras is my full name. Okay. And there's like a blue rabbit ears, so that's my YouTube channel. But honestly, it's a mess. So I'm not. I mean, I've never thought on sharing properly my stuff, and my Instagram also is a bit messy because if you check it out, it's mostly black dots because I've never put cover on my videos, so you have to guess what's on them. So it's like wow, what's behind the secret frame? So you can now I understand. A friend told me, hey, you can put covers. So yeah. Well, I'm really bad at influencing or whatever you call it. So But yeah, my Instagram, mostly my last animations. I'm gonna upload Monkey Kid tomorrow. So now you share it, so I can
Perfect.
put it.
Now that it's
And
been
yeah,
debuted,
probably I could share. And Animantas is a kind of YouTube channel I did with my friend Maria Rivas. This is for you, dear. So she and me, we worked on Armand a couple of years ago. We made a YouTube channel about animation. It's in Spanish, but we have subtitles, so you can check it out. It is called Animantas. I'm gonna Animantas.
Yes.
Oh, you're in the chat too.
And I have a couple of break
right.
films.
Yeah.
I have a lot of quick tips, specials. So maybe
Perfect.
someone could be interested on check them out.
We're posting it on our Twitch right now for everybody to read up on, so they'll be able to see that shortly.
But if not, sorry, the best way to check it out my stuff, don't be shy. I'm a really easygoing person. So if you want to ask me anything through Instagram or something like that, I'm quite available mostly. So because I'm really bad at I have a website too, but it's not updated. I'm working on it.
I think that's the one thing that we tend to forget. We tend to forget about like the front end things where people find us. But yeah, you're busy working, doing your own thing, and we understand that.
Well, we are.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, I promise I'm gonna update my stuff and be a bit more affordable for everyone. So
No worries. Appreciate it. Well, Adri, we really appreciate you having
so much.
or taking the time to come on board, to come chat with everyone.
Thank you.
To teach us about animation, about your Lego passion, and about like tips and tricks for people who want to be able to do that themselves. I learned a lot. I'm sure everybody in the chat learned a lot. And this will be posted obviously on YouTube afterwards, just a specific one, so people in the future will be able to continue learning a lot from it. So thank you again so much for stopping by. We're going to let you go
Thank
right
you.
now, and we're going to move on to our next commercial break for you guys. And we will have our next building guest coming up at 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So thank
Thanks
you
so
guys
much, Adri.
and make sure you go check out Adrian's.
Thank you so much, you guys. And remember, as Batman said, always work in black or very, very dark gray if you make a stop motion. No, honestly, to avoid reflection. That's it.
That makes
Where's
sense.
black? We're black. Got it.
All right,
That's
bye guys.
perfect.
Yep.
Dave, how's it going?
Good, how are you doing?
Good. I ruined the surprise. Could you tell the people at home who you are?
Oh, my name is Dave Ware, and I am a Lego mosaic artist. I guess.
Mosaic specifically? Is that
Mostly.
how you niched yourself?
Yeah, that way I started with mosaics, and then I do a little bit of other stuff. I like to do sort of surfing and tiki-based Lego stuff too,
Okay.
but mostly mosaics.
Okay, we'll probably get into that. Just again, for everybody who will be watching this elsewhere or whoever ends up seeing it, Dave has an awesome mosaic display that we've currently, or that you currently worked on for BuildCon here at New Horizon Mall. Looks awesome. We'll overlay some video so people can see it, or if they tune in, obviously, they'll be able to see it as well. But yeah, BuildCon for us, just as a little bit of an intro, I guess this will be kind of your first time working alongside Chris and I. This is kind of a new format. We talked a little bit about this before we came into the room. Let's just give everyone a little bit more of an idea of what's going on here. So BuildCon was designed to be an online virtual convention with a in-person aspect as well, to be socially acceptable in this crazy COVID-19 world. So we have a bunch of awesome display rooms that are basically full glass, which is one of the rooms that you get to utilize. So what do you think of the layout? What have you thought so far? I know the mall's a little bit different than a normal mall setup, but what do you think of the idea of being able to utilize these sort of glass rooms?
I think it's fantastic. I've never been able to display more than like 3 of my pieces at any given time because they're so big and they take up a lot of space. And
Definitely
if you have a show, you don't want to have just a whole wall of me, but I get to have a whole wall of me, and
have a
that's
whole room.
That's a whole room. That's exciting. Yeah, no, that was what really excited me. I was like, oh great, I have all these pieces that I've collected over the years, and I just don't have the heart to take them apart. So, I just line them all up. And
speaking of heart taking apart, we were talking about something interesting in terms of motivation to keep them together is that you actually use like 6x6, I think you said, tile plates, and have the people who you created these mosaics actually sign them.
Yeah, that was something I came up with early on. I got a table, like a booth at the Calgary Expo, and I had the idea that certain people were coming to the expo. I was like, oh, maybe I'll make a picture of them, and that'd be a great way to introduce yourself to someone. Because what I discovered over the years, and this is in hindsight, but when you bring a giant picture of someone made of Lego, they want to talk to you.
Yeah.
They absolutely want to talk to you. So it's a great...
Instead of them just filtering through with the pre-signed...
Yeah, that's right. It's a great, I remember one of the first ones I did was Adam Baldwin, which I had his here. And I put it up on Twitter. And then like 30 seconds later, my phone started just buzz. So he had replied, talked about it, and then my phone just kind of blew. It was the first time it had ever happened to me.
Yeah.
And so he was like, yeah, bring it over. I'll definitely want to sign that, right? And so I walked over, and of course it's, it's almost as tall as I am. So I was walking over, and he saw it, and he stood up from his little signing table, and he's like, bring that up. So,
it's definitely an eye catcher, so it's a good way to park it.
yeah, it's kind of, and it's neat too, because you're not, like, the celebrities don't ask you to make a picture
No,
of
of
them.
course.
So it's not like they owe you anything. Most of them are pretty kind of excited, and often they'll like pull out their camera and take a picture and send it to their wife. Like I remember Alan Tudyk did that, sent a picture of it to his wife, and most of them are pretty excited. There's an average, once in a while there'll be somebody who's just like, yeah, okay, whatever.
I mean, for the most part, they're signing hundreds of these things a day.
Yeah.
So it's a nice break for them, just to see something completely different.
Yeah, it's different. It definitely stands out. We did one of Finn and Jake from Adventure Time, and the two voice artists were at Expo. I think it was last year, maybe 2 years ago, and they were both just really thrilled to see it. They just, they get it over here. Let me sign that. John DiMaggio was very, very great. I have an 11-year-old son, and he was so nice, and got a couple extra pictures out and signed those for him as well. And yeah, it's just a really nice sort of way to talk to people.
Yeah.
Will Wheaton came to our booth. He's a big Lego fan.
Nice, awesome.
So I'm also part of one of the clubs here in town, Salug, and so after the floor hours were closed and they kicked everybody out, he came back and looked at the big display, and then he came over and chatted about mosaics, and because he used to do a lot of pixel art and that kind of thing.
Oh,
so,
I mean, it's basically just
it's the same
thing, just in a different medium.
cross stitch. It's the same thing.
It's exactly, totally. Jumping back, tell everyone, how did you decide, or maybe you didn't decide, maybe it just sort of evolved into it, on mosaics? I mean, it's unique.
Yeah, so I started getting back into Lego and was buying sets here and there. And then I think I was somewhere and I saw a picture that was all pixelated, and I was like, I wonder if I could do a picture like, of my dog in Lego. And so I figured out how to do it. I figured out how to pixelate the picture, and I did it. And I was like, okay, that worked. I was like, okay, I wonder if I could do another picture. And the answer was yes. And I did a second. I have a picture of the second one, which was of my son. The first one, I don't have one of the dog, sadly. And then I just kept going. And then it was like, okay, what else can I make? Can I make something bigger? And I think the progression, and I've talked to a few other people who do mosaics, and it's the same thing. You go bigger and bigger because you need that fine detail, and you can't get the fine detail unless you go bigger. And then you get to a point where you're like, okay, this is out of hand. This is way too big. Now we got to come back and figure out a better way to
incorporate that.
Yeah, and it's also, it's hard to move them, and it's like if you're selling one or something, people don't have 6 feet of wall
space.
Yeah,
that's
so
actually a really good point that you don't really think about until you start doing it. You mentioned that your dog was the first one you did. What was the size of the first one?
it was probably like maybe a 16-inch, probably 48 by 48 base plate.
What is the largest one you've ever made?
The biggest one that we've ever done is, let me think. It's probably the one, we did one for the store opening, when the Lego store opened in Calgary. And it was probably 7.5 feet tall by about 6 feet wide. I did it in 2 panels, and it was one of the posters from the Calgary Stampede.
Okay.
So it was like a guy riding a bull with a bunch of stuff in the background. And
Sounds very clear.
But yeah, they take a long time to do that.
Well, the next question I was going to ask you is how is that process? Tell the people again, what is the process for you? So obviously you find a picture, you find it. as something that you wanted to replicate.
Right.
So you have to go from pixelating it to procuring the parts for it to actually assembling it.
Yeah.
What does that time frame look like? What do those procedures look like?
So usually the first thing is come up with an idea, try to find a picture, then pixelate the picture and see if it actually works. Because some pictures don't. They just, there's too much detail, you lose it.
Yeah.
Right? Because if half your pixel is black, that pixel becomes black, and it's hard to. Yeah. Certain things are hard to do. It's hard to do. You know, like triangles are tricky because you often can't get the right look to it. Eyes are very tricky, right? If you want to put the pupil in the middle of the eye, sometimes it's one stud. If it's bigger than one stud, you're in trouble because now you got to figure out, how to not make them look crazy. But so you pixelate your picture. There's a bunch of different programs out there. I use one called Bricksaic, which is like Mosaic but Bricksaic, and it was developed by one of the Lego fans, Eiffels. And so we can talk to him all the time and say, hey, can you add this? And hey, myself and another fella that often does mosaics, we're constantly like looking for upgrades and stuff. So then once you pixelate it, it actually gives you a good idea of what you need. Some people just use 1x1s. I don't do that because it's just so much work. Yeah, I can put in a 2x4 and that's 8 of those all in one. Right? So then it's sort of figuring out what do I need brick-wise. I generally have enough of everything on hand unless it's a huge picture or something. I have like a big bucket of 2x4s and 2x2s in most colors. And then I have, those like see-through cereal container things, plastic ones. I got those for 1x1 so I can just shake out however many I need and, off I go. So then once I know how many roughly I need, then it's just buying it and waiting for it to come in. Usually I'll get started. The map comes out of the program and it's just the grid basically, and it's broken up by squares, and there's 8x8 sections are done in a bolder line so you can sort of get an idea of each little bit of it. And then it's just building and just making sure, double checking you're on the right line, because the worst thing in the world is to be off by a line. And then you have to move all the
Scantron tests.
Yeah.
If you mess up once,
you can't just erase though. You got to move everything over one row. But I did a couple projects last year, and it was basically taking the extra large base plates, and some of the pieces we were doing had 36 of them in it in one, and so it was almost like a factory after a while. I had my wife helping, one of my friends helping, and we're getting pretty good, getting pretty fast. You have 25 minutes, you can do one of those, boom, next one, and so. I discovered after a while that there is a skill to it, as well as just being mechanically putting bricks in. Because what I noticed was I was finishing way faster than my friend and my wife, and I was like, well, the only reason is because I've done this 1,000 times, right? So clearly I've learned something, and I've learned how to go a little quicker. But so after a while it just becomes a muscle memory, I guess.
That's so interesting. What are your aspirations, I guess, for the mosaic world? Is there like an evolution that you hope for, or where are you in that point? Because obviously when you started doing something and now you're here, is there like a future that you want to get to, or? I
don't know if I have any big goals as far as what I want to do, but it's more just I see something and I'm like, oh, that's neat. I'd like to do that as a mosaic. I like to bring them to the shows and show them off a little bit here and there. I like things with big blobs of color in it. Is what I've discovered over the years. Is that something that's got a lot of bright colors in it is way more interesting than something grayscale or something, sort of muted. Although that can be interesting too if you do that right. So it's really just finding an image where I'm like, oh, that'd be an interesting thing to do. Because if you think about it, if it's big enough, it's 10 to 20 hours you're going to be working on that thing. So if you're not excited a little bit about it, it's hard to force yourself to do it, right? If someone's paying you, that might be enough. That's a motivation in itself. But if you're just doing it for kicks and it's a picture, you're not that great. I've done that before. I've started something and gone, no, I'm not excited by this. I don't want to do this. So
I was going to ask, I think you just mentioned it, but I'll just double check. What is the average time, to complete a mosaic? Your average size that is like 3 by 5 or something?
30 by 30 or 30 by 45 are kind of the two. So it would either be 4 extra large gray base plates or 6. Sometimes we cut them, it depends on what the size. I found these nice wood frames that are very light, like they're wood canvases, they call them.
Yeah, I'd love to get it.
They're nice and light, so you can carry them. We used to use, like particle board that's crazy heavy, and so that was an evolution. Oh, and the fun part about all of this is that when I started doing it, there was no one that I could call and say, hey, how do you mount these things?
Yeah.
I had to figure that out by myself. And yeah, so you just sort of, there's no book, right? So, and then one day I got an email from one of the Lego Discovery Centers, I think they call them, right? Okay. In Kansas. And they were like, hey, we're just wondering, how do you go about mounting the... And I thought, you guys should know that. Lego knows how to do this. You should ask them. But it was kind of fun that they asked me, right?
Well, I mean, I guess they're humble enough to notice something that someone's done well, and they're like, well, instead of going through the scientific process ourselves, we may as well just ask the dude who does it well.
And I think, we're joking, but I think that's absolutely 100% right. There's so many fields where people don't want to talk and they don't want to share their ideas. The first thing I do when I find somebody new who does mosaics is I start talking to them and go, hey, what's going on? How do you do this? What do you like to do? What problems have you run into? Because maybe they found out something that I don't know. And then maybe that saves me a ton of time, or maybe I know something that can help them.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest crime, is when people are all like, oh, I don't want to talk about my process, right? So, yeah.
I mean, that just means they're selfish. They don't actually care about the genre.
Yeah.
They just care about their own.
All the people that do it regularly, I'm sort of in contact with, and they're great about sharing stuff and talking. And I think that's how you have to be, right? Ask questions and figure out how other people do it, because how are you ever going to know otherwise, right?
For sure. How have you seen the evolution of the mosaic, I guess, scene? When you first started it, you were saying there was no one you could go ask about mounting it. So I'm sure there's more information now, especially with the people you've sort of grown with in that field.
Yeah, I mean, now I could just call the guys who work at the Lego shop, because I know them now.
Hold on, hey guys, we are back. We are going to have our next builder. It's going to be Jafa Mocked. You guys are going to want to stick around for this one, especially if you want to learn a thing or two about building anything organically, or having some awesome shape to it, or outside of these square brick studs on top of the building. This is the man to speak to. So give us a second, we're going to switch it back over to him, and we'll be right there.
One of our guests has talked very Sorry, this guy is a legend. Josh, he's from Australia, and we actually have one of our guests speak really highly of this guy. So we're very excited to bring him on board.
You already introduce yourself again. Tell them your handle, what you normally go by online, and yeah, go from there.
All right. Well, I'm Joss, or Jafa, as you guys probably know me better. I go by Jafa Mox most places. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook even. Yeah, and I'm known for making creatures and such like this, for the most part.
Awesome creatures. Oh man, you guys gotta watch the video. That's a video that's playing right now. There's a lot of things you guys are gonna be incredibly impressed.
I've got this guy on hand too.
That's the whip. Yeah, we saw that one just recently. That's massive. Wow, the scale of these.
Put them off to the side. We'll get to it.
We'll get to that later. Yeah. I'm just got him there.
First things first. It's all good. First things first.
All right. Sorry, guys. We fixed that.
Thank you, guys. First things first. Jafa. What is that? Like, why that word? Why that name?
Sorry, you guys muted one of your other microphones that I had unmuted. But what was that? Sorry.
What is the origin story of Jafa? Why did you choose that one as a username?
It was actually something that my dad used to call me growing up. It's like, my name's Joss, and he just called me like J for Joss. So and it ended up just being shortened to Jafa.
Yeah.
And then I ended up just kind of rolling with that as my handle pretty much everywhere since I was a kid.
So that's your nickname.
Yeah,
that's very cool. Yeah. So that word does it mean anything in another language, or?
No, it's just like J for Joss, but J for. Yeah, it's pretty silly, but like Yeah.
I'm glad it stuck. Your dad just like came up with like this random word, and it's cool. It's good. Good
Yeah.
story.
Let's go back to one of the like most basic questions, just for people. Where did you start your Lego in terms of like as a kid?
Sorry.
I'm assuming.
Our mics.
Oh,
Sorry.
That's fine.
yeah.
Sorry, we got a mic up. We were charging it. Here we go.
Hello. Hi.
Can you hear us better?
A little bit. Should I be listening from the other microphone or this one?
Oh, I think you should be okay with Colin's key.
It should be keys.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah, I can hear you guys better now.
Okay, perfect. Sorry. Where's the origin? What's the origin story of JFA? Not the name, but like as a Lego builder.
Well, I've been building Lego since I was, I think, probably 5 years old. You know, like I've always been a fan, and you know, like that kind of never stopped growing up. I probably went through like a brief hiatus in high school, but then, when I moved away from home, actually, I started getting really into mocking because I don't know, you have the freedom to like order all of the parts and sets that you want, so.
Yeah.
I just kind of like was reliving my childhood a bit, and then ended up getting really into creating my own stuff. And yeah, I made an Instagram account in 2017, and yeah, things started really steamrolling after that. Like, you know.
What do you currently at in terms of your Instagram followers? So what have you amassed in those 3 years?
I have, I think, 16.3 thousand people following me now, which is
that's great.
insane.
I mean, your builds are so unique. I think that's one of the things. If it shows up in anyone's feed, whether it's like through a suggestion or if it's featured, which gets featured a lot.
Yeah.
Other places, it's so eye-catching. It's so using the right colors, really interesting shapes. So I think that probably attributes a lot to how your growth happened. Also, sorry, there's something going on. Oh, just kind of interesting. How did you? Where did the growth sort of happen? Like, where was that point? Like, okay, like I posted like 100 photos. I'm still at like 1,000 followers. Was there like a tipping point? Was like there a specific thing that happened? Maybe like someone featured you or something that really pushed you over the edge in terms of like the follower count? It was just slow for the last 3 years, just instant.
It was pretty like pretty steady growth for the most part. Like, you know, I would just like kind of post. I think 2017, like the year that I first started building, I was pumping out a mock like every week.
Wow.
And I think that was where the biggest like growth was. And then like it kind of slowed down for a bit. But then a little while ago, Lego themselves, like the Lego Instagram, posted one of my mocks.
Right.
And that I gained like 4,000 people to the page after that.
In one day, hey? That's insane.
In one day, yeah. It was really crazy.
That's
And
awesome.
so yeah. And they featured me 2 more times since then as well.
Oh, so that's accelerating it. That's interesting.
How did they reach out to you? Was it something that they just took it and then credited you, or did they reach out and ask if they could do something?
Yeah, they emailed me about a month beforehand. I wasn't actually sure if it was a legit email or not. I was kind of like skeptical at first. But yeah, they said they had a new like thing that they were going to start doing called Build of the Week, and so yeah, they asked if they could feature actually the Leviathan, the big one, but I said it like wasn't finished yet. That they were welcome to share the whip photo if they wanted to, and then they ended up just choosing a different one, and then featured that instead. Yeah.
And you currently have one of your mocks in the Lego house, is that correct?
I do, yeah. It's the cockatrice. It's like a rooster crossed with a dragon.
Oh, okay.
It's got pretty bright colors on it as well. Like the headish area was like red and kind of orangey. Is that one?
Yeah, it was like that. What do they call it? Bright yellowish orange.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's mostly that color with like green wings and a tail and like the big fiery mane on it, I guess. Yeah.
Can you describe to people that process? I think getting something featured within the Lego house is probably, I mean, I would say that's on the list of people's things to want. And so can you tell us how that process sort of happened? Like, did you reach out to them? Again, did they reach out to you?
For that, there was a competition in, I guess it would have been 2019 now, yeah. So there was a competition last year called Help Decorate the Lego House. And the theme was alternative nature. And so people just had to build something adhering to that theme. And there were quite a few winners actually. I think like about 30 or so people won. And the people who won that got sent a signed copy of the Lego House Dinosaurs set. And you in return sent them your mock to be featured in the house.
So what do they do? They send you like a box with packaging, or like you just take it apart, or you put it in, put like peanut stuffing in there? Like how did that process to send it over?
Yeah, it was super weird. I kind of like, I got this kind of smallest box that I could because I don't know, I didn't think I would need something too big for it. And what I did was I just took the wings off and the legs off, and then just like kind of laid them side by side inside the box with bubble wrap and everything. And then they had like someone from FedEx or whatever show up at your house to like pick up the package, and then they would take it from there.
They didn't have like white glove service, people come in like yellow Lego jumpsuits to like collect it. It just went to FedEx.
Yeah, I mean they kind of like, it got there.
Instructions, any issues with it? Did they have to call you, be like, hey, your build came in all just pieces, like the instructions aren't in here, like what do we do?
There were actually some issues with it, yeah.
Oh, no.
The mock on display, like it still is like that right now. They put the wings on the wrong way around.
Oh, really?
And the legs are like bent backwards. And like, I don't know, it's like, it looks kind of out of whack, which I was kind of disappointed by. And I messaged them seeing if they could fix it, and they just kind of messed it up more. So, I appreciate the sentiment, but yeah, it's just a shame that it didn't turn out that great.
The photo you provided then, because it did come up on the stream already, it came up kind of early in the stream. Is that the correct orientation? Like you took that photo, that was before you sent it, everything is like correct?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So the one that people get to see is the right one, and not
Online.
the weird offspring. Like it's like an off-brand version of it.
Yeah.
At the
bootleg.
Exactly.
Bootlegger.
That's so funny.
Wait, are you actually going to get that back, or is that like a permanent display there?
Oh no, I'll get it back eventually. I don't know when or
Hopefully
how.
not in pieces.
Oh, I'm sure they don't care when they ship it back. They're like, well, it can arrive in any condition.
Yeah, I don't mind. Well, actually, a lot of the parts that were used on that mock belong to Andrew Steele, who I believe you guys are having on tomorrow.
We're
That's
gonna
right.
have
Shout out
Andrew
to
Steele
Andrew.
on.
That's hilarious. You guys are friends, right?
Yeah, he lives like a 10-minute drive away from me.
Oh, that's awesome.
We live in the same town, so yeah.
He's the one who talked highly of you. He mentioned that ever since he met you, he's like, he had to change his style of building because you guys are, I guess, similar.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit of a friendly rivalry, really.
That's so cool.
Always trying to one up each other.
Is that is an actual thing with you guys then?
Yeah, no, we did a big collab a little while ago. Actually, this mock right here, it's missing a few parts right now, but this was my reimagining of an old Bionicle set. It usually has like big antennas here, and there was like a red one and a blue one, and I made the blue one and he made the red one.
Nice.
And, yeah, still very happy with this and how well it kind of holds together as well.
I was just gonna say, it looks incredibly solid the way you're able to grab
you're
it like
like
that.
just
it looks like
whipping it around.
it looks like a solid piece of like formed plastic and not Lego.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Lego at all.
What building technique
this was
did you use to get such a solid shape? So much movement, but in such a solid shape.
Well, my absolute best friend is this 3mm rigid hose. Yeah, just like lengths and lengths of that. So it's running all the way down to like neck here, and you've got like these Exoforce robot arms coming up on the side, and also like the hands with the clips coming to the bottom, and that lets you get a nice like smooth kind of shape going on here. And the same thing happens with like these regular tubing parts, because with those ones you can put these like technicols around them and just line those up. So there's different ways that you can do it, but like the main thing is you want flexible Lego parts to use as a base, and then you can put string other parts on top of them.
Okay.
And like
This is very like, I mean, is it safe to assume that the Bionicle lineup had a really deep impact in the way you build things, or like, is there something about Bionicles that you love?
without a doubt, yeah. Like it's just so different from anything else, and I find it's a lot more fun to build in, like construction parts in general, because I don't know, I find a lot of it is kind of left up to the parts themselves. You don't have to like put in as much effort. Like you can achieve the same thing with one Bionicle part that you would struggle to do with like, I don't know, 10 system pieces.
Yeah.
You know, and using those parts on mocks well makes everything feel so intentional. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, that actually, now that we're understanding it. So basically, like, with all the parts, you're using the parts the way they should be, and that's your interpretation of when you're creating something.
Well, yeah. Well, they're not. Most of the time, like I'm not using them for what they're intended to be, but like you know, if they look enough like that thing, then you know, and they fit so well, then it's just so much better of a result than if you tried to do it with several little system pieces. Like with this mock that I'm working on right now, it went through a like some early whip phases where I made these. God, the like glare on this is insane. You like can hardly make out any detail. But,
yes, the
exposure is so high.
like so high.
Yeah, I don't know how to fix that, but anyways, the four limbs, like beforehand, I tried doing them entirely out of system to try and get like a fuzzy texture on them and everything, and it just I don't know. I'm not good at it, I think is the main thing, but
right.
Yeah, I think this way, just using like two pieces, it's like the Star Wars Shin armor and the Chima feather, and they just like line up perfectly to create that shape that I was after. So
Gorgeous.
sometimes the best solution is the simplest one.
Now, with your building style, we just actually had a guest, Christian, and his description was he wants to make creations that don't look like Lego. Is that the same mentality that you have? You want to make it so that when somebody looks far away, it's not Lego.
Yeah, no, I really I've started viewing Lego as an art form, and you know, I like to make it, you know, I like to kind of push the boundaries of it.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, there's a point where like people just look at it as like, oh cool, it's a nice Lego thing, but then like if people can just look at that and like at a glance say that's a cool sculpture and then realize that it's Lego, that's like the biggest compliment that you can receive.
So that's your intention, like you want to make sculptures and not, I guess, like creations, like Lego. How would you describe that?
I mean, just using it as a medium, I guess,
Yeah.
just to create sculpture.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Because there really is, like, if you start branching out into the weird and wonderful part selection that Lego has, like, anything is possible.
That's true. That's very true. Now, the way you talk about Lego is very, very artistic. What is your background? Like, are you currently studying or working?
I finished a Bachelor of Music last year. Yeah, majoring in jazz piano, but you know that kind of never really went anywhere. It was a really fun experience, and I'm so happy that I did it. And you know, I still play piano frequently, but I just didn't really see it as a career path after I finished. And so now I like want to try and figure out some way to do Lego full time. Yeah.
And how are you pursuing it?
Well, I've been making a bit of money on the side selling instructions for a few of my builds, which has been surprisingly successful, and so I kind of want to turn that into a full business. And I'm taking courses right now on how to start and run a small business, hoping that that's gonna make it become a reality.
How do you go?
If not, sorry, go on.
No, it's okay. How do you go from? Give us an example of one of your mocks that you've turned into instructions. Would you be able to do that? Do you have one that's nearby that has instructions for it?
Oh, he's
I
got
do
it.
have one handy.
Cool.
My you guys probably recognize this guy.
Yes, they're talking about it in the Twitch chat right now.
Right.
Adrian, who's just on, wants to buy it and animate it.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, he's
He's just our previous guest.
Yeah, he's there.
He'd be pretty good for it. Like, he's got a decent amount of articulation. Like, the head moves, the wings are on a full swivel and everything.
Nice.
You can like move the tail around however you like.
Oh, that's cute. That's good. So
like his paws.
where I was getting at with the question is, how do you go from having a mock created, or do you go into that process knowing that you're going to create instructions for it, or do you reverse engineer it and then make the instructions?
Well, I've kind of like adopted the mentality of going into builds, like ones that I'm going to make instructions for, I do like know beforehand, and so I try and design them as like set like as I can. You know, like I want to, yeah, because I've kind of ran into issues when I like made Toothless and then had to make instructions after that. There were a lot of things that weren't very like general public friendly. You know, like I actually committed the building sin of cutting 2 small pieces for his eyes.
That's definitely a very illegal build, that's for sure.
Is that in the instructions? Now take your Lego and cut it in half.
Yeah, I had to put that in the instructions, but I've also provided a like purist alternative
That's
doing the eyes. Yeah,
Well,
so if people don't want to do that, they don't have to. But yeah,
That's
so since then, I've kind of like been a bit more cautious.
Yeah, that makes sense. How what do you use to make the instructions? Like, can you tell people if they've never made instructions before, like what the process is? Like, is there a program story or like a platform that you're able to utilize to do that?
There probably is a program to do it, but that would require building the mock digitally first, which I really suck at.
Okay.
I tried making a mock digitally, like just as like a draft before I made it in like IRL, but it just I can't get the hang of Studio or Lego Digital Designer. It's just so tedious to me, like having to like pull the pieces out and like rotate them the right way, because for me like everything's like kind of free form when I build, like It's not really on a grid most of the time.
Yeah, it's not flexible enough. It's a program bit. Yeah, I can understand that.
It makes more sense in the system where it's just general building, I guess. Although I've seen some people do some crazy stuff with it. I can't get my head around it.
Yeah, no. There are some really, really talented digital builders out there, like that do stuff that I wouldn't be able to do digital or otherwise.
The other question that I had was, how do you get the ideas for your mocks? They're very outside the box. They're very like unique creature designs, like in their own. So how do you come up with these sorts of ideas? So they're very fantastical. So there's not a whole lot to base them off all the time. So
do you sketch it?
Yeah, do you sketch? Like, what's your process for that?
Well, sometimes I sketch them just to like kind of get an idea of like whether, because a lot of the time my process literally just involves mashing 2 animals together, or like or two or more, you know. Yeah, and you know, sometimes sketching it to see if that actually works, or like looking up inspiration images on, you know, like Google Images or Instagram and stuff. Anya Boz is an artist who creates stop motion puppets, and she's a huge inspiration for me. I actually this mock here, the Oracle Dragon, is actually a mock of one of her creatures.
Oh,
yeah. I made it as close as possible to the source material as I could, and yeah, since making it, Anya and I have, kind of had a bit of back and forth, and she's very, very lovely. And oh god, I dropped that. Never mind.
Oh.
But yeah, and
Mock down.
and yeah, so I was really happy that she liked it because I was very fond of the original model, and I wanted to add my own.
Does that put a lot of pressure on you to be able to, like, now that you're dealing with someone else's artwork, does that put pressure on you to do it justice, especially like building it in your own art form? Like, how do you feel when you do that?
Yeah, absolutely. And also, like, it's been it's been kind of frustrating in a sense because of how popular that mock became, and I was like, oh man, I know I did a great job making the mock, but like I feel kind of shit that the original design isn't mine.
Yeah.
And I really want to get to that point where I can like create something of my own design and it get as popular as that, and people like
And
think it was that cool.
why do you think that you're
It's just such a cool, unique design, and like I'd never seen anything like it before, and so I kind of want to find a style like that of my own that I can like. Cause I'm kind of slowly developing it with all of these creatures that I'm making, but I want to like get a really like consistent style that's very original and very me down, and I want that to become my shtick. Well, with the beauty of it, like doing it with Lego, is that a lot of the time, the style ends up being a product of like the build process. Like because if I'm using similar techniques across various mocks, they're all going to have a fairly like coherent visual style to them.
correct?
And like you guys like introduced me as the guy that does like organic shapes and like fantastical creature builds, which is like great to hear, honestly, because it means that I'm starting to be known for that.
Well, I mean,
and again, like a lot of that is because of the parts that I use, and like that's what. Yeah.
So where do you go then? So how is your part selection? How did you amass your parts? Because you mentioned that part selection is really important. So where did you start from? Because a lot of us start with just sets. Those sets get broken down. We get a bin of system brick. Chris and I had Bionicles back in the day. But to really get to the point where you're building like you, how did you get to that tipping point of unique parts like that? Because it's really interesting what you do, and it's not just, you're not getting those from just sets. Like, it's just not possible, not in that quantity.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, they don't sell a whole lot of sets that have these kinds of parts anymore.
Yes.
Especially
back
the
when
Bionicles.
Yeah, when Bionicle was rebooted in 2015, that was like really something that brought me back into the scene of like Lego, because I hadn't really bought a Lego set in quite a while at that point. But when that happened, across 2015 to 2016, I bought every single Bionicle set that came out. I was so hyped for the rerun of it, and like a lot of the time after that, most of my building was just done with the collection from those few years, and I kind of gotten used to building with those parts, and so now I order more of those on Bricklink and keep doing that. Yeah.
What would be your most exciting thing to happen? Like with Lego, would they release more like Bionicle style parts, whether it's not Bionicle or not? Like, is that what you hope for?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon. They're like really starting to move away from Construction or CCBS, the character creature. Yeah, they're really starting to move away from that as just, as a theme in general. But I really would love to see it return, and I don't care what is being made out of it. I just want more parts that fit that system. I want more colors in that system as well, especially.
Oh, color is so important, right?
You probably like notice looking through my feed that like a lot of stuff is built on a black base because that's kind of all we have to work with.
At least you have that color as a base, as a good neutral base, and then you just accented it seems with some like really cool bright colors. Although the guy you have just to your left on your table is like got massive color.
Yeah.
What's it called again? No, the big serpent S-shaped one.
Oh yeah. That's actually an interesting like kind of oddity, this one, because it's not so much CCBS, it's all system really.
Is that possible because of the size?
Well, it's me trying something a little bit different because I'm constantly doing the 3mm hose technique with like ball joints and CCBS shells, but this time around I've done it with Technic bricks.
Nice.
And yeah, so I figured because CCBS doesn't come in any of these colors except purple.
That's interesting.
I'd try doing it with system, and so far the results have been pretty good.
I was actually going to ask, as you mentioned, like you're seeing Lego move away from the Bionicle style of creations. Is this your way of adapting to that change or to that reality per se, as an artist?
Pretty much, yeah. Like, because like I technically can do the same thing, get those organic shapes and stuff with system bricks, but like this is the way to do it, I guess. But yeah, it does look better on a bigger scale because lots of these parts are very geometric. So if it was on a smaller scale, that would be more apparent. Right. Because it's so big, like the small geometric parts are less obvious.
Do you feel like your mocks in the future, especially if you want to continue using a lot of like system brick, will continue to get larger just to accommodate for that? Or do you think you just recycle? Because you're going to run out of like this Bionicle specific parts at some point if you don't rip your mocks apart. So what are you going to do? Are you going to start taking them apart so you can reuse them just for that? Try and buy more. Again, the older they get though, the rarer they're going to get, the more expensive they're going to get. So I'm just thinking of like your next 5-10 years of like building.
Yeah, that's pretty far down the track when we start to actually run out of like parts. But yeah, no, I'm definitely like trying to adapt to building with system more, and especially when it comes to like making instructions for mocks. You really don't want to be making mocks that use parts that are like 10-15 years old and out of circulation, because that's going to be really hard for people to get if they're making it themselves.
And you still want, that's a good point, because like the relevancy of parts is important, especially when you're trying to make these instructions, right? So system brick will definitely is more available, right, for the public, and it's not as expensive. Do you ever think of cost when you think of mocks or creations?
Well, I don't know. Like, it depends on how like how severe the cost is.
Right.
Because like for this mock, I'm pretty much willing to spend however much on it as it takes. I don't know, because like I've been working on it for like several months now. Like just spending a little bit of money on it here and there to like get some more parts to do a bit more really doesn't bother me too much. Yeah, the only time I really think about cost for a mock is if it's got some ridiculously rare part that, like, I don't know if you know about the set from like the Hobbit line of Smaug.
Yes.
The wings in that set go for like $50 each.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true, because it's only in from that set. Oh, that's insane.
Yeah.
Do you have some?
No, I don't. Andrew does. I'm very jealous.
Oh, you might have to borrow some more parts from him.
Yeah, those ones are kind of off limits, but trust me, it is tempting.
Well, that's interesting, because the fact that you have somebody close to you that's building similar thing, like, did that help you and push you in this your Lego journey so far, having that connection and community around you?
Yeah, no, having him there was like, it's been really great. It's not only just because I can like go over and like build with his parts and find things that I've never seen before. But also, you know, like having him as like a constant like looming figure there. It's like, you know, like, no, if you don't keep building, he'll just get better and better.
I hope Andrew's watching this because, like, that's like, I wonder, does he feel the same way? Did you guys ever have this conversation together as friends? Like,
I mean, he did say, like, when we first met, we met at a Lego convention in 2017. I'm pretty sure.
okay, cool. That's when you guys-
Yeah, like I showed up there and I was like, I wonder if anyone else is going to be doing some like Bionicle kind of building around here. And, you know, like I'd set up my stuff and I went for a walk around and I saw this guy who had huge mocks, like just a table full of them. And I was like, wow, this guy like really means business. And then I recognized one of the mocks and I was like, hang on a minute. I know this guy. I've seen him online before on like a message board site that I used to use. And he had the post that had the most upvotes on the history of the site.
There you
So
go.
like, that's how I knew him. Wait, you were the guy who made that mod? Holy, like, wow. And and so, you know, and I realized that he lived like really close to me. So since then we've just
What are
been
the
friends. And, you know,
chances?
he said to me after he like saw my stuff that he was really impressed by how much like small details my stuff had back then. And so he's like, that kind of like got him back into mocking, I'm pretty sure, because a lot of the stuff that he had there at that convention was quite old. He hadn't made anything new in a while, but
Right.
yeah.
It's nice to use the community
I
like
like-
that, like to push each other to continue something.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, there's definitely a bit of competitiveness between us, but I really do value him as a friend and also just like a fellow builder.
Another question: I'm just looking at your photos as they come up. You take your photos on a lot of dark backgrounds. What do you use for your photo booth to get like the black? Is it just a black satin like photo booth sheet?
I
What is
use I use a large piece of black card paper.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
A lot of the time, my mocks, like a lot of the time in the past, my mocks were photographed with natural lighting, which can be a real pain to get right.
Oh yeah. Time of day.
Yeah, it's time of day, you know, weather,
Yeah.
location, where the light source is coming from. It's very frustrating, but since then I've kind of moved on to using a light box more. And, you know, that's a lot more reliable.
for sure?
You're in
But, you know,
control.
still the black piece of card paper, great option for anyone who wants to take photos of mocks.
Cool. No, that's really good
It's
to know.
really simple, really cheap, and it comes in so many different colors. So if you want to have a fancy background in like an orange or a blue or something different, it's like $2 from a bargain store. So,
That's true.
Question about your lighting. So you do use a light box in some sense. How do you actually light it though? Do you just use like a typical light box to on one side, on the top, or do you like directionally like set your lighting up specifically for certain shots? Because there's some quite dynamic lighting in some of your photos that doesn't look specifically like just a normal light box.
sometimes I get creative with it. One of my favorite techniques is if you want to have like one of my mocks, this one here, Huntsman. He's like a spooky spider robot guy.
That's the one I was
So
looking at
for
when I
the
asked that
photos of
question.
him, I had a feeling it would have been, yeah. But yeah, in the photos, he's got like a kind of like a red spotlight on him.
Yeah.
And the way that I did that was I got one of this piece, except in trans red,
Whoa, a Lego piece.
and I got my phone with its torch on it, and I put the Lego piece over the top of that.
Oh,
and
that's
the light.
so smart.
That's awesome.
So-
And even in your lighting, you're still using Lego. See, I think something that's really interesting for people. Actually, before I say this next point, can I ask you what camera you're using?
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I actually have it over here. I use this camera. It's a Canon EOS 1300, I believe.
So you have a DSLR. So something that I think maybe even for like the younger builders or certain people, and something that we've come across because we do a lot of contests, we see a lot of submissions and a lot of people taking photos, is that they don't understand just how simple it is to make your mock look good. And so like you mentioned, just like a simple lighting setup with just a black mat in the back or a black cardstock in the back will give you the right backdrop, and just a little bit of lighting using your own phone and a Lego piece just to give it some dynamic is so simple. Anyone can do that. Obviously you have a DSLR, which makes things a lot easier. But even modern day smartphones now, they capture it as long as the lighting and the setup is correct.
Absolutely.
And you can do that with
If you've got like an
materials.
iPhone,
Yeah.
yeah, if you've got like an iPhone or something, then like you don't need to buy a professional camera if you're just taking photos of box.
For sure.
Unfortunately, every phone that I've ever had has had a really bad camera, so I find it's good to just
I mean, it's
I find
nice to have
good
the
to have
DSLR.
this one on hand.
Especially if you do any
for
editing
sure.
afterwards, it just takes more information. But still, the point I was getting was it's a really cool example, and I really appreciate you showing us that you can do a lot with the things you have around your house.
Yes.
And I just wanted to pass that along to all the younger builders or the people who are struggling, being like, oh, I need like a full lighting setup. Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, for sure.
So-
The biggest quick and easy way to have a great lighting setup is again the card backdrop, and then just go outside on a sunny day in the shade.
Gotcha.
Oh, just like that.
So
That's
no
it, yeah.
harsh, because it's already in the shadow, so you're not going to get the harsh shadow, but it's still bright.
Calm.
Yeah.
Really smart. Overcast days are good too. An overcast day.
Yeah, if it's overcast, you can take it anywhere.
Okay, we're running out of time here. We could talk about your stuff
Yeah,
forever.
let's-
So
questions from the community.
I'm going to move on to the
Sorry.
questions from the community.
No
Oh, no,
worries.
it's not your
No,
fault. We just got it's a lot to talk about. The first one, and we can do it really quick, and while you do it, I'll ask you the next question. Could you show Toothless again? There was just some people who didn't get to see it, and they saw it in the video and wanted to see it in person again. So while you show Toothless off, I'm going to ask the next couple questions. I don't know if you mentioned, did you have any real dark ages, or are you still in that point in your life where it's just continued since you were young?
Since you were 5.
I mean, my dark ages were before I started posting on the internet, really.
Okay.
Oh, before the internet. Okay.
I've been building pretty consistently since then, but you know, it took me a while to like build up the courage to actually post something online. And you know, before then it was very off and on. But after posting it online and like, you know, realizing there was such a community out there, I've kind of been really consistently at it because I just enjoy that feedback from like, you know, all the different friends that I've made along the way, and you know, the community and the people who follow me on Instagram and whatnot.
Nice.
I just really enjoy showing what I've built to them.
Well, you've got a lot of great stuff to show, so
Yeah,
I'm glad that
kidding.
you started posting consistently. What's your favorite piece outside of the Technic system or CCBS?
My favorite piece out of that system,
Other than the hose.
Yeah.
other than those. I'll be honest, I really like those like big balloon pieces.
Oh,
I don't know if you
yeah.
know the ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that
The
you
one-
used for that guy's belly.
The belly, yeah.
The captain.
Yeah,
That
this
guy!
dude.
So cool. I thought that was such an awesome
Yeah.
way to use as a full body piece. I never would have thought to use that.
I really want to find more ways to use that piece because it's so cool and so like such a nice organic shape. I feel like it would lend itself really well to the kind of stuff that I do. Just got to find the right place to use it.
The next one is, this one's just, like, do you have a girlfriend, a wife, a partner of some sort? And if you do, what do they think of your hobby? And if you don't, what do your
I
close
do.
friends or family think of your hobby?
I do. I have a wonderful girlfriend of 5 years now, and she's been super supportive of everything that I do. We live together, we share this study, and she's been very, very patient and very supportive of everything that I do. And she is fully for me, like trying to turn this into a living. And I'm eternally grateful for that.
That's amazing. That support is so important.
If you were to get, like, if Lego was to reach out to you to become a Lego designer, would you take it?
Yeah.
So that is the goal, to become a Lego designer, to work for Lego. Is that
Hold on. Maybe the better question is, would you, if you could make the same amount of money, whatever that arbitrary amount is, would you rather do it as a Lego designer or doing what you're doing?
That's good. Yeah, better question.
Ooh, that's a really tough question, honestly, because I really value my freedom, and I also love living here in Australia. And if you're becoming a Lego designer, would mean moving
Flying
to Denmark,
over.
which is it's a huge commitment. So I don't know, if I was able to make the same amount of money, I think I'd probably prefer to do it solo, honestly.
Cool. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting insight.
Because again, I can just do whatever I want.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, if you're making the same thing as well. Last question before we have to wrap this up. If you could make any life-size scale creature, what would it be?
Life-size.
So maybe if it's one of your mocks you already have, or if you were able to make something massive life-size scale, what would it be?
Well, this guy here is a iteration of a mock that I made 3 years ago. It's a concept that I've had for a long time, just like a giant sea serpent with this color scheme. And honestly, I feel like I'm probably going to do it again at a bigger scale in 5 years.
Oh, that's cool.
You're just going to keep getting bigger and bigger, like the ultra version.
Yeah, I don't know. I just love building with this color scheme so much, and I love the vibe it just has.
Color scheme is awesome.
I'm probably going to be able to. Yeah.
What's that color called? Whichever one's his favorite.
It's medium is your teal and purple,
Mediums.
which are all of my favorite. I think it's medium is light. I don't know, but yeah, I really love purple. It's my favorite color, and teal is my favorite Lego color. So
that's so
they
awesome.
look great together.
That's it that I have for the community questions. We're going to have to let you go, unfortunately, so we can set up for the next call. I wish we had more time. If we do something like this again, maybe just like a YouTube series, we'd love to have you on again. It's absolutely amazing being able to talk with you. The community has really appreciated looking at your stuff. And honestly, your builds are just so inspirational. We're just so stoked to have you on board. So
thank you for being part of the Lego community. I mean, the fact that you're consistently pushing yourself and having that rivalry with another builder, it's so cool. It's just keep pushing each other, and we can't wait to see what you guys build in the future.
I can't wait to have Andrew on to see if he just bashes you the whole time, because you've been such a gentleman.
I hope you watch the interview.
I'm very keen to tune into that one. I want to see what he says about me.
That's awesome.
Will you actually be making an appearance? Will you be
just
at his
walk
place?
in behind him, sabotage his interview.
He's only 10 minutes away.
That would be funny.
All right. Well,
don't tempt me. I'll do it.
We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm going to let you go for now.
Awesome.
Stay on the line, and we'll chat with you just for a couple
Thank
seconds.
you guys. Thank you so much.
For everyone else, we're going to let him go, and we will be right back to talk to you guys in a second. We're just going to throw you back over to the next intermission screen. So, we have ourselves another builder here, one of our youngins, not one of the adults this time. Could you just tell us your name?
I'm James Young.
James, nice to meet you. Could you explain to us, what are you doing here? What are you doing here today at BuildCon?
I'm displaying a Lego office build, the American version. It's the whole setup of the office with all the characters.
Nice, so you're here setting up some Lego for BuildCon with the actual physical display. Most people are going to be watching this online. Who did you come with today?
My father.
Okay, and is he displaying stuff here as well?
Yes.
Nice. Do you know off the top of your head some of the stuff he's displaying?
He has an up house. He has a recreation of the Thriller scene where all the zombies are dancing from the Michael Jackson music video. He has a tree stump, and he has a friendship castle.
Okay, so he brought a few things.
Yep.
What did you build the office for? Why did you end up building just for your own purpose, or was it for something else?
Where I live, there's a Lego competition at the community center.
Okay.
So I thought it'd be a fun idea to build the office since I started watching it, really liked it.
How many seasons into The Office are you now?
I've probably seen all 9 seasons, probably like 4 to 5 times.
Okay, so it's not like you just started. You literally powered through it a lot of times. Who's your favorite character in The Office?
Probably Kevin Malone.
Okay, nice. Good choice. Good choice. So you built The Office. How did you come up with the concept to decide to build this? Because for everyone who will be watching it online, it's an impressive build. It's large. There's many scenes. There's a lot of details. So what was your starting point for it?
I started making the bullpen first. I found an Air's View eagle eye version, I don't know what you'd call it, of the whole office.
Oh.
And I just started trying to figure out the right kind of setup.
Did you think about the scale at first? I know you started with the bullpen. Did you ever think that you were going to start doing the entirety of that building's floor?
I would say probably yes, because I did have a lot of time to kill.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's true. We are still pretty heavy in the COVID situation, so a lot of us have a lot of time. What was the hardest part about building that office scene?
Probably trying to figure out the whole how much space, because it's hard to get the right scale of everything since it's Lego.
Yeah, that's true. And so, did this overview or this eagle eyes view? It showed the entire office, or just the whole bed?
The whole entire office.
Okay. Were you able to kind of scroll through it,
yeah.
or was it just one big picture?
It was one big picture, but I could zoom in on it.
Oh, perfect. So you had some reference at least. Okay. Did you have all the pieces already ready to build this? Because it's quite large and a lot of white pieces for the walls.
Yeah, most of it. My dad does a lot of Lego. It's kind of his hobby.
Sure, yeah.
So he just has a lot of it stored around, so I just borrowed it from him.
Oh, that's awesome. It's always nice to have some on-hand Lego. You guys didn't have to do any bricklink orders for this one?
We had to do a few stuff, like the keyboard pieces.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So detailed pieces that you just didn't happen to have on hand, but all the regular, the basic sort of bricks were already good to go?
Yeah.
Nice. So, how old are you now?
I'm 13.
13, okay. When did you first start building Lego, or when do you remember first starting to play with Lego?
First memory I had with Lego was around probably when I was 4, and I had a Duplo kind of Jungle thing that I played around with my cousin.
Okay.
That I couldn't probably remember. I've probably been playing with it most of my life.
So the Duplo one probably wasn't your choice to buy. You were 4. It was probably purchased for you.
Yeah.
Do you remember what the first set that you would have consciously wanted to go and buy, or maybe the first set that you went out and purchased, on your own or with your own money?
Probably couldn't remember.
No.
Probably one of those, like a Batman set or something.
Okay. Was that one of your favorite themes at the time?
Yeah.
So when you were younger, the Batman theme was something that kind of led you into it. Okay. Besides that theme, I guess now, what are some of your other favorite themes?
Well, I like a lot of the city stuff, like the police ones. But I also like the new, the Mario NES.
Okay.
TV screen. That was really cool.
Have you gone and picked up the NES set yet?
No, it's too expensive.
It's definitely an expensive set. I've seen a lot of people building it online, but yeah, it's definitely a little bit pricey. How did you find out about BuildCon, or the stuff that we're doing?
Well, my dad recommended it to me since it's we put a lot of work into it. I did.
Yes.
So we thought maybe we could take it around for a few competitions around the year.
Okay. So the office scene that you built, obviously you didn't know about BuildCon when you first started it, correct?
No.
How long did that full scene end up taking you?
Probably about 2 months to build.
Okay, so it was a definite project then, quite a bit of time put into it. Did that competition in your local community center happen yet, or?
Yeah, it was. I think it's in February every year.
Oh, okay. So,
early February or late January.
So were you able to display it there? And
yeah.
How did the competition go?
I didn't win any awards or anything, but I think it went pretty well.
That's awesome. That's good. Have you looked around at the other Lego that's been displayed here at all, or have you been busy? Okay, maybe I'll wait on that question. What is your favorite thing you've seen so far?
I like the the big pixel art pictures of the Futurama characters. With the
Ah, that's a
holograms.
good one. Yeah, that one's actually a really good one too. I like it. I think we can see it from our filming point, which is
Yeah.
awesome. What do you have in terms of like plans for future builds? So obviously you build the office, which is a big
Yeah.
one. It's time consuming. Sometimes when you build something that big, you're like, I need to take a little bit of a breather. But have you thought about any future projects, whether they're big or small?
A little bit of a smaller one. It's
Okay.
there's a TV show that recently got, like at the start of COVID, got released to Netflix called Community.
Okay.
And a big part of that is the study room where all the
Yes.
stuff happens.
Yeah.
So I thought that might be kind of fun.
That's awesome. Had you seen the show before Netflix, or did you just start watching it?
Just start watching it during Netflix. I was probably too young to watch it when it came out.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
It is very funny though, so hopefully you're enjoying it. Yeah, the study room would definitely be awesome, so hopefully you can finish that up. When do you think, have you started already, or?
Probably not.
No?
Won't
Just-
start till probably maybe December.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you have your timeline set up and everything. I guess in terms of like, what other like, have you seen anything online, sorry, in terms of like Lego sets that you'd be excited for? So the Mario stuff just got released. That's really exciting. Is there anything else that you've seen in the Lego world that you'd want to tell people about?
Not really. I'm not big on the following stuff. I just like building it when I get the chance.
Are you more a fan of building sets, or are you more a fan of just building mocks?
Just building, like building by just my own creations.
Like your own creations?
Yeah.
Okay. What about, let me see what else we have for you. Did you ever get a chance to compete in any of the other BuildCon seasons? I don't think you did you?
No.
No, okay. So this will be your first entry.
Yeah.
And your first entry, which is pretty awesome. Have you followed us on Instagram or YouTube yet? Or
No, not yet.
you should definitely do that.
Yeah.
That way you can keep up to date with all the future contests. Is there anything, do you have any like social medias or like YouTube or on Instagram that you post, or where do you post pictures of your stuff if you do at all?
I don't really. I have an Instagram account, but I don't really use it.
Not for that?
Yeah.
So you don't really, so for the office, no one's going to ever be able to see it except for BuildCon, or like
Just Lego competition.
Just BuildCon.
Yeah.
Is it just because you like keeping secretive, or are you just kind of still a bit young to just really want to go onto social media?
I'm just not a big fan. I just like scrolling through
That's fair.
internet
I'm
stuff.
not really a big fan either,
Yeah.
so that makes sense. Well, hopefully we can make sure to display your build in all of its glory. We'll make sure that everyone can see it as well and learn more about yourself. Is there anything else that you wanted to tell the world about Lego building? Anything, any advice or anything like that?
Not really.
Okay, that's fair enough. Well, to everyone who's going to be watching this, you can just say bye, and then we'll see you guys later. So, we have ourselves another builder here, one of our youngins, not one of the adults this time. Could you just tell us your name?
I'm James Young.
James, nice to meet you. Could you explain to us, what are you doing here? What are you doing here today at BuildCon?
I'm displaying a Lego office build, the American version. It's the whole setup of the office with all the characters.
Nice, so you're here setting up some Lego for BuildCon with the actual physical display. Most people are going to be watching this online. Who did you come with today?
My father.
Okay, and is he displaying stuff here as well?
Yes.
Nice. Do you know off the top of your head some of the stuff he's displaying?
He has an up house. He has a recreation of the Thriller scene where all the zombies are dancing from the Michael Jackson music video. He has a tree stump. And he has a friendship castle.
Okay, so he brought a few things.
Yep.
What did you build the office for? Like, why did you end up building this scene? Was it just for your own purpose, or was it for something else?
Where I live, there's a Lego competition at the community center.
Okay.
So I thought it'd be a fun idea to build the office. Since I started watching it, really liked it.
How many seasons into the office are you now?
I've probably seen all 9 seasons, probably like 4 to 5 times.
Okay, so it's not like you just started. You literally powered through it a lot of times. Who's your favorite character in the office?
Probably Kevin Malone.
Okay, nice. Good choice. So you built the office. How did you come up with the concept to decide to build this? Because for everyone who will be watching it online, it's an impressive build. It's large. There's many scenes. There's a lot of details. So what was your starting point for it?
I started making the bullpen first. I found an Air's View eagle eye version. I don't know what you'd call it.
Okay.
Of the whole office.
Oh.
And I just started trying to figure out the right kind of setup.
Did you think about the scale at first? I know you started with the bullpen. Did you ever think that you were going to start doing the entirety of that building's floor?
I could say probably yes, because I did have a lot of time to kill.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's true. We are still pretty heavy in the COVID situation, so a lot of us have a lot of time. What was the hardest part about building that office scene?
Probably trying to figure out the whole how much space, because it's hard to get the right scale of everything since it's Lego.
Yeah, that's true. And so, did this overview or this eagle eyes view? It showed the entire office, or just the whole bed?
The whole entire office.
Okay. Were you able to kind of scroll through it,
yeah.
or was it just one big picture?
It was one big picture, but I could zoom in on it.
Oh, perfect. So you had some reference at least. Okay. Did you have all the pieces already ready to build this? Because it's quite large and a lot of white pieces for the walls.
Yeah, most of it. My dad does a lot of Lego. It's kind of his hobby.
Sure, yeah.
So he just has a lot of it stored around, so I just borrowed it from him.
Oh, that's awesome. It's always nice to have some on-hand Lego. You guys didn't have to do any bricklink orders for this one?
We had to do a few stuff, like the keyboard pieces.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So detailed pieces that you just didn't happen to have on hand, but all the regular, the basic sort of bricks were already good to go?
Yeah.
Nice. So, how old are you now?
I'm 13.
13, okay. When did you first start building Lego, or when do you remember first starting to play with Lego?
First memory I had with Lego was around probably when I was 4, and I had a Duplo kind of Jungle thing that I played around with my cousin.
Okay.
That I couldn't probably remember. I've probably been playing with it most of my life.
So the Duplo one probably wasn't your choice to buy. You were 4. It was probably purchased for you.
Yeah.
Do you remember what the first set that you would have consciously wanted to go out and buy, or maybe the first set that you went out and purchased, on your own or with your own money?
Probably couldn't remember.
No.
Probably one of those, like a Batman set or something.
Okay. Was that one of your favorite themes at the time?
Yeah.
So when you were younger, the Batman theme was something that kind of led you into it. Okay. Besides that theme, I guess now, what are some of your other favorite themes?
Well, I like a lot of the city stuff, like the police ones. But I also like the new, the Mario NES.
Okay.
TV screen. That was really cool.
Have you gone and picked up the NES set yet?
No, it's too expensive.
It's definitely an expensive set. I've seen a lot of people building it online, but yeah, it's definitely a little bit pricey. How did you find out about BuildCon, or the stuff that we're doing?
Well, my dad recommended it to me since it's we put a lot of work into it. I did.
Yes.
So we thought maybe we could take it around for a few competitions around the year.
Okay. All right, guys, we are back. We just have Henry, who came online. We are going to be talking to him right away. I can't believe it. Chris and I are trying not to fanboy over him too much. He's the OG Lego master. It's going to be so great. Hopefully you guys are excited to speak with him and learn all the tricks of the trade when it comes to awesome Lego things. Because what he does. Awesome. Henry, could you go ahead and introduce yourself, give us your name, give us the handle that you normally go by on social medias, and then we'll go from there.
Hey guys, so I'm known as the Lego Dark Knight on Instagram and LDK Creations on YouTube and Facebook. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah. Why do you go by the Lego Dark Knight?
It was really funny. Like when I first got into Lego, all I did was Batman stuff, and I actually thought all I would ever do was Batman stuff. So I just called myself the Lego Dark Knight.
Unofficially.
There's probably a few other handles I'd probably go by now, but it's too late to change.
Everyone knows you as Dark Knight. LDK.
Daniel Brickson says, because he is Batman. So there you go.
You know what, though? I haven't actually seen Henry do anything DC like recently. All I've seen so far was Marvel stuff. When's the next DC thing we're gonna see? Do you have any spoilers?
No, I haven't. You're right. I actually haven't done DC for a long time, and I'm actually a DC fan more than a Marvel fan.
I guess DC doesn't have as much mechs. Like they're not really heavily into that, but Marvel is, like, especially with your Sentinel build, right?
Totally. Like the Marvel just has Hulkbuster and Sentinel and things like Nimrod and things like that. So it's, and a Galactus is very like mechy, you know. So, but really with the mechs with DC, it's a lot of the Batman mech suits, and you know, you can sort of exhaust all your ideas and creativity really quickly with that theme. So I sort of like,
I'm sure everyone, because everybody knows you, and before we called you, you had like a little bit of a teaser for us. We're allowed to talk about Lego Masters, right?
Yeah.
Undisclosed. Like, ask away. Oh, this is so exciting.
That's what I was going to say. Before we got too deep, because we know it was going to go here. Yeah, what happened? Like, what are you, like, with terms of Lego Masters? Give them, like, if people don't know who you are.
Yeah.
Like, what is your current, like, most, like, recent claim to fame, or like one of the biggest achievements you've had? Just so they know.
So I was very, very fortunate enough to participate in the first season of the Australian Lego Masters, which is probably, I guess, the same format as that's being sort of launched now. Like, I know there was a UK version with some really, really cool builders as well, but I think it was a very different format, a lot shorter as well. I think it was only 4 episodes. Yeah. So I think this is more of the I guess what you'd call a typical sort of, you know, reality TV format. Correct. So very, very fortunate to participate in that.
And what did you place in that Lego Masters? Again,
how did you do?
In case nobody knows.
So along with my partner on the show, Cade, who's known as Arcade Bricks on Instagram, we won. So
congrats!
That's awesome.
So it's official to say that you were the very first Lego Master. Like, that's so
for
cool.
This format, I guess.
For this format.
The UK guys might try to argue that.
No, we're not here to start fights.
No, how can they even argue it? It was literally like later on in life's timeline.
So with that show, this new format, why did they do it in Australia specifically?
From what I can understand, Australia is a really easy market to test shows like that in, because our population is, you know, it's not massive, and but it's got enough. The culture is the same as, you know, America, Canada, like, you know, very similar. So a show from what I've been told by the producers, when a show like that works in Australian markets, it typically works in other markets, and it does. So
you guys were the guinea pigs.
Yeah, we were the guinea pigs. It was really, really weird because we had no idea what it was going to be. We actually thought it was going to be similar to the British one, but then first day, it was like, it's nothing like it. It was like really different.
I think they lucked out when they had you and Cade on there, because like you guys make a really good team. And of course, like, how did were the teams always set up that way, or how did you and Cade meet?
Well, that's a really funny story. So we both had partners that we were going to go onto the show with prior, but they weren't able to make it. And then we just got paired up. We literally got paired up, and we met the first day of filming. It was really, really odd, and we just hit it off.
All right. And how about the other teams? Was that always the original teams, or some people were just partner up there too?
No, there was a couple of teams that were partnered up. There was Kale and Billsy were partnered up, and Marielle and Caitlin were partnered up. The rest of the teams knew each other.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a really, really like, I would say it was almost for us. It was quite it was a bit of an advantage almost, because we felt as though we had no prior friendship to protect. We just really wanted to go in there and win. So we were just like, okay, yeah, brutal honesty was our policy to each other. We were like, no, if that doesn't work, I'm going to tell you, and he would be the same to me. So yeah,
you guys wanted, you guys, and then the other ones had to protect politics, friendships. That's so funny.
Did you guys ever like just cutthroat, not like actually get angry at each other, but just like, no, you're actually stupid, like we're not doing it?
Nah, there's a couple of times where we full butt heads, but it's pretty funny because you forget about the cameras after a couple of hours, you know, like on the first day, the first couple of first challenge, you're watching your P's and Q's and you're making sure that, you know, you're smiling all the time, and then 2 hours into it, you're just like, F this, S that. This is
that's what they have an editing department for, right?
That's right. Well, they like the drama, right?
That's true.
So
I wish there was a Lego Masters up late. It would be the best show ever. It would literally be the best.
Like an R-rated one?
Oh, R-rated.
That'd be
like,
sweet.
That could be a Netflix special, to be honest with you. I can see that being on Netflix.
Maybe we should host one. That'd be amazing.
Did you have any moments where, like, man, I wish they would have shown this on TV? Like, I'm sure everybody, like, there were very, like, normal people, right?
Yeah.
Frustrated.
There's probably look. I did a lot of stupid jokes, and I'm glad that a lot of them were edited out, because they were. You know, my dad humor is probably like around here, and I think it's up here, but it's probably down here. But no, not for me in particular. But there was like I think I wish that I mean, you always wish it, but I totally understand the constraints of the producers, right? There's a lot more there's a lot more funny banter that goes along between the teams that you probably didn't see, and so that would have been funny, yeah. Because like we actually almost all the teams, we all got along really well, and it would, you know, be like, you know, oh man, that's so cool. Oh, and it's really weird, right? Because in a lot of reality TV shows, you want the other team to really bomb or fail, but like all you'd want to see was like, oh man, what are you creating? Because you're all Lego fans, right? So you're like, oh my god, that is so cool. And almost every situation where we built, like even though you're doing the same challenge, nobody does it the same way. So you're like, oh man, that's so cool how you did that. Well, that is so awesome. And like everyone would really, yeah. And you'd be bummed when you didn't build. There was one challenge where we didn't build, and you're like, oh man, I wish I could build.
Was there anybody? Okay, I know you said that everyone gelled pretty well. You don't have to name a name; that'd be pretty rude. But is there anyone that you can remember that was just so full of themselves, or just wasn't like clicking with the rest of the people, and you're like,
this guy needs to get voted off the island?
Can we get this guy out of here, or what?
With this, I think you guys know who it is. But you know, honestly, Kale was a little bit like full on. But you know what? He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy, and it's just, you know, when you get caught in the throes of filming the TV, you're being filmed for 15 hours, and you know you can snip it down to, you know a half an hour episode. Like, I'm just glad that like they didn't catch me doing it, because I was pretty naughty sometimes.
So just to take it back a little bit with Lego Masters, can you explain like how the application process, like what did you go through for that entire thing?
It was really weird because us being the first, there was a lot of what should I say? It was untested, so you really didn't know what you were walking into. So I thought, like, I saw the ad and I was like, I might apply, and I actually like changed my mind about 3 times, and I said, no, I'm not going to do it. And then my wife was the one who actually said, you should do it, because regardless of what the show is, if it's, you know, like the British one, or if it's a new format, whatever, she said, you'll regret it. She said, just do it like that. So I was like, okay. And it was because of her.
She wanted you to win. She's like, I want a vacation. Like,
yeah, no, she's always in my corner. So it's really, really it was really nice of her to really extend that luxury to me, because like I was away for 3 months.
Yeah,
so
it's not easy.
yeah, but how did that work out? Anyways, for like, because you are gone for so long and you have kids, what was the stipulations that the show had for you?
There's always a duty of care that they have to you. So I would come home sporadically and look, you know, come home to the kids on the weekends, with the available weekends. But I found that was actually really, really taxing on me physically as well. Like, by the end of it, as sort of blunt as it sounds, like you sort of don't want to come home, because you're tired and you're in the, like, by the time we knew we were in the finale, you're like, oh man, I'm so focused on this, like we could really win, you know, and you're sort of like tearing your hair out, and it actually does become stressful at that point. Like in the first couple of you know, episodes you're filming, you're actually like enjoying yourself, but then by the time when reality sets in, where you think I could win this, that's when the stress starts, and you're like, oh man, what do I build? What do I do? What am I gonna you know. Yeah, because that's right. There was a big cash prize, right? And I think that's the difference with the format, because like if there's no cash prize, it's all fun and games, right? You don't care. But then when there's a cash prize, it actually changes your mentality, right? Like it changes everything. It'll change the nicest person's mentality, because you just want to win. You don't want to sabotage anyone, but you just want to win, right?
Exactly.
Like you just want to win.
And you don't want to lose, because that would be devastating.
Right.
Honestly, candidly, did anybody trip into anyone else's builds? Or any other sabotaging happen that you know of?
No,
any flying objects? Okay, it was all civil. That's cool.
There was none of that.
That's awesome.
Now, so let's go to just jumping through the whole entire show and going to the finale. Like, were those parts in that show, like, were you guys limited in parts at all? Like, what were there some things that they did behind the scenes that we weren't able to see?
Yeah, it was really. So the finale was probably the only one where we were allowed to sort of know what we were going to. Like, to be honest, we all knew that the finale was going to be a free build, because it's been a free build for every single one of the UK seasons, and you know, we would think, how could you would want it to be a free build, right? And so when the producer, when the production team came and told us it was a free build, we were like, yeah, we knew. So, and then, but we were, it was restrictive in the sense that we were allowed to bring in some inventory to tell our stories, right? So we would like tell them what we were going to do, and they would vet, you know, the thing that you're going to build, because obviously you don't want to build something inappropriate, or you know, like, you know, that might be licensed or something like that. And you know, I mean, I could easily build anything out of Marvel and I'd be happy, right?
That's
but you wouldn't be allowed to do it, right?
That's fair.
So interesting point then, because free builds almost get stressful because you have to decide on something, right? And so two different people could have very, very different ideas. Like Chris and I tried to build together one time. We were like, what are we gonna do with our lives? It's so much harder. Like, how did you guys decide on what you wanted to build? Like, was there someone who just had more like say in it, or were you guys like, it just seems like a really interesting
That's actually an interesting story, because the first time that we met, Kate and I, we were very, very we were very confident, and we thought, if we get into the finals, this is the first day, right? This is the first day we met. We're having dinner. We're like, if we get into the finals, we should do. What are you good at? And Cade told me he was really good at building ships, and he was really into pirates and things like that, right?
Okay.
And I was like, nerd, like. Right.
Says the guy who built a giant Gundam mech.
Yeah, so I'm not into Pirates and that, but like Cade was like, and I had no idea how talented this guy was, right? I had no idea how good he actually was at Lego, right? Because I'm pretty niche. I can build mechs and vehicles, and that's sort of what I do. I don't really build vehicles, landscapes, things like that. So, but Cade can really do almost anything, and so we figured that out really quickly. And he said, "Oh, I love pirates," and I said, "So let's try and blend what you can do and I can do." Because I said I'm good at building mechs and stuff like that, but I said, if we were to do like a pirate battle scene with like a giant kraken or something like that,
yeah,
we should do that. And he was like, "Oh, I love that," and or sea monster, and then that sea monster progressed into Poseidon. So like from day one, we knew what we were going to do.
That's a good tip.
You guys are so full of yourselves. I can't believe you guys discussed that on day one.
Yeah, like it's almost as if you're looking like we're gonna win this.
Yeah,
like
you look around the room. You're like, we got it. That's cool. I want to. Ask.
I was gonna say, so Henry, aside from being a Lego master,
that's where I was gonna.
What do you do for a living? Like what? Aside from Lego.
Oh, I'm actually, I work in a totally different field. So I'm actually a director of a property valuation company that, values people's houses for when they go for home loans and things like that. It's a really, really different, it's very, very rewarding for me. Like, it's like really drives my sort of competitive, nature in business and things like that, but zero creativity in terms of art and things like that. So I call my time on Lego Masters my greatest creative binge ever. That's what I just went out there and 3 months of non-stop Lego.
Masters?
Yeah, I actually was. So any downtime I had on the show, I was working. Any downtime on the show, I was working because I have the capacity to do some things remotely. So I would, come home from filming and then just sit on the computer till 1 o'clock in the morning, and then get up at 6 o'clock in the morning for the call, and then be on the bus by 6:30, and just like that. So
that is definitely the reason why you're stressed out. That I can see that because you're literally full time for 3 months. Full-time dad, full-time work, full-time Lego master.
Having to call your wife, FaceTime your kids.
Oh my god.
Exactly, it was all of that. So it was really really tough at that part. But you know what? As soon as you finish, it all goes away. It's just like, it's like a big sigh of relief,
Now, do you miss it at all? By any chance, do you miss being part of the show or being part of something that big?
Yeah. It's really, really nostalgic watching, like we've had the second season now in Australia, so it's really nostalgic watching them, and you're like, you can say like, that would have been so stressful. The biggest part you miss though is the brick pit, where you have an army of sorting people, just always sorting people Lego for you. My Lego room is always a mess because I never saw it.
There were actually people sorting the behind the scenes, hey?
Crazy.
Like that's a job? That was a job?
Oh, that's like there's an army of people sorting behind the scenes. So it's like every time you finish, like imagine you see how messy those desks are, right? You've literally, you go through tens of thousands of bricks every challenge, right? And you'd literally just scrape it all onto the floor. So when the producers would say, "Hey guys, time to wrap up and sort of present your model." Anything that's on the table, you just wipe onto the floor, and then so somebody would have to come and pick it up and sort it out. And imagine one by one tiles, one by one bricks, and all that sort of stuff.
Yes, it's so painful.
Thousands.
So I want to. No, continue. Just finish your thought.
Oh no! I was just going to say there was even an instance where you knew that there was something in the brick pit, right? But you've used it all on your last build.
Yeah.
So I would say, hey guys, do you know that thing that I need? It's actually on the last build that I had. Can you go dismantle the brick to me? Things like that. Yeah.
Oh, that's so interesting.
That's a good one.
That's actually really interesting. I never thought about the fact that the pieces that you would use would be limited, so that if you use them all up, then what do you do? Did you ever hoard a single piece? Just take them all so that no one else could get them, so you could just make your own build?
Oh yeah, there's not. You don't do it deliberately, but everyone would hoard. Everyone would hoard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
because like I remember when there was the episode where we were doing the cut in half and the violin, and
Yep.
we decided to build that robot, and I would be like straight away into the Technic and going, if anyone needs Technic, sorry but not sorry, I'm using it all this time.
That's your
And
thing. That's
Dave-
your signature piece.
Yeah, and Dave was the same with the bridge. I remember when the bridge challenge was presented, we were like, oh, this is going to be really hard without any technique, because up until that point, like, so Dave and I, so the other team, there was another team member, David and G, and good mates with them, and Dave and I were like the technique guys. We love technique, and they probably pumped him up to be more of the technique guy than me, but we were both really, really into technique, right? And then the first thing we did when we went into the brick pit was look for all the technique, and we were like really disappointed there's not much here. But then when the bridge challenge came out, they had buckets of it, and we were like just scooping it up.
Oh, they held it on. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah, and Dave literally had like this pile of technique, and I was just like,
So what I wanted to say earlier is I wanted to switch gears a little bit, because we've talked about Lego Masters a lot. Obviously, it's a really big part of like your life, and it's changed a lot in terms of your life. But let's talk about like outside of that show. I don't even know what's outside of that show. Like where did your passion lie? Because you've talked about mechs a little bit, but I don't think people really understand like how much you like using that, or even Technic. You have some really cool Technic builds and just other things like that.
so yeah. No, thanks for asking that question, man. Yes, so like I really found, like, so when I first started, I found that I loved recreating, things that exist in real life. So I would create Batmobiles and replicas of different, and that's why I called myself a Lego Dark Knight. And I really liked creating vehicles and mechanical things. And then I grew up with, Japanese anime. I love all things mech, right? Like I love Voltron, Gundam, Techno Man. Techno Man was massive when I was a kid, right? And all those sort of things, right?
You know that one? No. Don't know Techno Man.
I don't know that one. I'm gonna have to look that up
Look
now.
up Techno Man, it's pretty good. And then it's Japanese as well, but like, Astro, all those things, right? And then I slowly started creating mechs, and I was like, I really, really like, this is crazy, because Lego is like the one medium where, when you build something, and like, even if you're building, say, a car or, a city, it looks like Lego, right? But I think for me, mechs don't look like Lego when you do them properly, right? Like,
That's right.
They actually have all these really, really great shapes that bring out, the heads, all the actuators that they use. And you can actually make a mech that doesn't look like Lego. And that, to me, I think I fell in love with that. And so, like, making all the limbs with all the different, panels that Lego has, and, you can really accentuate all those really cool, aspects of a mech. That's what really captured my imagination. So I became like obsessed with mechs, and the first one I did was like a Hulkbuster, and it was really like, it was more of a modification of the set. And then I was like, oh, how do I take this to the next level? And then I'd do a Hulk, and then for some reason I went from that, like building like the Hulkbuster like that, to building the Sentinel, like, and that was like massive. And I went from that to that, and then everyone started knowing me as the guy who makes giant mechs. And then the Sentinel, though, was really cool, but like, I felt it was like a statue, and I was like, there's all these joints, and there's all these different, turntables and things that I could incorporate into the next one. So I was like, how do I make something the Sentinel size, but that can do everything that a robot could do? And then that's when I started. Yeah, that's when I went into the Gundam, and I was like, and then I sort of took my Gundam hobby, which was very casual. Like, I'm a casual Gunpla fan, building those plastic model kits. I love Gundam, but
it looks like there's some behind you right now.
Yeah, so I do those, but I'm not obsessed with them. I don't, paint them and all that sort of stuff, right? And I looked at the articulation of it, and I was like, I reckon I could do this with Lego. And then I started developing all these frames and Technic mechanisms, and then, it was 6 months it took me, and I built the Gundam, and that was really, really fun. And I think I learned a lot from that, and, it sort of, it put me in really good stead to, implement what I learned on Lego Masters, because building complicated things like that, you almost can build anything as long as you know how the shapes fit together, and the Lego math behind different how things fit together.
Right.
I do have a question because it's something that Chris and I experienced growing up, especially using like bionicles for the joints for a lot of things, and it works really well on small scales because it's just plastic friction. So moving up,
Yes.
and you alluded to it, if you can go into some detail, how did you scale up joints to make sure that they were articulate, but they were functional, articulate, but they didn't fall under their own weight like a bionicle ball joint would? Because I'm sure everyone experienced that. You build a bionicle a bit too big, their arms flop down, like you can't do that same technique.
Yeah.
So what is your shoulder technique?
So-
What are your joint techniques?
Well, it all started to come from like using worm gears and turntables, and I know that sounds really nerdy, but like I figured out that like once you actually get a turntable and put a worm gear on it, you literally have to snap it to break it. So I was like, this would work, and then I just looked, at how I could incorporate those like those mechanisms, because those turntables, they're really, really hard to pull apart. Lego make them that way. So I was like, how do I put that into everywhere? And so I started researching, and you know what? Like when you actually look at those Gundams and you look at cartoons and you look at where an actuator is, you're like, I reckon an actual Lego actuator could fit there. You know what I mean? You sort of have a look around. It's like, it's literally like, and I remember when I made the foot mechanism for the Gundam, and I was like, man, this looks like a real robot. This looks like what a real robot would do, and I was really fascinated by it. So, and all those, but you need to do it with the technique because it's strong. Like, so things like the actuators, the turntables, that's how you get away from just using the friction, But I'm actually gone back to the friction joints, and I really never really explored doing a bionicle build. And I guess my latest builds with those Chappie mechs, they use a lot of those bionicle pieces, and that it's actually really interesting.
Well, it's a very unique concept, right? Like, especially with those joints, it's not your standard systems, it's not your standard technique. It's in a whole environment, different environment. So, but that's
but the
point. Go ahead, finish your thought.
Oh no, I was just gonna. You go.
No, I was just gonna say that, like, starting with the Hulkbuster, moving up to the Sentinel, now the Gundam, you're increasing like your technique as well as cost. Because actuators are not cheap. Like, this is, your hobby just keeps getting higher, and like cost wise.
Well, that's why I had to downgrade them to the Chappie mech. You know what I mean? The Chappie mechs were a lot more manageable. But but I find that, like, so from the Sentinel, it's got a cool pose, and I sort of I guess I did the best with what I could with the joints to put it in that robotic pose that it's always photographed in, and people love it, right? And then with the Gundam, it does all these crazy poses. But then I thought, how do I really, really take it to the next level and get, waist articulation, and really try to tell a story with the body language of the mechs? Because I think that's the key, right? Like, you can make a cool mech, but if you pose it in just the standard, standing there with its arms by its side in a just standing there, it's really boring, and it sort of doesn't really tell the story. Whereas, with the Chappie mechs, they've got a whole level of articulation where, I've got them smoking, reading books, wiping their forehead, holding guns. And it's actually really funny to see them in those situations, not the military situations.
Added a personality to them.
Yeah, that's right. Like, when I think I had one where he's building Lego. He's actually building Lego Tupelo. It's just like stuff like that.
That's awesome.
You're adding humor, personality, and it's like you really, like what you said, posing them brings them to life, right? It makes it more personal, right? Whereas the Gundam, I mean, the Gundam was able to pose, but at the same time, the moment you see it, it is Gundam. Like the way you posed it, that is the authentic Gundam pose. So you nailed it.
We're also looking at it on the stream. It just happened to come up on the live stream right now, so we can actually look at it right now. It's like posed like this, so everyone can see it while we're talking
Taking
about
the
it, which is very, very cool. Very classic pose. It looks very Gundam. It's very cool.
I got one question with what you do for a living. You said there's no creativity. It's very different from what you do aside. What is it about Lego that you love? About it? Is it because like it allows you to be more creative, or is it de-stressing? Like what is it about Lego?
Look, I think I think I am a creative person, right? Like when I was a kid, I remember always drawing and things like that. You know, I always be drawing things like Ninja Turtles, Gundams, Voltron, robots, things like that, right? So I think Lego is just the medium, I guess, that I've chosen. Like that feels like, you know, accessible to me. Like I don't think I could be a sculptor with clay or, you know, an artist with a pen. You know, I'm not that person, even though I do enjoy drawing, but you know, I think it's just the chosen medium, like, you know, and it's like, I love doing things in Lego that don't look like Lego. It annoys me doing things that are like very stock standard with Lego. So even when I was doing things like the Wild West build that, you know,
Oh yeah, with the
like I did a Wild West build on the show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I did that, but then it annoyed me that it was just a static model. And I was like, how do I incorporate the things that I know into making this model mine? And so that's when I started mechanizing things like that. And, you know, that to me is really, really satisfying.
Nice, that's an awesome thought as well. To really, especially just to like push yourselves as creators. I think that's something that we talk about a lot as well, is always pushing the envelope, and doing things like we're doing now allows us to showcase builders who are pushing the envelope, because we want to raise the standard of work as high as we can. And it only happens if everyone sees how awesome other people can be and make that a norm. Like, we want people to be as awesome as you. We want people to be as awesome as like Joss. Like, that's what we want to be normal, so that we can all then start focusing on like going crazy. Like, how crazy can we get it, right?
Oh, dude, totally, man. Like when I first started this hobby, like I actually haven't been building Lego that long. Like I would say 4 years, right?
Okay.
Since like my son was, maybe a bit long, maybe 4.5, 5 years, right? So it started when my son started bringing home Lego. That's when I started as an adult. So when people say, "Oh, how do you do that, man?" I'm like, "Man, it's just practice." Because if I showed you some of my first, you'd all laugh. You'd go, "Oh, wow, that's super, super crap."
We won't ever say that about. We like seeing people's origin story, because like where you come from, that kind of seeing that evolution, that's the best part. But we understand.
Yeah, because I used to look at articles about the mech builders, like some of the people that I'm fans of is like, there's a guy, Benjamin Che-Ming Han, like he's awesome. Lou Sim, and I think you're going to have him on your stream as well. Lou Sim, I'm a big fan of Lou Sims. And
we're all
Chubby
fans of
Bots,
each other. I love
like
it.
all those guys. Yeah, so I'm Facebook friends with all those guys, and Chubby Bots has a group on Facebook called Brick Mecha Division, and when I joined that, we'd always share notes, and we'd always go, "Look, check out this mechanism that I did for a shoulder. Check out this foot mechanism," and and we'd all like share notes, and it's just like, "Man, that's sick. I'm stealing that." And we'd always share notes. So it's like it's a mad sort of environment for creativity.
So because you're just more recent into the Lego community, you're definitely jumping into the highlight where the Lego community exploded in the internet. Now, how has the Lego community impacted you? Like, I mean, obviously you've already mentioned that they made you better builder, and too, like recently you started on your YouTube channel releasing some techniques. That's definitely different from being able to just showcase your builds to now that you're sharing your knowledge. Like, how has that shaped you as a builder, as a person, this whole Lego community that we're in?
I've actually really enjoyed that part of it, because I think I really enjoy teaching. Like at one point in my career, I wanted to become a teacher. So like I guess I have a natural inclination to sort of want to share, and sometimes my wife actually gives me a lot of flack about oversharing the models. Like she's like, "You haven't even finished it yet. Why are you showing it?" And she's like, "You literally are almost finished it. Why are you showing it already?" And then I was just like, "Yeah, don't even look at how many photos I've already shared on other forums." But like, it's like I like taking people on the journey from start to finish, because it's weird, because I don't even know what it looks like at that point, right? So with the Gundam, I shared almost every single image from the start to finish, and I didn't actually know what it was going to look like at the end. So when I think people enjoyed coming on that journey from the start to the finish, and I think it just shows like there's a process, right? Like a lot a lot of times when we look at a crazy mock, we don't really get to see the work in progress. All we see is like, oh, that's amazing and that's crazy. How did you do that? But like with me, I do like showing, oh, look, this is how it started. I literally did this first, and then came this, and then it did this. So I do like sharing and showing people how I do stuff. So for me, there's no limits with like there's no I guess hard feelings when somebody takes something of mine that I might have shown first, but you put it out there and it becomes something better, and I'll get something back from it. Like when somebody makes it better, I'll be like, oh, they refined that technique, cool, I'll use that for the next build. So I'm all about that.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Does sharing your builds and your works in progress from the beginning, does that help you stay motivated to continue moving on? Because people are now expecting you to finish. And I know, not saying that you would, but I know a lot of people, or like myself, sometimes you just don't feel a build, or you're halfway through and you just lose the motivation. Do you feel like sharing that Gundam, especially on such a large scale project, helps you like push forward and really be like, okay, I can't let these people down. Like they've all been rooting for me for the last like 3 months. I gotta push through.
Oh, totally. There's a lot of times when you sort of like, I hate this thing. I wish I could just throw it in the bin right now. Like, but you actually just push through, and you sort of go, oh, you know what? Like, yeah, I'm gonna really push through and try to get to that finish line. Because there was heaps of times where I just wanted to kick it in the face and throw it in the bin. Heaps of times where I couldn't figure out this joint, or I couldn't figure this out, and it actually, nothing actually starts off the way you think it's going to end. It's really weird.
I was definitely part of that journey, like with the Gundam, especially like seeing it from inception, the very first day. I was like, I wonder where he's going, because we all know what a Gundam looks like, right? But it's not. It's not about how it looks like. It's about how you get it to that point where it looks like the Gundam.
That's such an interesting point, and I know Henry probably wants to say something about that. Before you say something, I think that's such an important thing, because everyone sees the final. Everyone knows what the final looks like, because that's all we share. Like, oh, all my hard work's done. This is what the final looks like. But I think that middle ground is like where all the interesting stuff happens.
Where everything happens.
How did you actually make that hard thing happen? Like, how did you get that piece to fit the way it does? How did your brain like think of the solution? Like, that's where all the hard work actually goes in, and like that's where the learning happens, and that's where the community can actually grow. Because you just showing us the Gundam build doesn't help me understand how I need to make that shoulder joint work. Talking to you and seeing that width is where I learn and make a better builder. So it's just so important. Sorry to interject there, but
No. That's I 100% agree, and it's also about a lot of people do things digitally as well, and like I'm not really good at. I mean, I could do it, but I'm not. I only have a certain amount of time, right? I have a very full-on job, so I can either build or I can do the instructions digitally and then build it. And for me, building digitally when you're doing the big mechs, it doesn't work because it doesn't get a sense of the weight. You know what I mean? Like, you really need the weight to be physically in front of you to see, does this joint break and things like that. So it's all about that, because, and the thing is, making something iconic is hard because everyone knows what a Sentinel looks like. Everyone knows what a Gundam looks like, right? If it doesn't look like it, people will go, it doesn't really look like it. The face is a bit off, or the proportions are off. I don't like that. You can instantly tell whether and I rebuilt the head on that Gundam like 7 times, and I can't even believe some of the early shots that I actually thought it actually looked like the Gundam. I look back at it and go, "Look, that's stupid. That looks horrible."
Well, so a lot of the things that we've seen, like touching base on the Hulkbuster, the Sentinel, and the Gundam, they're all replicas. Are you like, is that just something that you really like doing, challenging yourself, or do you want to make your own concept, like something that nobody's ever seen before? What are your thoughts on that?
Do you know what? I always think, look, can I want to make something original and things like that. And I think the Sentinel was sort of like, it fit, like, because there's a lot of iterations of the Sentinel, right? But like it, as long as you get the color scheme right, it sort of works, right? But I do enjoy pushing myself to try and get things to look like how they look like, and even the Chappie mech. it's not. It actually didn't start off as Chappie. It just started off as a mech, and I was just gonna make it like this hyper articulated mech, and subconsciously I must have started designing the head, and I put the ears on it, and I was like, this looks like Chappie, and I was like, it's Chappie now. And it's not really Chappie, but like, you know, that's sort of, it was meant to be my interpretation of a Chappie. But the Gundam is probably the most realistic. Yeah.
Oh no, continue. Sorry, I was just saying that the build just came up on the stream as well again. It's just funny how every time
you talk something, Chappie, or any of your builds that we're talking about keeps coming up. It's great. It's great for everybody to see what you're talking about.
Yeah. So and it's weird because I actually wanted the Chappie mech to be just an original creation, but I think the minute you put ears and stuff on it, it just looks like Chappie, and I just thought, you know what, this is pretty cool, and I just made it Chappie.
And now the whole community in the Mecca is, I've seen all month long is Chappie. Everyone's doing it. So you've started something.
Everyone's making Chappie now. It's great.
That's awesome.
I'm hoping somebody from that community, based on your idea of upscaling, I'm hoping somebody will make a life-size Chappie. That would be a lot of pieces, but taking what they've seen from all your YouTube and even upscaling Chappie, I wish someone could make something life-size like that. That's a lot of parts.
Yeah.
Someone's requesting a Henry Pinto frame. Like you know how in
Lou
always has
the RE frames.
All the frames. Like they want a Henry Pinto large scale. Like this is the frame model that I can follow.
Well, I mean, it's in your YouTube, right? Like the fact that you made a YouTube video about joints and stuff. That is huge for the community, and thank you for doing that. By the way, I'm enjoying it because I want to build a giant mech now. So I guess that's how the community again.
No, thanks for that feedback, man. I've actually got distracted with the Chappie mechs. I'm meant to actually do the lower half, and it's just really arduous because I actually have to take the Gundam apart and then put it back together. And I've only done it once, right? Like I've only built it once. So when I take it apart, like sometimes I forget how I did it, and I'm like, well, how does this go back together?
I'm surprised. Well, I guess like because you've done it once, did you notice that like I could do this better? Like I'm assuming there's always that instance, right?
Yeah, you always think of how you do it. I always think of how I could do it better, but it's always working within the constraints of the model as well. Like the Gundam could be like even more articulated, but it won't fit the aesthetic with the mechanics, you know? So if I have to add actuators at this point and, you know, sort of put extra joints here and there, then the leg won't look right because I can't fit the panels in and things like that. So that's why it is really hard to do it like that, because you sort of have to like just use the mechanics that fit the aesthetic. So with the Gundam, I really couldn't use a lot of actuators because they take up a lot of room, even though they're probably the better choice, you know, for leg joints and things like that and shoulder joints, but it doesn't fit the aesthetic. So the Chappie mech was a bit of an experiment to see how articulated I could get something and not work within the framework of, you know, any sort of, you know, preconceived, artwork or medium, you know what I mean?
Just a heads up, Henry, we are definitely going over time. Are you still okay to join us and answer some questions from our Twitch stream?
Totally.
Since we don't have anyone after you, since you're the last one, we don't have to have the 15-minute commercial break. So we'll go probably. Yeah, actually, do you want me to start asking community questions?
Sure.
Hey, let's do that. So we have a few questions that have come through the community for you. Now, I think this was already answered, and I'm pretty sure we all know it's the Gundam. But what was the largest mech that you've made? Was it the Gundam mech?
No, the Sentinel's the biggest. The Sentinel's the biggest.
Okay, perfect. I didn't know that.
It's even bigger?
I didn't realize it was that
I've
big.
never seen them side by side. Holy smokes.
Okay, cool. Now we know.
Wow.
Yeah, on my Instagram, I have one photo. There's a photo on my Instagram with both of them side by side on the same table, and you can see the Sentinel's HP.
I'm so surprised.
Okay, I didn't know that. I just assumed for some reason. That's, I guess, a bad assumption.
Yeah, that's...
we didn't do our homework.
No, dang it.
Well, that's why someone asked.
I always see the Gundam on a tripod. Like, in any time, I've always just seen him on a stand. And, yeah.
It just looks massive. How large is the Sentinel versus the Gundam in terms of height, do you know?
The Sentinel's 100 centimeters, so a meter, and the Gundam's 90, so it's just a fraction smaller.
Okay, but about a full meter long. That's the tall. That's pretty good. Cool, very cool. Do you have a favorite Bionicle? Not like a theme, but like an actual favorite Bionicle. Like, I don't know if you've ever done that.
No, I don't have a favorite. I'm actually really bad with collecting sets and stuff. I don't collect sets at all. So I do like the hero. So like, I don't know if it fits in the Bionicle theme, but I like those the hero builds. Do you remember when they released like
Hero
the Hulk,
Factory?
the Bionicle?
Yeah. I remember those.
All those. So I had Iron Man and the Hulk of those.
Oh, and well, you expanded on them, especially. Like I remember seeing, your own builds of that version is huge.
So we have a very interesting question. This is from Adrian. I don't know if you watched his live stream earlier, if you were
animator
still sleeping, because it would have been earlier for you. He's an animator, and he does awesome Lego animations. This is his question. He's wondering if boost motors and pieces to create motorized sliders for filming, do you think that would work? So using the boost theme and those motors and pieces from the boost to motorize a slider for filming. So he does a lot of animation, so he's trying to probably get a smooth, nice like pan or using that.
Question.
What do you think? What are your thoughts on that, if you've used it or if you have any take on that? Because he hasn't used it. He doesn't know the theme at all.
I think no, it's got a bit of vibration in it. I've actually experimented with that before, trying to make little dolly rails and stuff out of Technic. There's a little bit of vibration. The best thing is to just get one of those. I actually use it's like a modified roller skate base, and sort of it's very, very smooth. A lot of those Technic they vibrate too much. So when you see the camera, it will do that. It'll shake.
You're gonna catch it. Okay, cool. No, that's really cool. He just doesn't know it. He wasn't sure if it was investing. So the fact that you've used it, that's really great. That's an awesome answer. Did you have a Dark Ages, Henry? Did we talk about it?
Yeah, totally. I had a Dark Ages for I played with Lego till I was about 13.
Oh yeah.
Really got into sports and things like that.
Muay Thai?
Then I was massive. Yeah, did not touch it till I was about 33.
I think you mentioned when your kids started bringing it around again.
Well, how old would your kids been? Like 4 years old or 5? Like about that age?
Yeah, when he was about 4. When he was about 4 or 5, he started bringing home Lego, like as birthday presents and things like that. And I was like, wow, this has changed so much since I was a kid. Like I remember him saying it was when all the original sort of the new Dark Knight set started coming out and all that sort of stuff. So I was like, this is amazing. Look how cool the minifigs are now, like and things like that. That's when I got into it. So massive Dark Age.
Did you like push him aside, being like, I can do this better, and like just like start building them for him?
Dude, I didn't even know Bricklink existed for the first year that I was a fan of Lego. And I would literally buy like 3 or 4 of a set. And I was thinking, and I thought people did the same. And then I was thinking, man, this guy who does this crazy mock on the internet, did he buy like 17 copies of this?
Yeah, that's true.
We all should have banded together and just like kept Henry in the dark so he continued buying all the sets.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have made all this stuff.
I know, it just would have been funny.
No, that's funny that you mentioned that. Like even with coming out of the Dark Ages, like seeing how far Lego has taken things. Like I mean, because you're a Technic fan, did you notice did Technic change at all? Even?
Oh, heaps. Because the original Technic stuff was done with a lot of those Technic bricks, and now they use the lift arms. The lift arms. Yeah. So, yeah. And I noticed that they're integrating a lot more system bricks with their Technic builds now, and they're trying to make their Technic builds not so like filled with gaps and things like that. Like how with Technic they have a door but it has no window and it's got a big hole in it and stuff like that. But now they're sort of closing panels and things, which is really good to see.
Well, it's much more complicated. I guess like they're trying to make it more realistic, where it's moving away from that original Technic feel. Like you said, Technic has that bare skeletal parts to it, but now it's more, they're kind of fusing.
Well, like
hybrid.
it went from like this building and like mechanical sort of like feel to actually feeling more like a model, I think. So do you think that's what they're kind of going for? So now you can actually like display it and look at it, where before you're like, it's just a bunch of beams, really.
True.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. No,
go ahead,
sorry,
sorry. No, go ahead.
No. You just. I think there was a little bit of lag. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, was there any specific Technic set that really made you like, wow, like this is mind blowing?
Oh man, there is one Technic set that I'm still on the hunt for. I don't know if you guys remember, but the original Lego Technic seaplane, like it was yellow and it had like a Technic. It was when the Technic figs were around.
Yeah. The big one,
and
it was massive.
Yeah, that changed my whole. Like I remember building that and thinking, wow. And you know, I've still got parts of it like around. Like my mum kept all my Lego.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and she gave it back to me when my son was about 5, so that's the other reason I got back into it. But yeah, that set, I really want to get it. I really want to get it again. That set is really holds a place in my
Have you visited
cycle.
Bricklink just to find it, just by chance, or?
Oh, I've seen it on. I haven't genuinely tried to get it yet, and I should. I haven't looked at Bricklink, but I've seen it on eBay and things like that, and I'm like, should I get it? Should I not get it?
Right.
You know what I mean?
It's cool. I mean, we're getting close to that time where BuildCon's ending. I don't want to run it too long, but I also don't really want to end it because we've had so much fun.
Thank you so much for
and
joining us.
we can talk to Henry for literally every.
No. You guys we can talk for a little bit longer if you guys want to keep going. It's all good.
For sure. Okay. So you mentioned that. Let's we can go away from Lego Masters. We can go away from Lego as a whole. You said that during the Dark Ages, what did you do? You did sports. What kind of sports did you play? Let's get people to know you a little bit more as like a person.
Oh, so I did. I played a lot of soccer, but then I also did a lot of kickboxing and boxing. So that was like, for me, it was really it's really weird because like people are like, it's like it's just not like I like not fitting in a mold. I enjoy that aspect of me. Like it's like, you know, you people typically think, oh, Lego's such a nerdy hobby and all that, and it's just like it's so it's, you know, it's really what you make it, really. You know what I mean?
Well, now it is. It's kind of like the way that the culture has shifted, especially like with a lot of closet Lego builders are coming out and saying like, look, start opening up their own Instagram, being encouraged to showcase their builds. It's just very different now, right? It's like, it's cool. I would consider it cool now. So
things that I thought weren't cool are cool now. Like I actually feel old now because like my son, like, you know, like I always thought I was ahead of the curve with cool stuff and being on point with that, and then my son comes home and he will use some sort of slang and I'll be like, what does that word mean? And he'll be like, Dad, so old.
Dad, come on.
But I think it's a really cool point that we sort of just came across right now, is that Lego itself is whatever you want it to, whatever you make it to be. Not that to be a pun, whatever you make it to be, but it's such an interesting medium, and it's really cool to find more people who are pushing between the line of being just a really dedicated eight-ball or just being like an artist. Because we see people on both sides. They're like, oh, we're just eight-balls, we just build crazy stuff. Or there's people who are just like, I'm just an artist. I just happen to use Lego for my medium.
Like Joss.
Like Joss, or like you know, Echo we talked about. Just it's so cool to see that, and having the interactions and having the internet and just having, I mean, people support that as an artistic medium. It's just good for us. It's good for the community. It's good for Lego, and you know, all the new parts and stuff that they keep creating. It's just it allows that to evolve even faster. So I'm looking forward to seeing that evolve.
Has Lego with your family, has it almost made it feel like it's essential to you guys, like where you spend more time with your boys? Like, has Lego impacted your family that way?
I would say, if I'm being honest, not really.
Okay.
It's because my older one, he's a teenager now. He's actually going through his dark ages. He's like, I don't want to play with Lego anymore. He's really a really accomplished guitarist, so he's all into his music and everything that comes with it. And And my middle son he's still pretty good. Like he likes coming down into the workshop and doing stuff, but it's probably it's just like he's actually got his own things. Like he loves Dragon Ball and he likes drawing and things like that. So I really encourage him to do things like that. So it's
cool.
really good. I like that's my thing with him. Like we watch heaps of Dragon Ball. Like we'll just binge heaps of Dragon Ball, and he would draw things and show me, and I'm like, yeah, man, that's mad. So
any collab coming up soon, like Jiren and Goku Ultra Instinct coming up, like a mock fight scene? That'd be so cool.
Man, I wish they would do a Dragon Ball line. Like you're talking about like you know, like Lego. You know, Lego is trying to get into Asian markets and things like that. And
Dragon Ball
like,
Z.
man, just make Dragon Ball. Like all those vehicles that are in Dragon Ball, they would lend themselves so well.
Capsule Corp.
You know,
oh my god.
Yeah, for sure.
Anything.
Yeah. Like even like Bulma's all of Bulma's capsules and things like that. That would be awesome in Lego. You know, the colors.
It's true. Especially in the Red Ribbon Army, like when they had the mechs and everything. Like now we're diving deep into the OG stuff.
Yeah, the old stuff.
But that it'd be interesting if they did Dragon Ball Z in what do you call it, Bionicle format, because they're figures, right? You want to be able to like articulate and punch. That'd be a different.
I just want hair molds. I want hair molds, man. That'd be crazy.
That'd be perfect. And the thing is, almost everything is there. Like everything's there. You've got like the big figs that could be the biggest characters, and you could do like there's even the Gorilla Grodd mold that could do an Ozaru and all that.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, what do you think?
Well, I think that we're getting to that time. Getting a bit
Thanks,
late.
guys.
We're gonna let you go. We're at 6
Hang
now,
tight
so
for a
we
bit.
got a whole hour. Yeah,
We're
stay
just-
on the line so we can say goodbye to you afterwards.
Yeah, no worries.
But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching. Henry Pinto, he's ending the first day of BuildCon, so we're really excited and really thankful for everyone who stuck by. So just stay in the chat for a little bit. We're gonna have Henry just on standby for our own thing, but we're gonna put you to a quick.
Wait, any final words, Henry, for those who are like, if you want to do a plug for yourself, like any final things you want to share to our audience?
Just thanks for all your support, guys. Like a lot of you guys always write really, really kind comments on my Insta, and keeps me motivated. So thank you for all the support. Thanks heaps.
No, that's
Thanks for doing what you're doing, Henry.
Thank you so much. All right, guys, we'll be right back. What's going on, everybody? Sorry, we just
Hi,
wanted
guys.
to finish up with Henry so that he can. Just wanted to say goodbye, so he wasn't just left hanging. So, man,
That's it.
that was day one.
That
I
was-
can't believe we went through day one of BuildCon already. We had so many amazing guests. I wish the time that we had was double for everyone.
Actually, that's true. Like these live streams, 45 minutes goes by so fast. I mean, thank you for everybody that still stayed on for the entire thing. 6 hours? Are we at 6 hours or 5?
Yeah, the Kilo 60 has been here forever. Like, there's been a bunch of people. Flying Monkey's been here for a long time. Messi's been here for a long time. Daniel Brickson, like a lot of you guys who have been chilling here. Ryu, Adrian's been on after his interview. Like you guys, it's so cool to have you guys come and watch it. Obviously,
Really
like
appreciate it.
the live stream is only one factor of it. Like we're obviously going to take this, cut it into individuals so people can actually watch it on YouTube.
So you guys
just in
don't
case
miss
they
out.
missed it. Yeah, just in case you guys missed out. So this is just the one format, but I mean it's been such a blast. And we got 2 more days.
Oh, this is just the first day. I forgot.
more days.
Like, especially Henry was saying, like, oh, is Lou Sim tomorrow? I'm like, no, we still
wait.
got one more day. And it's just, we were just talking with,
Oh, Adam's here too.
oh, yeah,
Speaking
Adam.
of which, I was just about to dive in while everyone's on still.
Sure.
Do you want to talk about tomorrow's roster?
Yeah, let's do it.
Cool. So tomorrow we're actually going to be starting. So in the Twitch chat right now, you see Adam son of William. Adam son of William. Jeez. His name is Adam Dodge. He's an amazing Canadian builder, awesome friend to Greater Industries and Chris and myself. Well, mostly to Chris. I've met him more recently.
Very influential in the Lego community. If you guys haven't had a chance, the people that we're bringing on board, we're all somewhat connected to each other. And Adam, I have a very special connection with because if I didn't meet him, I wouldn't know what I would be doing in this community. Like, the fact that you've heard over and over again with all these builders, we all encourage each other to keep going. And definitely Adam has been a mentor and a very good friend and just one of my, I guess, like fixed points in this community, knowing that like if I can get inspired, he'd be the person I'd turn to. So
we also talked about a few hours ago, just if you guys are looking for lugs or inspiration in terms of that sort of like how to run a lug or like the mentality you need, I think Adam is like
he'd be
a
the
really
person to talk to.
great inspirational point. And Chris has mentioned many times like this is how lug should be. Like this is this is how like a lug leader should be,
Exactly.
or like how flexible you need to be, or just like the passion and just being an overall nice person. Like
tomorrow will definitely be about community building and how you can do it properly. Because Adam is a founding father of Sluts, Saskatchewan Lego Users Group, and just having that person there to be as a model for how you should be in a community. It's what Creator's about, and it's what BuildCon's about. So yeah, that we're excited for that. The next person is at 2 p.m. All of this is Mountain Standard Time, so Adam is 1 p.m. Mary Ann, 2 p.m. Earlier we talked about strong female builders.
Yes.
So just to bring it home, we had the opportunity to have the very first Lego artist, female Lego artist in North America here, and she'll talk to us about her experience.
That's going to be really fun. Afterwards at 3 p.m., David Ellison.
One of our, I don't know if he's the youngest.
I don't know if he's the youngest, but he's super awesome. He's got a lot going for
Very
him
driven.
on that's a pun because he makes cars.
Sorry,
David Ellison makes cars, and he's very driven. That wasn't supposed to be a pun.
That was not a pun.
If you guys haven't seen David's work, you're going to be really excited to watch his segment tomorrow. Especially if you guys are interested in the details of the vehicle, especially cars, and especially in like the classic like 6 and 8 stud wide vehicles. He's masterful. He's really, really good.
And he's growing so fast.
Yeah.
Like his builds are really taking things to a whole nother level. And the fact that we really tried to bring different styles of builders here.
Yeah.
Cars, mechs, organic,
like LCPs, and like there's just we tried to vary it for you guys so that it's as valuable as possible. But yeah, keep David in mind. You're gonna really want to watch his video because you're gonna be like, whoa, those are awesome cars. Next. We have Andrew Steele.
Andrew Steele. Josh already gave him a plug. They're pretty much rivals, so we get to see another side of, or organic builder who's amazing,
So
excellent, and we're really excited to see his stuff as well. And yeah, other than that,
finishing it off, we're going to finish it with Robin Sather. If you guys missed the first hour of today's stream, Robin Sather actually opened up BuildCon, Canada's first LCP. I think Lego's
certified professional.
Lego's first LCP. He's really the one who pushed that that possibility to become a Lego certified professional, and now they're all over the world. So he's going to be closing out tomorrow. So again, if you guys missed it, come check that out. He's an awesome dude.
We'll answer some of your questions that we were unable to answer, but we'll bring you guys back, answer those questions, and yeah, just start the conversation again with Robin. Honestly, like a lot of the people that we talked to today, some of them were thinking, how do I make Lego into a career? This would be the best time to tune in. Robin Sather is just an abundant amount of information, and he's one of our mentors. So he's open to chat, and we just wanted to give that opportunity to you guys who are looking to have Lego as a career.
For sure. So something that I wanted to just talk about before we go. So we were going to be doing like giveaways a little bit more throughout the show. We got really into doing the actual interviews, and it would be slightly unfair just to give it away only to the people who are on the end of the stream. So something that I want to do is, how about we do this, Chris? How about you guys, how do you want to do it? Maybe on Instagram? I just want them to send us a message, everyone, to like, enter me into the contest. Enter me into the stream contest. And
if you guys are just joining us, do it on the Instagram.
Okay, we'll do it that way. And what we'll do for the next 2 days is we'll say, if you haven't, go into our Instagram and send us a DM and say, enter me into the live stream contest. And at the end, what we'll do is we'll just do a bunch of draws or like randomizations. Otherwise, it'd just be too hectic for us just to give away right now.
Yeah, it's just so hard to step away from actually talking with the creators. And like right now, we're already strapped for time. Like 45 minutes. I know. Just goes like that.
And the 15 minutes we need to use to go to the washroom, get a drink, take a bite. Like we haven't even really eaten this whole time. So
it's gonna be this is like a marathon. We're running a marathon of creators, and yeah, we will make it up to you guys. Do it on the DM. We're gonna just give out a bunch of prizes. Shoot us a message right now. If you guys aren't following us, Creator Industries on Instagram, let us know you want to be entered right now. And we're gonna be going back live on there anyway, so join us.
And just typing it in. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. Also, too, guys, if you guys are like new to Creator Industries, what we do is we put the focus on the creators, and we'd like you guys for BuildCon to be spread out. Like, let everybody know, let your friends know about BuildCon. We're going to be back again 12 p.m. Mountain Standard Time tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a blast. Thank you guys so much for joining again. We'll let you guys go for now. Enjoy the rest of your evening, night, day, afternoon, whatever it might be in your time zone. And we'll be back, like Chris said, 12 p.m. Mountain Standard Time tomorrow with a bunch of great new guests.
And we'll do some giveaways.
Let's do it. Sorry, guys. But yeah, enter that way and we'll make sure that we can do it that way.
This is BuildCon.
Other than that, it's been
Creator Industries. Chris,
Colin,
signing out. See you guys next time.
Bye.